If you haven't been to my website, brosancheztv, then I recommend you go for all things Sanchez and explore the site. And if you do decide to get my new documentary, which is entitled Yahweh the Conceiver, How the Age of Metallurgy Forged Human Consciousness. If you do decide to check that one out, remember when you're checking out, use the coupon code 10OFF. Use the coupon code 10OFF when you're checking out and get $10 off it. Thank you all for being here today. Okay, so let's start today's show, shall we? Let's go ahead, start today's show. And I want to say right off the back, we're not going to make the whole show today about Diddy. It's just a couple of concerns and new things that we want to bring out that kind of falls into my ballpark by affiliation. So I want to address that because a lot of people been bringing it up with me. But first of all, let me just bring up this. Let's pull the video up.
Are you doing all right, man? Everyone's worried about you. Are you okay? Are you all right, man? Appreciate it, man. I hope you're good, man.
Have a good Sunday.
All right, cheers. Diddy, we're just trying to figure out what's going on, that's all. People just want to know if you feel sorry, if things are gonna, what's going on with that. I'm sorry to bug you. All right.
Love. You have a good day.
All right, you too. You think people will forgive you, Diddy?
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Nash.
So real quick, who is this guy that we see with Diddy right here? That's none other than my brother King Los. A lot of people asking me about King Los and stuff. They like, Sanchez, that's your homeboy, King Los. That's boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, me and King Los have done YouTube shows together where he's been on my platform or whatnot, and I ain't gonna try to even hide that. Let's show it. So the brother was on my platform dropping jewels.
Game, so that's what I would say about that whole thing. I wouldn't even put a whole bunch of fucking thought into it.
And I think that's some fire. So check this out, right? Me and King Los did, more than one show together. But the thing is this right here, right? Salutes to King Los. My thing is I've been very critical of Diddy on my platform. And this right here kind of makes me get on guard. Now drop a 1 in the chat room if y'all think that I'm a smart man for letting my antennas go up. Because, Diddy got people everywhere, and the thing is, I've been very critical of him on my platform. And I stand on it that he's an evil human being. Anybody can change, but yeah, my thing is this. Me and Los talk on the phone. And the fact that he's walking right there next with Diddy, and I be going in on Diddy on my platforms and shit. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking be on guard, nigga, and watch my back. Niggas can say I'm gnawed all you want. So I don't think people ought to look at this like, Sanchez, your boy Los on ass, you fucking with Diddy? Because if you look at my platform, I'm going in on this man. I think you ought to look at it like protect Sanchez at all costs, like y'all do with all these other niggas. So again, you want to look at me and try to throw me under the bus with the nigga when really, nigga, I can probably be getting lined up right now. Like, that's some fucked up shit. So that's what I'm saying about the whole Diddy thing. Because he really ain't got nobody in his corner. Because Mace was his right-hand man. And if you understand that Mace, Cameron, like a lot of niggas like that was around him and shit, they straight up, they against him, bro. Like how I am. So these was niggas that was closer to Diddy than King Los. So, but you know, like I said, I feel that my brother King Los is indebted to Diddy. He's indebted to Diddy because no man would want to be associated with Diddy right now. I mean, think about what I'm saying. Even his best friends and day one niggas is turned on him, and even his home Gene Deal ain't even fucking with him. Like, dude, all the people that was like his day ones and around him, they are totally against the man right now. So, I mean, he ain't got a lot of people still there. And so, I mean, look here. It's just one of those things where I ain't gonna speak too much on this. I'm just gonna fucking, y'all know where I stand on Diddy. And we can play a couple of clips here and we can see where Mace and Cameron and a couple more people stand on it. You know what I'm saying?
See what's good with you, boy. I mean, King.
Let's go. Yo, how dare this nigga talking about he want receipts? Let's start with your mother, nigga. Your mother got the receipts, nigga. Everything is in your mother's name. That's the one who got the receipts, nigga. You need more proof, nigga? Biggie ain't here, so Big can't give you no receipts. He dead. Craig Mack can't give you receipts. He dead. What are you talking about? Who else? Black Rob can't give you receipts. He dead. And everybody else you made sign.
God damn, nigga, this man got a lot of dead artists. King Los, be careful, nigga. Whew, this man, yo, I never looked at all that. Biggie, Craig Mack, Black Rock. Damn, this nigga got a long list, man. His wife, Kim Port, oh, like Jaguar Wright said, you got to be the most luckiest nigga on earth if you did it. If that many people around you died and you still here. And it ain't even normal for that many people around you like that to just die, bro. Damn, Mace saying some shit.
Else you made sign paperwork so they can't talk about what I'm talking about. I'm the only one with the guts. And I sign it, nigga, because I ain't need the money. All money ain't good money. Remember that.
Now, if you don't know the real from the fake, I don't know what to tell y'all. You don't got discernment. If you don't feel the energy that Mace got, and then the energy around Diddy, and see that Diddy is the evil snake energy that'll set you up as energy, backstabbing, conniving energy, and a surround you with bodyguards type energy. And Mace got that fearless, standalone, Pac warrior, with or without the homies is up type energy.
Remember that. Remember that, nigga. You know who to play with, nigga.
Yeah, man. Don't be on the wrong side of history, man. Don't be on the wrong side of history.
Are you doing all right, man? Everyone's worried about you. Are you okay? Are you all right, man? Appreciate it, man. I hope you're good, man.
Good Sunday.
All right, cheers. Diddy, we're just trying to figure out what's going on, that's all. People just want to know if you feel sorry, if things are gonna, you know, what's going on with that. I'm sorry to bug you. All right.
Love. Have a good day.
All right, you too. You think people will forgive you, Diddy?
So yeah, this is interesting, man, to say the least. Like I don't know, like part of me in my mind, like I'm gonna hit King Los up though, like I told y'all to keep my word. Now I doubt if he answered, and I doubt if he would want to talk about any of this. But what we gonna do? Because I ain't got no hate or disrespect for King Los. I just stand a certain way on Diddy. I mean, I think he's a scary guy, man, to be under contract with. He lost a lot of people around. It's a lot of big time people in the game that's saying what I'm saying who was close to him. So who am I to go with, man? I got to go, and then the receipts are there. Like it's the math don't add up. How many people around you dying, man, like that? Hold up, y'all. I gotta reset my real quick. Hold on a second, y'all. So what I am gonna do is just let y'all know a couple of things, right? Cause one thing is this that you gotta realize, right? King Los, right? Let me go ahead and I wanna point out is that when it comes down to this is how life works. Your loyalty is gonna be to who's feeding you, right? So King Los standing by Diddy's side is just him being a loyal nigga. You can't really fault him for that because y'all all want loyal niggas. And what I'm saying is he's gonna be more loyal to the man that's feed him than just a nigga like me. So I'm saying me being on where I'm just taking the stance that I'm taking against Diddy, I can't really rock with King Los no more. But I'm gonna call him. I'm saying I can't rock with him on the level of where we gonna meet up or nothing like that because that'll just be stupid on me. But we can still, you know, collab on the internet and shit, and I'm not gonna diss him, ain't no disrespect, nothing like that. It's just the thing, listen, I think Diddy have hurt our people more than helped them. I stand on that. Diddy has hurt our people more than helped them. And like I said, I'm not gonna make the whole show about this neither. Now I don't know if and I'm gonna let Los know if he pick up we live and shit. But I'm gonna call him and I'm gonna see if we can set up an interview right now. If I can lock him into an interview. Keep in mind that it's kind of scary calling this nigga because I know he can be right by Diddy right now. Like, it's crazy, man. Drop a one if y'all want me to call this nigga, man, and put it on speakerphone, man. Oh, shit. I'm going to let him know we live, man. Oh, man, this is fucking crazy. Support the show. Hit the like and share button. Appreciate y'all for tuning in, yo. Ah, man, let's call dude, man. Let's call Los, man. Come on. It's ringing. I ain't gonna blow him up.
Call has been forwarded.
Okay. So he forwarded my call, so I'm not just gonna be blowing the man up. Like I said too, he's in Miami with Diddy right now, and it's kind of bold to be calling that nigga around Diddy. I've been making all this trolling and disrespectful content about Diddy. So one thing is for sure, right? Diddy might not can get to Mace, Cameron, and all that, but he can get to a couple of us YouTubers. So I think that needs to be put out in the air. If something happened to Sanchez, if something happened to Tissa Tales, whatever her name is, if all these platforms that's getting Diddy's artists, the platforms that's letting Freddie P go and talk shit about Diddy, the platforms that's interviewing all these people that work with Diddy and they telling what was going on, I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised if shit really start to hit the fan, that he might wage war, because that's the type nigga Diddy is, you know, to protect the brand. You know what I'm saying? And then his children may be involved in the war. Like I said, they got people everywhere, dude. Bad Boy got people everywhere. So, one thing is for sure, when you sign up for this shit to speak your mind and you know, speak to the people, tell them the truth, you already know that that's a possibility. So I'm not going to keep playing these videos, right? Because one thing about black people in power, they go against other black people without power. They don't directly wage war against the white man that's bringing their ass down directly, because Sanchez don't got the power to bring down Bad Boy, right? But that's just the nature of niggatry mentality. Shout out to P. Diddy. And listen, shout out to the brother King Los. I'm not going to turn this into a clout chase. I'm not going to blow the man up just because I sinned with Diddy. But I just gave him a call, like I said, and he didn't pick up. But I'm going to move on. He forwarded my call. So check this out. Shout out to D. Allen Warren. Appreciate the support and the super chat. Thank you. So with that being said, listen, I'm going to play a video of Mace saying how he protected Cameron by not letting Cameron sign up under Diddy. So instead of me playing that, yeah, I can just tell that to you. There's a video of Mace telling Cameron, that's why I didn't get you up under Diddy. Like when Mace brought Cameron to Bad Boy, Mace had Cameron sign under Biggie, instead of under Diddy. And he said, man, I was saving you because I'm signed under Diddy and I know what kind of dude, you know what I'm saying, it is, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Ain't gonna lie, man. Crazy. And apparently Mace ran up on Diddy in this interview right here. I never saw that one, but yeah, apparently Mace, man, you know, let's watch the little Cameron interview and we'll move on from this topic, because that's pretty much, I wanted to get this on wax, you know what I'm saying? A little bit too close for comfort for me not to. I want that to be on wax. In case anything happened to your boy, they can replay this bitch and say, ooh. Cameron was funny as hell in this interview, by the way. Let's watch it. You're going to get my live react and review. But hit that like and share button for me. Let's get the people in the building, because it's a lot of stuff we're going to be talking about today, man. Because we finna be talking about I'm going to show y'all something in a minute. Hold on. After this.
Thanks for being here. First, when you saw that video of Diddy, Cassie in that hotel, did you recognize that Sean Combs?
What I want to say, first of all, when I seen the video, everything in the video was egregious. I'm against. I don't support all the charges that's alleged against him. I don't support any of that trafficking, minors, domestic violence. I'm totally against it. So when I seen the video, yeah, I was kind of upset with it. Being that I know him, he's not necessarily a friend, but yeah, I was upset when I seen it. But
did you
as far as
recognize
everything
him?
I just said?
Did you recognize that kind of anger at all from your
I
experiences?
don't know like that. What did you mean? Do I be recognized? Did I recognize him? I seen him. What do you mean my experiences? I seen him and I thought it was disgusting. I didn't do a zoom in to see if it was really him or nothing, but he admitted it was him. So yeah, it was him.
What did you?
Seemed like Cameron was cranky from the jump. Like, I really don't even want to do this bitch ass interview, but come on, man, plug it up, bitch. Shit. Like, that's the energy.
What do you think about the apology that he gave in that other video?
Ain't me for this. The apology ain't for me to decide, for Cassie.
Now, who y'all heard say that first? On everything, I broke this shit. I was probably one of the third, fourth channels on YouTube to bring up the CNN Cassie footage. And that's what I said, like, why you apologizing to us? You need to be apologizing to her. So salutes to that nigga Cameron, man. Hell yeah.
What I think about it don't matter. He ain't do nothing to me. Cassie need to ask Cassie if she accept the apology. I told you how I feel. I said what I said.
I want to play a conversation that.
No, I'm not gonna send him texts and keep calling that man. I'm gonna call him one time. And if he don't pick up, then that's it. I ain't gonna keep blowing him up. That's some real, now that's some female stuff. Salutes to the women in the house. I'm just saying, like, but y'all know y'all consistent, like, bitch ass nigga. I know you there. Call his ass back. Fuck that. No, I ain't gonna do that.
That you had on your podcast back in September with Mace.
Mm-hmm. Because what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna call you, I'm gonna let it ring all the way to the voicemail. Or all the way till you forward me or something, which what he did. And then that's me. I ain't gonna call you a bunch of short times. I'm gonna call you one good time and let it ring for a minute, all the way.
Listen.
Yeah.
And after that, I ain't calling you for the day. That's the kind of dude I am when it comes to the phone thing, And that's with anybody, not just King Los. You don't just keep blowing people up like that.
When you had your record deal, why did you take me to Biggie Smalls and not Bad Boy?
Man, it's almost going to bring me to tears to say this.
Listen to that, man. Check that out, man. Listen to that.
Listen.
Yeah.
When you had your record deal, why did you take me to Biggie Smalls and not Bad Boy?
Man, it's almost going to bring me to tears to say this. Being that I saw you as such a good friend, I wanted to put you with somebody I knew with.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. A lot of people ask me that on Instagram, man. Don't have me just out here crying and shit, man. I don't want to get emotional in here, man.
Instantly, I knew Biggie would do right by you.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? I mean, is there something?
Mace a good dude, man. Because you got to imagine young Cameron was like, yo, I want to sign to Puffy. Everybody checking for Puffy. Now, guess what Mace got to tell his homeboy? You don't want to sign with Puffy. Sign with Biggie. Now, guess what your homeboy might be thinking? This nigga hating on me. He's trying to hide the connect. So that's what I'm saying, why he said almost bring me to tears, man. Because I can imagine that kind of probably popped up on the air a little bit like, damn, why you cop blocking, bro? Like, you signed with Diddy. You just making up stuff, bro. Why you don't want me to sign with Diddy? You know what I'm saying? So that's, he really looking out for his homeboy, like, you know what I'm saying? That's deep.
Something known in the industry about how Diddy treated his artists?
So I'm going to get some cheeks after this horsepower.
This nigga here a fool, bro. This interview, You gotta imagine, this is on CNN. Cameron really made CNN turn into Harlem. Like, this was no longer CNN. This was Harlem World TV, motherfucker. Like, when the Harlem niggas get on your shit, it's gonna be saturated with that Harlem energy. Like, this shit turned into ghetto ratchet shit quick. Harlem, let's go, baby. Shout out to my Harlem niggas, man.
So I'm going to get some cheeks after this horsepower joint.
That's shit. So I'm gonna get, after this joint, because saying, like the chick, look at her face, she like, what the fuck? Do he know he's on CNN right now? CNN, nigga. This shit seemed like a parody. Oh my God. This shit seemed like a parody, son. God damn, man. And what was that he drank? What is he drinking?
Man, I don't want to get emotional in here.
Some little shit in a little jar or something.
Man. Instantly, I knew Biggie would do right by you.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? I mean, is there something known in the industry about how Diddy treated his artists?
I see what happened right there. He was in the middle of drinking while she was asking it, and he was like, you know what? I'm going to bend down this before her question is done. But her question ended real soon, and he was like, oh, shit, let me hurry up. Boom, hurry up. I can fit it all. And it led to this awkward moment right here. Shout out to camera. He was like, I can down this right quick while she asking me that shit. Then the question stopped, and he was like, oh shit, nigga, I'm in too deep now. Either I'm gonna down it right now or put it, fuck that, we going for it. We going for it, baby. And it led to the most awkwardest moment on CNN, but I wouldn't have it any other way from a Harlem nigga. This is some real AMSR, or what you call it when they doing the videos where they don't talk, you can just hear them eating and drinking the shit. Cameron gave him some AMSR on this bitch. Let's go.
Is there something known in the industry about how Diddy treated his artists?
Ain't that what it's called? ADMSR? What is it called? ASMR? Yeah, that Cameron. They said that's some pink horsepower. I never heard of it. I never heard Cameron put niggas on game. Hold on. Oh, this is what it is. Pink horsepower. Yeah, ASMR. And they got blue horsepower. Oh, it's like an energy drink. I might have to try some of this shit. Like, Cameron, this company need to cut you a check, nigga. Because I'm telling you, after this CNN video, you got everybody checking for this shit. Because I swear, ever since I watched this video, I've been curious. Like, what the hell is Cameron? Oh, this shit is not cheap, nigga. Oh, wait a minute. That little thing costs $25, nigga. That's the price of one of my documentaries. That nigga just drunk one of my documentaries just like that. Just. Damn. I do want to try one, though. That's interesting. Pink horsepower, huh? And blue horsepower is $35 for one little thing. See, they need to cut Cameron a check because, oh, it's his shit, man. Let me.
Stupid.
Damn, bro. He's promoting his product. Cameron's a fucking genius, man. Clap it up for this nigga, man. Damn, hey, Cameron, nigga, I just learned something from you. You's a fucking real genius, bro. Damn, son. That nigga made a moment on CNN just to promote his product because out of this whole interview, That was what the distraction was. And people gonna do just what I did. Like, what the hell is that? That's why he holding it like that. To make you get curious. Tell me that wasn't a genius marketing scheme. Niggas is smart, man. I ain't gonna cap. That shit was. I'm gonna buy some of that shit now, nigga. I'm gonna buy some, nigga. I'm gonna buy me. I can't afford but one bottle though, nigga. One bottle. I'm a cheap nigga.
So I'm going to get some cheeks after this horsepower joint. I'm just going off what Mace said. Mace took me to Biggie. I don't really know Puffers like Mace know Puff. So I appreciate what Mace said. And of course, that's my brother.
Because when he was like, I'm going to get some cheeks after this joint, I'm like, what you mean? Like, I'm thinking his jaw's about to swell up and shit, dog.
Stupid.
Like, what is he drinking that's finna get, like, I know I'm dumb. Nigga, I don't know, what's his name? Yeah, you can clown me all you want, nigga. I didn't know. Now that I know it's his product, that's when it clicked to me. He did this on purpose because I don't think he would do it with another person's product. So that's why I said they need to pay him some money for promoting their product. And then I found out, damn, it's his product. No wonder he acting like this and trying to make a moment with it. So he said, I'm going to get some cheeks because it is a sexual aphrodisiac. It's like an energy drink and a sexual, it's actually, you know, supposed to give you sexual arousal or whatever. So I lied. I'm not going to buy none now, dog. Yeah, I'm not going to buy no Cameron's bedroom love, but if brothers need help in that department, you might want to get you some. Me personally, I don't like products that control my penis and shit. I have never been a fan of, hey man, take this, it's gonna make your dick do this. Oh, what? Now, I like to have full control over my dick at all times, and I can make it get hard, soft like a button, nigga, because I'm just so in control of it. So I never really needed horsepower, Viagra, what else you got? Type it in the chat room. It's all kind of aphrodisiac, ginger root. You know, niggas be around here eating goat balls and, no, son, hey, man, listen, man. You know, I never needed none of that. But Cameron is getting into an industry that is a multi-billion-dollar industry, so it's going to sell. Because a lot of dudes in the chat room, they fuck with shit like that. But no, I don't like the idea that Cameron got my penis on hard. Pause, no Diddy, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I don't like the idea, you know, that he's controlling my pecker, you know. But that's just my psychology is very weird too. I'm a weirdo, you know what I'm saying? I just don't like the idea, but you know.
Brother, so if he felt that way, then he felt that way. I can't really tell you how Puff moves or anything like that. Mace may know better than me because he was signed to Puff. I wasn't. But my show does come on at 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube. It's called It Is What It Is. And y'all make sure y'all check it out.
I'm going to go and check it out. I think Cameron and Mace is fucking, like, they podcast is underrated. Because it's real niggas from Harlem who didn't get Diddy-fied. They was with Diddy, but they didn't sell their souls. So in my opinion, if you want to know what it looked like to be in the rap game but keep your soul, shit, nigga, Dipset and them, Cameron and Mason, all them niggas, because Cameron and them was up under Jay-Z too. And they seem to always maintain themselves and their dignity and just, you know, been able to speak against Jigga or Diddy, even though they got money with them, because some kind of way they maintain their authority, their power, like, you know what I mean? I don't know, you know, but.
I mean, I might get some more information out of Mace from there, but for me to tell you how Puff act and all that, I don't know. I never was signed to him.
Yeah. What about the industry in general? I mean, so many people have pointed out that Diddy couldn't get away with this stuff if there weren't a lot of people protecting him. Do you think that's the case?
Of course that's the case. That's a dumb question. Like, come on, that's the case. Hell, you know, so I've said a lot of things about Puff Daddy that if he would have heard me say in real life, to the least, I would have got jumped by Bad Boy. But see, that's the energy Mace got. Like, nigga, I'm gonna talk my shit and you ain't gonna put fear in me like Cassie and like all the other niggas that, in other words, some men feel like you gotta die for something. And niggas, it's cause a nigga stepped on your shoes. Niggas will kill a nigga for stepping on their shoes, but they won't speak out against like monsters in the community that's a cancer to our people. You know what I'm saying?
Who the talent agent for this joint? Like, you think I'll be sitting around watching what Diddy doing?
Like Cameron, he insulted this woman so much. I know she like, I can't, this is my first interview with a black man rapper, and it is just so demeaning and just disrespectful. Salutes to the sister. Look at her, y'all.
Ace.
Who the talent agent for this joint? Like, you think I'll be sitting around?
And she got to keep just a straight face like that. Look at her face with the disrespect and all that. She just got to stay like a mannequin.
Watching what Diddy doing all this. I didn't know this was a Diddy joint y'all invited me to. Yo, who booked me for this joint?
This is some real Harlem shit, bro. If this ain't Harlem, nigga, you know you don't know nothing about Harlem. If this ain't Harlem niggas right here, then you don't know nothing about Harlem, dog. Like, bro, this is some real Harlem shit right here.
In general, I mean, so many people have pointed out that Diddy couldn't get away with this stuff if there weren't a lot of people protecting him. Do you think that's the case?
Who the talent agent for this joint? Like, you think I'll be sitting around watching what Diddy doing all this? I didn't know this was a Diddy joint y'all invited me to. Yo, who booked me for this joint?
All right.
Wow, and I don't be sitting around watching Diddy and all that.
He said, yo, who booked me with this joint? Like, hey, that's some real, like, you know, bro, if this ain't the most ghetto, ratchet Harlem shit, but I love it to death though, man. It's because he know what the interview was about. He know who booked him and all that, but that's some Harlem shit like, yo, this was some Diddy shit, like, who booked me for this? Like, hey, that is crazy. Like, you know what's going on, nigga. It was in the title before they hit the broadcast button. You know, like, this is some real Harlem shit, bro. And CNN wanted to capture this too, like, this is how black men act. See these niggas? And they wanted to end it like with that shit too.
Joint y'all invited me to. Yo, who booked me for this joint?
All right.
Wow, and I don't be sitting around watching Diddy and all that. Yeah.
And then she called the nigga Cameron. Cameron instead of Cameron. God, bro, this was epic. This was good stuff, man.
All right.
Wow, and I don't be sitting around watching Diddy and all that. Yeah,
thanks.
Man, come on, man.
She called that nigga like that. Hey, shout out to Thug Rob. She said, love y'all, man, just tuning in. Grab your drink, bruh. You know, if I drink a beer on camera, niggas gonna use that against me in a court of law. He drink all the time. He drink all the time. He just drink all the... Shut your ass up. You know, I can't drink beers on here no more. People to use that against your ass. And you can't smoke on camera because he smoke all the time, even though they be going on Drink Champs, y'all. You know what's so crazy? Every time Club Shay Shay have an interview, he pour up some liquor. They drinking all the time on Club Shay Shay. Now, ain't it, y'all? Drop a one. Show me a podcast that ain't drinking and smoking. And that's what's making the ratings go up. Show me a podcast where they ain't consistently blowing smoke in the camera and pouring shots. And people love it. The numbers are up. They even got alcohol deals. They got deals with Absolute. Gil and them got a liquor deal. Niggas is getting deals with the liquor companies on podcasts. Like, y'all, people be so fucking stupid. They don't even, like, you know. But anyway.
Man,
Thanks for
crazy,
joining
man.
us. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for having me.
It's because it's me, though, you know. But anyway, though, this is what I'm going to do, right? I'm finna go into my next topic. We finna get off of Diddy. That was fun. We'll open up the call lines later. Now, this was an hour-long documentary that I watched, y'all, that really moved me, and it's about the Philly streets of Kensington. Shout out to my brothers from Philly in the house. Let's clap it up for my Philly niggas. Because I learned something about Philly. I got a whole history lesson, and I want y'all to go watch this Channel 5 with Andrew Callaghan, Philly Streets. Go watch the whole documentary. Trust me, it's deeper than just some Philly streets. It's talking about how the biggest epidemic in America, the biggest drug epidemic in America right now is going down on one street in America called Kensington. And that is worse there than Skid Row. I'm going to tell you why that's a problem. Kensington's smaller than Skid Row, but it got the highest drug concentration in America. And we talking the big boy stuff, trank. You know, the shit that make your limbs get this big, nigga arms swell up this big, legs swell, trank. The zombie drug up there big, and then they got the fentanyl shit is crazy. Why am I bringing this up? Why is it deep? Why is it a topic today? Did you know that the trank in the streets of Philly is spreading to all over America, and the fentanyl that's coming in the country is coming from, I don't know if I can say this without keeping my video up, but you know the place where the jab supposedly came from in China? The W word sound like the Busta Rhymes song, woo-ha, woo, yeah, Wuhan. I can't make this up. Listen what I'm telling y'all, bro. The fentanyl crisis in America is a fucking attack from China. And bro, I'm not making this shit up. We've been looking for the Chinese invasion, and it's already here in the form of the drug epidemic and the fucking opioid overdoses. Listen, it's more people dying from overdosing and fentanyl and all that shit than damn gang violence and shit now. So this is a war on us, and we don't see where it's coming from. Like we say, well, they put this on the streets. It ain't as simple as our government put it on the street. China got on a lot of property in America. China own a lot of power and part. We're in cahoots with China. There's a silent war going on in America between the Chinese, the fucking mafia, the government, bro. It's so goddamn deep, nigga, that go and watch this documentary. It'll blow you the fuck away. It'll make you rethink reality and what's really going on and how and why it's going on. You know what I'm saying? So it's deeper than just Philly. It's showing you how they will create a place like Kensington, right? And what they basically doing is the city is allowing the dope dealers to thrive. And what happened is, because if the police walk up on somebody that's shooting up fentanyl, they can have 10 bags of fentanyl and they can't lock them up, because it's a law they got in Philly where you can't lock up the user. You can only lock up the nigga that's dealing it. Guess what? This is so strategic, right? Because this gonna keep the thing to where the prison system gonna be fed, of course, but also you're gonna always have new dealers coming in and out to keep this crisis going, and that's what they want, because that's gonna perpetuate the gang wars in the area and the mafia wars in Philly that's going on in Kensington. Now, why would they want to do all that? Because guess what, y'all? There are businesses on Kensington that don't want to give up their property to the government, and the government is allowing all this to happen so that the property value can go down and that they can come back in and raise that property land back up and turn it into a fancy downtown area that's exclusive, that's upscale. And this has happened before in Philly and many other places. This is what we call gentrification, but I'm showing you like how deep it is. Like when you see stuff like Kensington happening, that is their way of getting all them businesses up out of there, lowering that property down so they can come in and buy it up and then raise the price up on it and shit like that. It's really sad because they letting a lot of people suffer with addictions and people overdosing, and they'll let it happen just for the sake of a land grab. Many people will die and we'll think that, okay, they just allowing the drugs on the street because it's deeper than that. It's all about land and property. And when you see how one tie into the other one, it's so strategic, it's so intricate, it's so deep, because then you will see how the law enforcement, the governors and all that literally work with the cartels, with the criminal elements and the Chinese mafias and the underground shit from Wuhan. And it's so deep, y'all. Just so much. Like what really happened after the whole COVID pandemic was the real pandemic was the fentanyl and opioid crisis. Now think about what I'm saying. What happened to people dying from the that Corona beer stuff that we drank with a lemon in it? What happened to people dying from that? Now, if you add up how many people dying from fentanyl and all that, man, that's killing what you talking about with that whole Corona beer with the lemon in it. I believe the real conspiracy is the pandemic was the opioid crisis and the fentanyl shit and all this what's going on now. So this documentary is very deep. I don't know if I can play all of it, but I definitely wouldn't mind playing some of it.
Before the, early 90s, this used to be a Caucasian neighborhood.
And there was my story. Yes, it was a Caucasian neighborhood. This was Kensington in 1982. You're probably asking yourself, what the hell happened? It's a long story, but let's get into it. As a Philadelphia native myself who grew up in a neighborhood called Fairmount, just a 15-minute drive from Kensington, I've always been aware of the chaotic, corrupt, and confusing history of Philadelphia. And at some point while discussing the history of Kensington with locals, I realized that was the true story that needed coverage. It's obvious to the naked eye that Kensington is horrifying, but few ask the question, how did it get like this? Unlike San Francisco's Tenderloin, which is mainly a result of neglect and progressive policy, Kensington is a story of police corruption, deep-rooted segregation, and now is the face of a blatant scheme by property developers associated with Temple University, who've laid out a 5-year plan to revitalize the Kensington corridor. 6 blocks down the street from the open-air drug market across Lehigh Avenue, developers have already began mass buyouts of property, both residential and commercial, and the police, in turn, are helping them to displace homeless people and push them further up the street.
Y'all see what's going on? So that's just like in certain parts of Vegas where you will have these big-ass homeless strips of property where it's just like tent cities, and then it'll be one street that you cross over and all that shit'll be upscale, rich. It's like an invisible line where rich and poor just separate. And then they will push that line and expand this by the rich buying up the low-grade poor property. So the rich will end up buying up all this graffiti land, all this shit. They'll clean it up, move the tents, push the poor folks down, and keep kicking the can, and they'll take turn this into upscale hotels, apartments, and this will be rich people buying up the land for cheap as hell. So they don't pay top dollar for land. What they do is for them to get the land they want for cheap, they just make the land value go down. By how do they do it? Letting drugs thrive in the area. which will then let crime thrive in the area, which will lower the property value. Then when they let all that ferment for so long and just get so horrible, remember that the most horrible we let it get, the lower the property value go. And you be like, why the government ain't doing nothing about this? Why won't the government clean up this area? Why they just letting why they letting this drug infested area and prostitution area get worse and worse? Why they ain't doing nothing about it? Why they don't go in there and clean that up, but they sending millions of dollars to Ukraine? They sending hundreds of millions to Ukraine, but why don't they go in there and clean up our own opioid infected overdose streets? And implement programs to reverse that, because that's part of the plan. And the worse they let it get, the cheaper they will get the property for it. So you be like, damn, this shit get really bad. We can't even walk through there no more. It's a war ground. It's just, it got so bad in one street in Vegas that they had to roll down there every day and spray the streets with Clorox water. They had signs up that say this is a like a dangerous area because of the sicknesses and the just the filth, the bandages and syringe. Just they would come spray the street every day with Clorox water. Because if you walk down these streets, all you smell is piss, boo-boo, vomit, fecal, just sepsis, just all the worst smells. Because it's just been fermenting for years and flies and just, I had to work in an area like this. It's like working in a fucking landfill. You passing by people passed out in their own vomit. People with fucking infections and shit. With shit. People in Philly is cutting off their own arms in the middle of the sidewalk because they can't afford the surgery that they need when the trank infects they fucking skin, because they using this drug called Trank, right? Everybody that used that, the limb get infected. And if you don't do something about it, it spread to your vital organs. Is like the #1 cause of death right now with the drug shit in Philly on Kensington. Trank. And it's spreading. But the thing is, in this documentary, you will see people with big ass limbs. It's like, it's gross. Salutes to the dude who made this. But yeah, they showed people that had to cut off their own limbs. It's like a couple, like 50,000 to 100,000 for the surgery that you need to heal yourself from Trank. So most people that's hooked to this stuff, they end up amputating their own cutting. Can you imagine cutting through your own shit? Like, it's like a Saw movie. Remember that movie Saw? It's literally going on like that in America's streets right now on some Saw shit. And they ain't doing nothing about it just because it's a land grab and, and all that shit. But I'm not going to play too much of this documentary because, I mean, it ain't my content, and I just want to show you where to go to check it out. Channel 5 with Andrew Callaghan. It's called Philly Streets. So I wanted to point out like what's really going on, because a lot of people will say these people just don't want to help themselves. These people are part of a problem that's being created from the top down. They're an experiment. It can be one of your loved ones out there, man. This is crazy, bro, that y'all don't see this as like what. It's deeper than what we see, like when we say, man, these folks need to, that we blame them. They being used to lower the land value. It's all a big fucking connected triangle of events, But somebody said, for my next topic, I can look up the Paul Harvey speech. People been telling me about that. Let's do it, man. Yeah, if I were the devil, yeah, that's a real powerful one. Because if you listen to this dude, everything he said came true in our reality. Let's check it out.
If I were the devil, if I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have 1/3 of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree, thee. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Just let those run wild. Until before you knew it, you'd have to have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. And what'll you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing.
Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez.
So if somebody would have told me that what we see happening on the streets of Kensington in Philly was some war waged on us by the Chinese, I would have laughed. But if you watch that documentary, Street Media TV in the house, man. What's good, brother George Macon? Born and raised in Philly. Salutes, bro. Hey, George, you need to Street Media TV. You should check that documentary out, yo. It will inspire a show on your channel, probably. This shit made me like, whoa, this shit is deeper than we think. Because fentanyl comes from Wuhan. I didn't know that. People keep saying blaming the American government. But the American government working in association with China. And I don't know how much I can say and keep this up. But it's just deep, bro. Go watch the documentary. Channel 5 News. And hold up a second. And this dude make a lot of good documentaries. But because another one that he got is about the Connecticut Kia boys, and I think that's worth a watch.
Tell them come get us, CT Kia
These little niggas in Connecticut wilding right here.
boys in the city, they still can't catch shit.
If you were to raise kids right now, what's the main thing you'd tell them as far as steps for success in life?
Go get you any flat hat, any USB cord, and go get you any car you.
Now, it's a small group of little niggas in between the ages of 12 to 17 that is riding reckless with the people. This shit is so crazy. They stealing hundreds of cars a day. Now, when I was young, there was a movie that came out called New Jersey Drive. How many of y'all remember New Jersey Drive? It was about these niggas up in that same area, New Jersey, Baltimore, Philly, all that area was known for stealing the whips. So ain't nothing changed. You know, the Connecticut Kia boys, New Jersey Drive, like this been a thing, you know, of stealing cars as a thing in the tri-state area. You know what I mean? So, Kia and Hyundai had to get together and make some software to prevent this. So you got a small group of little niggas in one area in North America that made two big international corporations make a security app on they shit, nigga. Come on now. Come on, y'all. You know how big that is? You got a group of teenagers up north in in an area of 3 to 4 states that made two big fucking corporations, Hyundai and Kia, up their security systems because these little niggas exploited it. And you telling me that these little niggas is dummies? These little niggas is not dumb at all. They just only smart to do criminal shit. But they can use they same smarts to do anything they want. We can have young niggas in gangs of tech gangs banging on who inventing the most tech shit. I'm just saying, nigga, I don't even know what they doing to hack into these motherfuckers and steal it. But, you know, so I'm just saying, this dude got a lot of interesting videos. I'm just giving him a free shout out just because I literally like his content. But like I said, the one with Kensington, right, is to me his best one. Let me see. Because everybody go to Kensington and they just doing it for clout. You know, they got their videos as like Zombie Land and ooh, look at the sores, look at how nasty Kensington is. That's clout chasing for money and they not helping. This dude from Philly. So when he went to Kensington, he really broke it down on the history of it, the gentrification, how the Chinese is at war and how they allowing the shit in from Wuhan like it's deep. It's deep. And he don't really exploit the people on some zombie land, like everybody going to Kensington and Philly. Philly got a big tourist attraction right now, and it's not for the right thing. You got a bunch of social medias going every day, all day with their cameras to Kensington. Think about this. If you're a business on Kensington Avenue, your business is literally getting traffic because people coming to see the crackheads like a zoo. It's so ironic and it's so much of a weird dynamic that if you move all the crackheads away and clean Kensington up, then you will get rid of the tourists.
Attention, all music.
Like, think of how crazy, like, it's a weird dynamic that you got a boom of tourism to Philly and everybody want to come see the zombies. Everybody and their mama want to come see Kensington. And they got to eat. They got to get a room. They got to drink. They going to shop. The companies are literally getting patronized because of the epidemic too. Like, in a way, in a weird ass sick way. And the only people suffering the most are the addicts. Is at the expense of them. Ain't no programs or none to help them. Ain't none but they want this to happen. Everybody benefit off of it, but the addicts, but the people on the streets that's going through it. This shit is fucking crazy. And I never looked at America like this. I just looked at it like, man, these homeless folks just addicts. They need to do something with themselves. Like, drop a one if you was like me. I would ride through these areas and I would think like everybody else, man, these people out here because they want to be out here. These people can do better. They still can, but at the end of the day, I don't just want to blame them. I do want to blame, like, there is a war between China. There is a fucking experiment going on in America and the government is in on it with the mobs and the criminal. It is a conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can batter yourself and get out of it, but this is a fucking targeted thing that they're trying to do, nigga, from the top down. So, I gotta make, hey, D. Assy, what's good, my brother? Welcome to the show. How you doing? Yeah, it was an eye opener for me. I would have never thought of that shit like as deep as the documentary go into. The fuzz I would think of it is, man, the government letting this shit on the street because they want us to be addicts, and boom, you shouldn't be an addict, like on some simple shit. Then you realize that it ain't even the government, it's the Chinese, and it's a whole war going on in America, and the people you think in power ain't in power. It's a bunch of cartels and mobs and different organizations that's calling the shots in America, and we got a fiat puppet government that don't want you to know that North America ain't no different than South America right now. The fucking Masons and the mafias and all them run the government. You think our country is so damn different than South America and the third world countries. We are fucking literally that. But our country got a way of making they people not see it that way. But we literally, our government the same way it is in South America, nigga, where all the gangs and cartels run the shit and run the streets and shit. We don't look at it like that. Because it's biased being a North American, we the same way. If you pump your brakes and really look at it. So, you know, just a lot of eye-opening shit, man. Let me see. Oh, I got some more shit for y'all, too. But I'm trying to eat. I ain't gonna lie, I'm eating right now, you know. Feeding my face and shit. What up, D. Ashley? You gotta unmute your mic. What up, Jay Santos? What up, bro?
What's going on, man? Peace and love. Shout out to everybody. I definitely agree, man, with what I definitely agree that the things overseas definitely affect the contributions and the effects, like selling wise and what's that's called extradition, bringing things and crossing it over ports. I used to work for this company when I lived in Colorado, man, called Vestas Blades. Um, they were from Denmark originally, but they made blades and stuff like for the wind turbines and stuff, man. And they had their own customs and stuff. So it was weird, man. So we would get police at the building all the time because they control their own shipping. It wasn't going through the United States. They were shipping it straight from Colorado to wherever they wanted across seas without having that middleman. But the government used to always be at the building checking, looking.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, where you from, Santos? You mind?
I'm in the Midwest, man. I'm in Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm. Are you
Yeah, but I'm originally from Trenton, New Jersey, though, man. I'm from the East Coast.
Yo, let me ask you something. You remember New Jersey Drive, my nigga?
Oh man, yeah, man. Look, hey, I don't say I was just talking to my son about this, man. I done seen a man pop a car with a popsicle stick, bro. I done seen it with my eyes, bro. He done jammed a popsicle stick in that ignition, and I don't know what he did, and that bad boy got to going. So they was real big out there doing that. That was like Jack City for real. That movie didn't lie.
Bro, I saw a little nigga 17 with the kill boy, and now they got the kill girls. The kill girls is girl clicks 16. They very young, and all they want to do is joyride, or they actually was still like this is what people don't know too. It wasn't just they stealing the cars to joyride. Man, when you watch the documentary, these teenagers are stealing your car and selling it for $50 or $100. That's the most they get. And I didn't know that. Bro, that made me like, damn, yo. And they take that $100, buy them a shirt or something and a loud pack. He was interviewing these little niggas. That's all y'all doing it for? And then it's like, what they do, they sell the car to like a gang or somebody, and they commit a crime in it and toss it. It's like a hot car, stolen car. That's what they use it for. But to people who watch New Jersey Drive, they didn't put that in the movie. They made it like it's just a bunch of niggas, little niggas stealing cars to ride around. It's deeper than that. They stealing them to do dirt in them and then ditch the car. It's deeper than just stealing the car,
Yeah, facts. They definitely was getting some kind of outcome. It wasn't just doing it because they was, they was getting means, making ends means. But it's crazy, man, because out here, I'm in Milwaukee, man, and them Kill Boys, this Kill Boy Central, this is where it all kind of started from, man, and them boys kind of figured a way how to pop that ignition and put that USB port. I guess the Kia, and they found a way to put that to get it started with a USB.
I never saw no shit like that.
Man, these boys are smart, man. These young boys are smart for sure. They just, like you were saying, man, they ain't got nowhere else to put it but, to get ends meet, to progress whatever world they live in their reality.
And when the little niggas was explaining how they used the USB port to steal the car, I kept rewinding it, and I still don't know what the fuck he doing.
Well, I guess Kia, their build is with the USB port. So I guess that's what Kia has to change. I guess the way they build the ignition, the key attachment has a USB. So once they pull out that key attachment, you can literally put any USB to it to turn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
that just show you why shit getting too digital too quick without us checking the security measures. Cause nigga, I think that it's been more cars stole exploiting that little feature with Hyundai and Kia than you remember back in the New Jersey Drive days. I don't think that the niggas back then is stealing more cars than these kill boys and kill girls. The kill girls be twerking in the car while it's going damn near 100 miles per hour. These bro, I'm like, this what they doing up north, nigga? These little motherfuckers. Hey, man.
Yeah, man, they dying out here too, Sanchez, man. You should see they actually rebuilding these streets just because stealing cars is so high that at every corner turn they got these metal poles up now, so you can't take sharp turns anymore. You got to take these wide, stupid turns. Every corner they got speed bumps every 2 blocks. Like, yeah, it's crazy, man. Like they definitely changing even traffic now because of what's going on.
That's correct. Hey, man, shout out to the one of the OGs in Philly, man. The brother George making Street Media TV in the house, man. Salutes and welcome back to your second home, man.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, give me a couple minutes. I'm in the store. I'm gonna ring this stuff up, and I'll come on in a minute. All right.
For sure. Hey, because I mean, bringing up Philly, man, he the perfect brother to have on. And I know I'm gonna do a show with Citizen, man, about the Wuhan aspect and how China is doing. He gonna go like real deep with that. Shout out to Jack and my brother Key Norfolk in the motherfucking house as always. My nigga Key, you already know. Kid God, my brother Victor. What's good, Victor? Much love, my brother.
You heard of Matthew Henson?
Say that again.
You heard of Matthew Henson?
Nah. He ain't no can of Tiffany Henson. P. Henson. Nah, that's Henyard. I'm tripping. Nah, but yeah.
Look him up.
Hey, Henyard about to do time. I'm gonna do my little Henyard show coming up soon. But hey, Thug Rob, what up? Yeah, I'll look him up for you and pull him up. You said what's his name? I'll look it up now.
Matthew Henderson. It's gonna shock you, bro.
Yeah, man, but I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. Our government is working with the Chinese, and it's a war against the people. Now they got everybody thinking that we at war with China and trying to compete with them when we working with them to create what we see in Kensington, y'all. Can't make it up. Go watch that documentary. I said I saw that shit. I said I'm gonna promote this shit right here, bro. Because this white boy, this white boy went in on him.
Oh, I just was gonna say, damn near everything you buy in the store say made from China.
I believe China had been took over America, and they just got to make it look like they trying to take it over. When nigga, we right. Damn near in China right now, from the police state and all that. And then think about it. China known for using opioid crisis to go to war with people. Now look at what's happened in America.
Hey, and them niggas known taking opium themselves, bro. That's what they smoke out their pipes.
That's where it come from. Yeah. That's they.
Hey, much love though to the panel. Much love, brother.
What's good, Rob? Salutes, my brother.
China's building AI armies too, man.
Yeah, I didn't know this shit was that deep, bro. It's really deep though.
Yeah, they're really fucking the world up, dude.
It's motherfuckers, bro. It's motherfuckers on the street right now. Remember how Ludacris made that video with them big ass arms, nigga? Get back. I hate the joke, but nigga, I saw some people, nigga, I ain't never saw this nowhere in America but Kensington.
Wait, this
shit called Trink. Bro, I never heard of this shit till I watched that. It's making motherfuckers' limbs swell up. And then they will get sores that don't heal. And it
you talk about that horse tranquilizer stuff?
Yeah, man, that shit's so fucking ugly and nasty. Nigga had a leg so big, that shit hurted me just looking at this shit. Like, God damn. Then he got the dermatologist on there to go into what's happening to the skin. And, you know, they put the little computer animations up and shit. And it's like, nigga, you can't even eat watching this shit.
Yo, bro, Sanchez, you ever heard of a thing called croc they use in Russia? You use this shit, it's just like a flesh-eating thing. I seen this video.
Listen, I thought the croc was gonna get big in America, but the Trink took off.
Man, that shit look worse. That chick ain't had nothing but bones.
You're right. And look, that's what happened with the trink, though. The infection spread to the bone. Now you got to get the limb amputated, just like with the croc.
I don't understand, bro, Sanchez. If you know this shit gonna do to you, or if you seeing somebody else do it, why the fuck you gonna use that?
I don't, bro. That's that's the $1 million question. Yeah.
It's giving up on life. It comes down to the chemical warfare, bro. Like, you know, if you could,
bro, your mind, your lower chakra can't be that goddamn low, knowing something that's gonna destroy your own self.
Bro, hey, if I give you a soda, let me say this, bro. If I give you a soda, right, and it has something in it, you don't know what it has in it, and you get addicted to it, it's not really your fault. It might look like
that's different.
Surface.
That's different.
That's what it is.
Most of them people that's doing them drugs got a friend that undid it or seen it, bitch be like, well, let me try it.
Hey, look, check this out, right? Here's what I'm going to tell y'all. Hear me out. Now, here go the part where you need to have a heart. They interviewed damn near all them people on Kensington who sprung out, laid out in the streets of Philly. Government ain't doing shit because, like I said, we working with China against our own people. But watch this. Everybody they interviewed was saying they had some sort of injury in their life where they had to take painkillers or some strong pain medication, and then some kind of way they couldn't afford the medication and went to like a street alternative that was cheaper. I know they not lying. Cause I got a cousin in my family on my daddy's side. I ain't gonna go too deep into this or whatever. But I do have a family member that, you know, they was on the methadone at first, which is a medicine similar to heroin that they prescribe to you. And when you couldn't afford that anymore, people just went to heroin. The body react weird when you get off that prescribed drug. Like most of the addicts in America are created by the medical mafia industry. And yeah, I'm not taking the blame off the person. I'm saying it's crazy. It's people that never thought they would have been a drug addict. They just got an injury and now they can't stop doing a certain drug.
Hey, bro, and I think that's because like the drugs are based off the opiate is. You know, the heroin is the opiate. And from the heroin, you get other drugs that branches off from that. And that's why people fall back on it as a alternative to use. And then next thing you know, you walk past them on the streets and they strung out. And you judge them for, oh, you're doing a drug. Well, it's because of a simple fact of breaking your leg or a simple fact of not being able to afford a pharmaceutical drug. And that's how they get you in the market. Because they run the physical pharmaceutical market, and then they supply the black market with the same drugs, bro. That's how it is.
Yeah. Hey, salute.
Much love and respect. Much love.
Hey, bro. Love, man, y'all the real pros for covering this topic because this is the real, I'm gonna say, an epidemic in the country, and it's real. Tangible and close to home, something that we could touch and see. But one thing I want to say is, you know, they start bringing this thing in as a way to lean the patients that they had in recovery off of the H word, man. So this is a big thing. They start having Suboxone strips and shit like that. So they start implementing this as a way to lean off one drug. They introduce them to another. Can you speak on that shit, bro?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what we were just saying. See, you talking about somebody put in their gateway drug. Look, I want to talk from that aspect. They talk about weed is a gateway drug. This is a gateway drug. That is one. Most of these prescribed medicines are gateway drugs. When I lost my fingertips, guess what, y'all? They gave me all these strong-ass Percocets. I didn't even like how the Perkies was making me feel. I'm a weed nigga. That gives me more of like I don't know if I'm using the word drowsy, but, you know, I found out that I can stop my pain with Tylenol and Advil. So look, I'm gonna go ahead I was selling my damn Percocet, get my prescription and sell it. And I was saying how the niggas that was buying the shit was so fucking hooked on that little feeling. And I never understood, like, why y'all niggas want to feel like that? Like, nigga, I lost my limbs and I don't need, even though that shit take the pain away real good, I didn't even like the Percocets. I was like, I get the Tylenol. And I was giving that to them. They like, y'all like to feel like that? And they was interviewing a nigga on the trink. And it's a weird ass high, man. It's a, you know what I'm saying? It seemed like niggas really want to die for real. You want to be near death, like in a deep fucking daze.
That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Why would you want to be almost dead? What? I'm like you. I've been smoking weed since I was 14. I never tried nothing else in my life because I done been around a lot of people and see it done to, and I don't know how that shit gonna affect me. It might affect me different. Weed is good enough for me. I am man.
And then with all the good strands they got that they kit, God, we don't need nothing else, man.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Y'all ever kill somebody?
He said, "Yeah, kill somebody." Now, I was just gonna time in and say, man, that was an excellent, spin off from coming from the question I asked. So I appreciated that. I just wasn't trying to ignore you, bro. I was doing something in the back. I appreciate that.
No, I appreciate y'all, brothers, man, for entertaining this with me, because it's a lot of shit going on in the world, and I believe when people say that Diddy shit is a distraction, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. It would, now if you compare it to stuff like this, hell yeah, this is way more deeper shit going on, nigga, because we got loved ones that's using drugs with fentanyl in it, and that's Russian roulette. That shit getting, like, these niggas ain't no chemists. So think you got the trink going on, then you got they got the fentanyl in the trink. Come on, nigga. Like, hey, bro.
Bro, Sanchez, let me tell you this. In other countries other than the U.S., they actually use natural hallucinogenics to get you unhooked from opiates, like ayahuasca or mescaline or kratom. Like, there's a bunch of different, items that you can use to get unhooked from it. But that just shows you the money they making is just, they're raking in the money, bro, and that's it.
I wonder what Sebi would say about some of this shit if he was still alive. Like, you know what I'm saying? How this, because think about this, right? The psychological warfare leads into, see, the whole thing with psychological warfare against the American masses is to make us have low self-esteem, to make us feel like we never good enough and the celebrities are the shit or whatever. Look at the women and shit. They risking their life for BBLs and shit, for cheap ones and shit, get infections. That's like a form of trink, nigga. You ain't doing a drug, but you still getting infected, damn, dying. This shit crazy now, but watch what I'm saying, right? One thing fuels the next one. Once they get everybody's self-esteem down, feeling bad about yourself, that right there is a disease. Yep, I said it. Feeling bad about yourself every day like you ain't good enough, you got a disease, nigga. And how do we try to self-medicate and treat that disease? With drugs. And guess what? The people that feel the worst about themselves do the hardest drugs.
Hey, and then they can utilize that too for labor. They can utilize that too for making you go to work, making you get money, and then next thing you know, you paying for something for pleasure. But when the pleasure is actually, like right now, I'm sitting on this shit, I'm topping it up. That's where the real pleasures of life come from. Like, fucking being open with people and discussing applicable topics and shit, bro.
Yeah, man. Because when a person high, the high is like a brief moment where they literally picked up and feeling good about themselves. Because if you know any addict, when they high, nigga, they'll be uppity, or they'll be, somehow, they'll be off of if they ain't high, they basically depressed, nigga. They ain't got nothing good to say about life. But that's one of the withdrawals too. Like, back to your same problem that you never treated. You just masked it with a fucking drug, like, and that was
you on it.
It'd be crazy though, bro, because not even if they're actually low as a person, they be low as far as their material self, as far as the way they look, as far as the way they feel, and as far as the way their reactions to shit go, but they feel up, even though they feel like they on point, want to fight a motherfucker, but then they be off and shit, like with their reactions. I mean, what is that, man? When it comes to the being under the influence of the certain type of drug, why is it that it make you feel opposite than what you really are? You know what I mean?
You know what? And that's why I said if Dr. Sebi was alive, he would be a beast, because he would go into the chemistry of these drugs to show how they interact with the psychology and neurons and brain cells and shit. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't a lot of that happening no more. Like
he made a good point. Sanchez, let me ask you a question. Say like the red mushrooms, they use that the astral project. Why I can't use opioids to astral project? Like, does the DNA inside the drug make you depressed, or did it make you go a certain way, or can you control the drug? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because a crackhead will go and build a house, like somebody said, and fix a car. But like crack is one of those drugs where you can be definitely a functioning crackhead. I've even seen female crackheads with bodies you wouldn't even know they do crack. You wouldn't think that's a crackhead, and then over time you'll tell. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, crack. I'm starting to look at crack less bad, and that sound crazy with the new shit they got out, nigga. Like crack still bad, nigga. Yeah, crack bad.
That's all like what Lil Boosie said. He said, man, crackhead fix your car. He could shoot threes, but then, you know, when they hit that fat and they gone, they dead.
Yeah. Like crack bad, but the new shit that keep coming out starting to make crack and all that not even look that bad. So you know it's crazy now. When you can name 4, 5 more other drugs that you would if a nigga say, look, you rather your loved one be on this drug right here or crack, right? And you can name 5 more other drugs that they'll be on besides crack. Yeah, that means crack done been demoted in the game.
But look though, hey, that shit way cheaper than that, and you get way more time though too. So it's like a catch-22. It's like a trap, because a new person getting in the gang gonna say, "Well, I'm gonna get the cheapest investment to get the most shit I can get." You know, I try to talk to some youngsters, but you know, you can't really tell people shit if you're not from their time and their era, because they don't respect that, you know, because you're not right there with them. And that's a crazy thing about it, the way they got it set up with the price per capita, should I say, and I'm not sure if that's even the right word, but we talking about the capital of what you can get out of this object. You see what I'm saying? Whether, no matter I don't know the sizes and shit of this shit. This ain't no people that look like me issue, really. It is on the outside, but it's more of an issue of you know, middle class America. This really more they issue. It linked down to us. Our people are not getting this directly. We getting this indirectly, because they're putting in things.
I got y'all. Yeah, I got you. You know, you go ahead. Hold up. Let me take this call. Y'all got.
Okay,
yeah,
we getting in things such as ecstasy pills, and we getting in things such as pills that people don't know that this shit is in. You feel what I'm saying?
Yo.
Hey, Key Norfolk, let me rebuttal you, man. I gotta go.
Yeah.
But it's because, like, you know, who brought up the Amanita, the red mushroom? That was the original drug. But these niggas, right, they find a way to monetize everything. So what they did is they took strains from that shit and they just made it cheaper to produce and mass produce and made it cheaper. So, like you said, young people could buy it, but you know, the outcome is either psychological issues or niggas dying. The money always talk, man. But people need, if you want to get high, you got to go back to the roots. Like, you got to go back to the mushrooms, the pot, you know what I mean? The real shit.
Yeah,
man.
like the brother was saying.
Oh, my bad. I got to go to work.
My bad, bro. But like Kid God, and salutes to Kid God, salutes my brother Victor, Doug Rob, George Macon, everybody on the panel, man. This is a serious topic that we're discussing. I think, like the brother was saying, that this is a different type of drug. It's not a natural high that a person would use to like focus or astral project. See, they got shit like LSD and shit that people really use and focus and have been said to crack codes and shit. When you're dealing with this type of shit, it's a chemical toxic high, and it's a whole different spiral than what's going on.
Somebody in the chat room brought up this shit called flacker. And I never heard of flacker, but I put it up for him, and yeah, you know, I don't know. They said people skin falling off doing this shit, but yeah, I never heard. It's like I said, it's a lot of new shit that got way more horrible effects than some of the shit we grew up with. Like, look at this shit. I don't even know if I can show too much of this shit, but these new drugs got niggas turning into fucking monsters and shit. Like, nigga, like, but
hey, bro, on that flacker, bro, I literally saw a nigga. Now you know what a Jeep Wrangler, a Jeep Cherokee is, the Grand Jeep Cherokee, that one that's double boxed and double bubbled. I seen somebody jump through a rearview mirror, hit that hard ass glass, and just smash through it like a deer, like nothing, bro. Straight up, bro. No bullshit.
And
you can Google
bro,
it.
You mean to tell me they can't feel pain like that on that
bro,
shit?
Hell no, bro. They ain't hungry. They can't feel no pain, nigga.
Bro,
they on some
they
shit.
call flacker the zombie drug, bro, and you know the zombies can't feel pain either. That's fucking crazy,
bro.
Man.
Look that video up, bro. It's gonna show you this nigga jumping through the back of a truck, bro. He jumped right through the back of this bitch, and he come out like
Get the fuck out, bro.
A zombie, like what you saying? I can't believe you ain't never saw this shit and you explaining exactly what the fuck it is.
Somebody just told me about flacker, and I'm just going with what these thumbnails showing. I'm gonna put flacker addict jumps through Jeep window.
Hey, and think about this, bro. The Chinese, they coming out with all the synthetic drugs, bro. They taking the base drugs and they're making them synthetic and cheap. Even with the vapes and the nicotine, bro. Like, just you gotta look into that shit.
Yeah, I don't know which video it is, but maybe this one it.
Only on 2 tonight, incredible video.
Is this it, Key? Anaheim? Did it happen in Anaheim?
I think that's it, bro. Because I think that back of the truck, he finna jump in there. Let's see.
Shout out to everybody that hit the Cashapp. I really appreciate y'all. This channel is monetized, but I don't think the people are, so it don't look like I'm gonna be getting no money. I'm just bullshitting with y'all. Let's go.
I'm about to hit you, bro. Don't even trip.
Nah, it's all good. Let me play this. I want to see this shit, bro.
Only on 2 tonight, incredible video of a naked man on a rampage in Orange County, even jumping right through windows. It happened in the parking lot of an Anaheim apartment complex on Mungo Drive. CBS 2 Stacey Butler is live in Anaheim, where she talked to a woman who witnessed it all. Stacey.
There's always a floor.
And Pat, residents tell me that man stripped off all of his clothes in this field behind me. Then he jumped over the fence and crossed paths with a very disturbed neighbor.
That guy was
oh my God! Damn!
He was on something.
When Clarissa
and bro, when you go butt naked and dive into a car window like that, and you get back up like ain't nothing happened, you would have to shoot this man a couple times and kill him, and you gonna have to kill him, man.
He ain't done, bro.
Yeah, you not gonna win with this dude, bro. This drug is crazy. And I'm going to tell you something before I hit play. They was experimenting with drugs like this during the war to try to make soldiers not feel pain. So I can see whatever they was doing in those experiments is kind of bleeding into some of these new drugs to where that aspect is still in those drugs. But yeah, that's crazy.
Bro, can I ask you one question real quick? Do you agree that what you just said about those experiments, wasn't that the whole thing about the man who stare at goats?
I have to refresh myself on the man who stare at goats and see how I can compare to it.
Military experiment? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up. We can check them out. This is fucking crazy right here, man.
Then very.
You know, he hopped that gate naked, and you know them little spikes right there probably was cutting his thighs, his balls. He don't feel none of that. Now, that'll be crazy for your high to die off and you just in excruciating pain and you don't know how. And they show you a video of you diving into a fucking car window. Like, the reason it's a zombie drug, because in nature, there are certain animals that can turn their prey into a zombie and make that animal do harmful things to itself. Like, there are animals out there that'll put like a
neurotoxin, specific type of neurotoxin.
Yeah, it'll put a node attachment, and it'll make that animal kill itself, do all kind of shit that it wouldn't do, and that's like the kind of why they call that the zombie drug. It's bro.
And let me say this shit too. If you look at the Chinese, they're really addicted to routine, right? So they get them in routine like they're robots, bro. And then when they come out with these synthetic drugs, they could practically be used as like cannon fodder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, my thing too, Thug Rob, and thank you, Thug Rob, for your support. Salutes, my brother. Yeah, my thing too is like what kind of make my hair stand up watching this shit. You only gonna like, as this shit get worse, you gonna have more people like this. This man put a dent in that car with his body, and he got up like nothing ain't happened, bro. I believe a real zombie apocalypse can happen in America, bro. If it's an epidemic of addicts on stuff like this. Yeah.
Hey, you see that in Kingston all day long. That's what you see. You see them fighting and shooting at the cops like that. The documentary he did was light work. You gotta just watch the news, like Philadelphia news on the weekends. Like those type of addicts be getting in shootouts with the police, man, down there in Kingston, like every other weekend, man. And waking up, if they survive, not even remembering or knowing what happened. So you have now, the new mayor came in as a black woman. They done cleaned the whole area out. And they done moved them, because it's not one block, it's like 10 blocks. All the way down from Orleans and Kingston, all the way up to Somerset, Allegheny. It stretches all the way down up into Bridge and Pratt. So it's a whole area. And it's a multi-million-dollar spot. And it looked like something that you would have saw in the 80s, but like how the Bronx and how San Francisco looked in the 80s during the crack wars and the heroin, and how they cleaned up those areas and gentrified, they never ever cleaned Philadelphia up, but in Baltimore. They just never cleaned them up. So when you come through there, it looked like something that we tell stories about from back in the day and people don't believe you. And can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's like I said, I did a video down there right in the middle of Dauphine Park, right at Orleans in Indiana, off of Kingston. And like you hit it on the head. They drive the property value down, but now they buying a lot of the property. The property value is going up. Like that used to be an all white neighborhood. It was Port Richmond and Fishtown. But now to buy a house down that way, even with all them zombies, we call them day walkers, it's like $200,000-$300,000. Right around the corner, and all the houses around that surrounds that is $200,000 and $300,000. So they moving everybody up to Frankfurt. That's the next block. That's the next big block up. So they moving them all up there. Yeah, it's messed up. But the trank drug, they call it Zolantine.
I never saw no shit like it because, dude, I be watching a lot of videos on Kensington. Like Kensington is like the most popular spot in America right now for like vlogging and shit. At first it was Skid Row, but it's been it was Skid Row and Kensington, but Kensington been winning now because of this like trank shit, because it ain't nothing like it. You don't see this on Skid Row. When motherfuckers is going down Kensington, you see people with limbs cut off and shit from this shit. Like
well, they was using first they was using the fentanyl, and when the fentanyl came in, see the thing is, back in the day we had already knew about fentanyl because I used to hustle back in the day on Orleans, right up the street from Dauphine Park back in the day, and that was like a $40,000 a day block, easy. But around the corner was $100,000 a day block. And when I say this, people are like, man, you crazy, but you got to be there to see it. So what happened was, when they brought the fentanyl in, a lot of people didn't know what fentanyl was, and they didn't know how to cut it. With fentanyl, you got to cut fentanyl like between 10 and 12 times, and then mix it with the dope before you put it out there so you don't kill nobody. These guys was getting bricks of fentanyl and just cutting it once, or just selling you straight fentanyl, and it was killing people in droves, like all over the place. Because and the powers that be knew this. They knew that it was a new generation of people that didn't understand how fentanyl works, and didn't know that you got to cut the fentanyl before you mix it with the dope. So they was putting it out there, and that's what really started getting Philadelphia that big notoriety, because of the bodies that was dropping. But we had already on the East Coast, Philadelphia had always had the purest form of heroin because it's a tri-city. All the drugs would come in through Philadelphia and then get shipped up to New York. You can't get nothing in New York City because the security through those systems is so tight. So it would come in through Philadelphia. Everything was here. We got the third largest Latino population on the East Coast, so you can get everything here.
Hey George, hey George, you being a OG man from Philly, it was a part of the documentary that I heard the white boy talking about, where he was like, the street dealers can't get the trank directly from the veterinary. That's come from people who deal with animals and shit, like veterinarian motherfuckers and shit. He was saying how like the mobs and shit in Philly are the only ones with the direct connect with those vets, and they don't do no street dealing, but the mobs really are at the top, like at the top of the
gang.
You know,
the motorcycle gangs, the white boys, the motorcycle gangs get it. The motorcycle gangs get it, and they sell it to the Latinos, or they sell it to like if you like a big dog, like some of the big dogs, they get it, and it just trickles down. But a lot of times, man, like the motorcycle gangs was the guys that had the meth and the xylazine and stuff like that. You would get it from them, or if you had somebody that had a connect that knew a doctor or somebody, or like that, or because Chinatown is right there too. If you was cool with some of those triads. Because you can get it through them. Like the mob, it's black dudes that can get it too, but you have to be a big dog. You have to know somebody. Like the Asians, if you cool with them dudes down in Chinatown, you can get that China white, you can get that fentanyl, you can get that xylazine.
Yeah, that xylazine, that's what it's called.
It just all depends on who you know. And see, people got to realize, man.
Hey, y'all mind if I speak on this, man?
People got to know Philly, the 5th biggest city in America, man. You can get everything here. Everybody and everything is everybody.
That xylazine, that xylazine, Baltimore, Philly. Listen, a bottle of that shit worth so much because that's what they making the trank shit with. Man, it's so many documentaries on that shit. I don't know why lately I just been fascinated with the top. I've been binge watching shit. That's why I brought this up. Who wanted the mic? That was Key. Which one?
Yeah,
I was killing people after one dope.
Yeah,
man.
man.
You got it, bro.
Okay, hey, shout out to you, George, because I wanted to say, man, I lived in New Hampshire for so long, and you right, it come up through Philly, right in Philly and Baltimore. That's the major port on the East Coast, where Philly and Baltimore is. You know what I mean? You always got a city called Portsmouth on the edge of the state. You know what I mean? Where shit come, and Baltimore and Philly got the biggest ports right there. So this shit it's a secured pipeline. Like you only got 95 north and you got 85. So you ain't got but 2 highways. It ain't like you got a whole bunch of systems coming into this place when you go up into those tight areas. And you know what I mean, George? You know that area, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that shit come right from there, like he said. And then when people say mafia, See that people mind go back to suits, Italians, all that type of shit. But you gotta, it's not who the people are and what they look like, it's who's handling that business. And when you went to the motorcycle gangs, man, that's how I know you know exactly what you're talking about. Me being in touch with
Yeah, and
different areas. Yeah.
the mob is pretty much null and void. These niggas deal directly with motorcycle gangs themselves or the Asians. And see, the thing is with Philly, I'm gonna give y'all some game on something. When y'all watch these documentaries and y'all be on YouTube, you see New York guys, Chicago guys, they always talking about the big gangsters and who New York or who ran the town. You never see Philly. You notice Philly, the fifth biggest city in America, you never see big time dope boys telling stories about what go on in Philly. You see all kinds of kingpins from Chicago because here, all right. Here in Philly, to tell your story is considered snitching. So Philly is always a hub where a lot of the people like to come because you're not going to have a bunch of. You might hear a story about JBM, but that's it. It's like 1,000 JBMs here, but you don't hear. It's not like Chicago or Philly where you got all these YouTubers telling stories about the OGs. You don't know nothing about the OGs here in Philly because the talk is considered snitching. So a lot of these dealers like to come here and do business because they can stay under the radar in Philadelphia.
You know what, bro? That's so fucking deep because I always used to wonder where the hell is Philly's Bumpy Johnson? Where the hell is Philly's Frank Lucas and goddamn Al Capone? And I know Philly got the fucking kingpins, but it's like it's shrouded in mystery who the fuck they are in Philly. That's facts, bro.
You know something, Sanchez? You can go online, you can see 1,000 stories about a bunch of steppers from New Orleans, a bunch of killers from New York. If you go to Philly, they're gonna talk about the Black Mafia. That's it. Nothing else. It's very rare can you find any other story, but Philly got almost 2 million people in the city, and it's broke off into different areas. And see, the thing is, if I came on here and I said, yeah, I was a big time drug dealer, I'm doing this, and I got a crew. See, in Philly, like, say if you was a part of my crew, and I'm online telling stories about how we sold drugs, I'm snitching on you. That's how we look at it here in Philly. Damn, nigga, why you telling our fucking business, nigga? You ratting. Because if Sanchez say he wasn't a part of my crew, it didn't exist, but if I come on here and say the crew existed, I'm snitching. Philly, you get killed for that kind of shit. That's why you don't see shit in magazines about Philadelphia. So with that being said, a lot of how you get Kingston exists in Philly because a lot of those connects come here because they can stay under the radar. It's not like New York City and other places where everybody go tell the big story about the big dog that lived here. It don't happen in Philadelphia.
It seemed like Philadelphia niggas still operate like the old mob. You know, we don't want no spotlight, cause Capone was the first like mob nigga to get flashy. He was like the Nicky Barnes of the mob, like want the publicity and shit. Then you had all the like the flashy ass mobsters. And then with like today, all the niggas like that, they end up working with the fucking police and shit.
See, the question
Hey, Sanchez, let me ask you this, bro. Who is the biggest mob in the U.S.?
The FBI and the CIA.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
Good. Yeah.
So if they could get their drugs, and if they could get it for cheap, and if they could get it synthetic, and if they can monetize it, they'll take that path. And my whole thing about this, and I'm gonna drive it home, is China is the bed for that shit. They make synthetic drugs. They make synthetic. I can't even say the word, but yeah, and like you said at the beginning, they send it here and it's literally warfare because people die from it. But yeah, man, y'all have a good day, man. I'm finna clock in. Y'all boys.
Yeah, this is the question people should ask. Philadelphia has one of the biggest Chinatowns in America, right? You never gonna see Chinatown get busted, right? How come all these people is doing these big documentaries on this multi-million? I'm talking about, cause see, that's just the one block, right? One strip. People don't see that whole area is full of $100,000 a day blocks. That whole area, the whole area of we call it the Badlands, right? How come they never show you none of the kingpins? How come none of y'all that live in other cities can say, yo, this guy right here was running this block? Yeah. But you can do that. You can literally show people from other cities in the blocks they ran. How come you can't pull up a black dude or a Spanish dude that was running this block, that was running these blocks? But you know they exist. You could do it for Baltimore. You can't do it for Philadelphia. Why? This is the shit that we be talking about. It's the corruption of Philadelphia and it's the silence. Now, they're not going to bust Chinatown. They're going to go clean up everything, but they're not going to bust Chinatown. Listen, you got niggas that's multi-millionaires here dealing directly with the Asians, bro. Directly. They ain't got to go through no white man. This shit is, man, listen, this shit is a whole another ballgame. I'm from Philly. You never seen me do videos about kingpins from Philly because that could put me in jeopardy.
Yeah. And that's
you can't do that.
And you know something real quick, man. They was saying how it's like from one stop sign to the next one because Kensington is a long ass road. People know it, but like from just one block of Kensington, what this white dude was interviewing, they did the adding up, they did the math and shit. They was talking to the dealers, and they was saying how this one little section was over $500,000 a day. A day. $500,000 a day. That shit what Frank Lucas and them was doing back in the day.
Man, listen, when I was 19, man, we was listen. I'm gonna send you the documentary I did. We was riding around, bro, and all kinds of NSXs and BMWs and everything. That shit never stopped. I mean, it was like I can't even explain. Like you watch New Jack City, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Carter.
How that shit, every block was like that. I grew up like that, going to school as a kid, and you gotta be careful not to step on heroin needles or crack vials. That shit was like, so we used to see New York and in Carter, we was like, man, that shit ain't nothing. You gotta come to Philly. That shit was like that I grew up in that shit.
And the shit's so corrupted. It's so corrupted, and I'm gonna fall back here, and and later people in the chat, we're gonna talk about on the panel how the people at the top of this drug industry in our streets working with the government and the mobs can just change the prices of certain things and dictate the land values in certain areas. So there's a connection between drug prices and land value, and that's how the cartels and mobs determine which areas get gentrified when and how. Boom, boom, boom. It's like a big intricate triangle connection. We're gonna go into it, but y'all got it. Yeah.
Just oh my bad. Just to go into exactly what you saying, Sanchez. I'm glad that you know what I'm saying, a nigga on the same wavelength, because what I was gonna say was the way most black people get it, or so-called black people. Don't crucify me for that. It's a lot of bullshit going on, but check it. The way a lot of our people get this shit is because it's getting put into other drugs. Don't forget, George said that earlier. So that's what's happening on our side. But on the other side, they actually know what this shit is and they want it and they buying it. So by the time our people get it, they done had 3 or 4 drug tests telling them, hey man, you wasn't on pills, you wasn't on coke, you was on this was showed up. That's how it's getting introduced to us. Like you see what I'm saying? So that's how the value changed. Because are you just cutting some other shit with this, or are you selling this pure? You feel me?
Hey George. Hey George.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, ain't Kensington all white section, ain't it?
No. Kensington is a bunch of poor whites and mostly poor whites and Latinos. You have blacks that live in the Badland parts and part of Frankfurt, but the majority of the drug addicts there are white and Spanish. But the people that selling the dope is Puerto Rican boys and blacks. But now you got a bunch of Cubans moved in, Colombians and all that kind of stuff. But see, like I'm African American and Cuban, so I grew up between the black side and the Spanish side growing up in Philly. So I used to live down there. So and
I grew up in the Badlands. I grew up in North Philly. So
yeah, so you in the Badlands, and the Badlands is adjacent to Kensington. It's all connected. The blacks live more on the Badlands side. The whites and the dirty Puerto Ricans live. A lot of the dirty Puerto Ricans lived on the Kensington and Frankfurt side. But I was telling them, like the Badlands, those blocks get just as much money as Kensington do. People, they don't know, man. Like, who this Big Dog Philly?
What happened?
Hello?
Nah, Philly ain't on here.
Yeah,
The
brother I'm talking to from Philly, he'll tell you, like, the be from here, like, we got the social media era now. So a lot of the young people be online talking, but you're not gonna really go online. If you go online and you show up and you look up like Kensington, like you might see like Kensington Kingpins, you're not gonna see stuff on YouTube. You gotta go to like the newspapers because we don't tell our stories here. You're not allowed to tell your story. Telling your story or having a conversation about what's going on in Kensington is considered snitching. Them niggas will kill you for that, man.
Yeah.
You can't do no talking here.
Yeah.
And that's one of the problems why it's hard to clean this shit up, because when as much as clout chasers go on YouTube and everybody doing documentaries, they're not doing documentaries on the kingpins.
Hey,
Hey,
OG,
George,
That's
I got a
facts.
quick question for you,
OG Philly
brother.
about to come up, Sanchez.
Hey man, I'm gonna tell you right now. I believe the shit's so deep with Philly. Now, I'm not from there. I believe when you go to looking at the top for they kingpins and shit, you gonna even probably go to finding government motherfucking people and like real people you wouldn't even expect connected with shit, which is why it's so probably like that though. But that's just my theory though.
Everything is just her. It's just her.
Yeah.
And
I do
think
got a question. Oh, I was saying I do got a question, bro. Sanchez or anybody can answer it. Didn't this stuff start in the 60s, 70s when the government was testing people? And I heard a story about it was testing this white man, and he stole some of the drugs and put it in the streets. I don't know if it was New York or Philly first, something like that.
Yeah, I'll let somebody else answer it since you talking about the 60s and stuff and the 70s and stuff. Oh, and shout out to OG Philly for hopping on too.
Philly got a big
Grand Rising,
Jewish
everybody.
population.
Black power. Black motherfucking power.
That motherfucking
Black
power.
power,
Salute,
OG.
my brother.
Salute.
I got a
Sanchez,
question for George, real quick. George,
I'm here, bro.
was it Trenton PD or Camden PD that got shut down because of Philly's drug problems too? That the whole department was so corrupt they
That
needed
was
to.
Camden. That was Camden. The mayor was a former drug kingpin, but
There
Camden
you go.
and Philly is all tied in together though. It's
I
because of the
knew
Spanish
it.
people.
I
That's
knew
all
it.
tied in together.
I knew it that the government is corrupted with that shit too in Philly.
They had to shut down the whole PD on the whole town. They needed to bring
Yeah, the
in
Sanchez
the
government
state
took over
troopers
the
from
whole
New
town.
Jersey to take care of the city because they were so fucking corrupt in there. It was crazy. Like the whole department, bro. The whole department. From the newest
That
officer
was the
to the
year.
oldest officer, they all got fired.
That was the year Camden was the murder capital. Camden was like the murder capital for a couple years straight. For like a small town like that, but Camden is funny. If Sanchez pulled up Camden right now off of Broadway, it looked like a bomb hit it. It looked like Beirut. I mean, Camden is fucked up, man. Camden is right across the bridge from Philly, but that's all connected. That's all the same family. It's all the same people. But again, you look up. If you look up Camden kingpins, you're not going to find none because it's all quiet.
Nothing either.
You know,
Exactly.
you're not going to find them. And just think about that, Sanchez. A lot of people call us
Nah,
conspiracy
you got
theorists the way
that
we
Fed
talk.
magazine with Kenny Wallace snitching in Camden.
What the hell? I was wondering what all that noise was. Yeah, hello?
He said somebody was snitching in Camden or something like that. Is Camden
I said Kenny Waller was. They had Kenny Waller from Camden in the Feds magazine.
Camden, New Jersey, ain't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's right across the water.
Yeah,
Yeah, it ain't
Camden.
that
Right across
far.
the Delaware River.
Yeah.
Camden is a fucking I heard it goes hard. Been going hard.
Yeah. Back in the day, it was like 7 years in a row. That was the murder capital of United States, bro. 7 years in a row.
If you go to
Yeah,
Camden, you come on.
I was over there at that time. I'm from the South, but I was on the East Coast from
If you
2000
go to
to
Camden, right off
2014.
Broadway. You make it right off Broadway, you want to see zombies. Camden's still fucked up though. It's real dangerous. Nobody goes to Camden at nighttime because they shoot the night lights out, and it'd be pitch black on those blocks out there. So you'd be crazy, Camden, man. And
Yo, my
Camden,
nephews and them kicked me out of Camden.
Hey, I was gonna say this real quick. This how bad Philly is. If you hit somebody in Kensington, keep going. Because you know they either trying to set you up and rob you or kill you. That's how bad it is in Kensington.
And the
And
thing is,
you supposed to, we know you supposed to stop, but advise you hit somebody in Camden, you better not stop. I mean, Kensington.
yeah, and see the thing is too, with Philly is different from other cities. The blacks and the Puerto Ricans are together. So it's not like you have a separation from the Latinos and blacks. Like when you go down there, the blacks and Puerto Ricans are like one family. So that's another reason why you don't get a bunch of
Big
stitches and
fact.
separations like that. Because you might have gangs where it's blacks and Puerto Ricans together, and the Puerto Rican might run the gang or the blacks. So our demographics as opposed to other cities is different. Like how New York be having them Latinos and blacks fighting each other and different. That shit don't happen in Philly. We don't like white people.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Then associated
Big
nietas from
facts,
Philly are
George.
crazy, bro.
Yeah,
So,
we all.
speaking of white people, that was a part of the documentary that went into how the white flight affected Philly as well. Like, and it was going deep into, y'all familiar with the white flight?
Yeah.
Nah,
No,
not me.
it affected a lot of areas where I'm from. I'm a Southwest Philly. It affected that, and it affected over there. But those whites is coming back to Kensington. They coming back to Kensington now. But what's going to be fucked up in Kensington not going to be fucked up no more. It's going to be Frankfurt that's messed up real bad now because they moved them all up the road to Frankfurt.
Yeah, that's what they were saying.
And George, real quick, George, you know about 33rd and Diamond, the zoo area. That was a predominantly our people. Now they got $1 million homes in that section. They did the same thing over there.
Bro, from 33rd,
go ahead, brother Sanchez.
From 29th Street, from 29th, if you go to 29th and Dolphin, all the way up to like Norris and all those, and then you turn and go down to 33rd till you get to the Del East. That whole area was another multi-million-dollar strips and all that kind of stuff. They shut all that shit. They shut all that shit. Yep. Yeah. I used to hang up there on Arizona Street. That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. Like, people keep talking about Kensington. Shit, the Badlands right before you get to Kensington was even more, just as much money down there as it was. But they didn't care. Watch this, Sanchez. This is the part where people miss. They only care about Kensington because it's a strip that takes you straight up to the northeast, right up into Bridge and Pratt, right? When you deal with that strip from Lehigh, from Lehigh up to Indiana, that's like going into Port Richmond and all those places. It was white folks. So you had a bunch of white folks walking around like zombies. But if you go 3 blocks up to like B in Indiana and B in Allegheny, that's blacks and Ricans. They don't give a fuck about them. They'll never bring the cameras up there. If you go up there, and my brothers from Philly know what I'm talking about. C in Clearfield, D in Wyoming. They don't care nothing about the niggas and Puerto Ricans. They only showing Kensington because it's white folks. And the real estate down there is worth a lot of money. That's the only reason why they give a fuck. Even that white boy doing a documentary. Tell him to take his punk ass to D in Wyoming. Tell him to go over to the other side, over by Frankfurt, and do it. They don't care. They don't care though. That shit is cool. Yeah. Go over the my brother from Philly that's watch this. Tell me to go over the 5th in Indiana and over to 9th and Clearfield, around there where the graveyard at, around the turn, where they used to call it the Walking Dead. Go over there and record over there. Do your documentaries on that side.
And like George just said, George said, in Philly, we don't like white people and we don't like cops.
Nope.
Go ahead, bro. You got it.
It's the truth. It's the truth. And the reason.
Thank you, George.
Why,
thank you, brother. Because brother know how I stand on what I stand about the police. We don't deal with them. Go ahead, George. You got it.
And the reason why we don't deal with white folks like that, and I'm not saying that to say that I hate all white people, because I don't.
Exactly. There you go, George.
Growing up in Philly, it was so racially segregated. We wasn't allowed, especially people like our age. I'm 49. We wasn't allowed to go over there with white folks, man. You got caught over there with white folks. They tried to kill you, man. When I was growing
fighting
up.
them. We were. That's who we were fighting.
So blacks and Puerto Ricans
get home.
Yep. Blacks and Puerto Ricans had no choice but to be together. So you got whole black neighborhoods, and then you got whole black and Puerto Rican neighborhoods. And we couldn't go over there with the white folks. Man, listen, they'll beat, you get into fights, and they'll try to, like, they'll roll on you. We'll come back and beat them up, and the police will come beat us up and lock us up. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And you know what's funny? When I first came to YouTube, I had to learn how to interact with other groups outside of my demographic because of the way we view white folks. See different people, and people would get mad at me because I was cool with, like, a lot of people on the West Coast didn't get along with Mexicans, but I'm black, but my mom is Cuban, my dad African American. Live in Philly, so I got along with Latinos. People would get mad at me for getting along with Latinos. I didn't understand at first how blacks and Mexicans didn't get along. That was like foreign to me, but I had to remember I'm from a different place.
Yeah.
So here, like, it wasn't really like no Mexicans here, but the Mexicans, is little of them. They don't like the shit they do on the West Coast or whatever. They don't never change. There's too many niggas. And then Puerto Ricans, they gonna side with Mexicans.
Hey, basically, y'all, and shout out to George. He cut off. I don't know if he's still on or whatever, but looked like his jump was gone. He'll hop back on. I'll drop the link. But I was muted. Okay, there we go. Yeah, he was cutting in and out. Y'all. Oh yeah, you was just cut. Yeah, I can wait.
Because where I'm at, where I'm driving,
okay.
I'm driving through the park.
Yeah, basically,
I'm driving through the park. So
yeah, what I was saying, right? I was muted, but y'all could hear me. I'll just repeat it to them. I was just telling people there's a lot of people like on the West Coast when Philly and George was saying they don't mess with white people, but they don't hate them all. I said on the West Coast it's crazy because you can have black gangs that are a blend of blacks and Hispanics, and then you can go over a few blocks and the black gangs are beefing with the Hispanic gangs and they don't fuck with each other, and the Hispanic gangs call them the N-word and they call them racist shit, and they don't fuck with, it's like some real racist shit with the gang element too. So it's weird on the West Coast to where, like they were saying, their attitude comes from the fact that it was street politics in their area from an upbringing. And just like you got gangs on the West Coast that'll fucking be beefing with like Aryan Brotherhood or white gangs or whatever and shit like that. But then I have white homeboys when they get out of jail, but in jail you can't really fuck with whites. It's on some prison shit or it's weird shit like I'm just talking about how
Go ahead. I'm listening, Sanchez.
No, I was just saying how it's kind of street politics too. I don't even think more of it is based upon just racism so much today, with a lot of people not fucking with this group or that group.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This group probably, because they blurred the lines because gentrification. They moving us all together now, so it's a different world we live in. But when I was growing up, it was about race. Yeah. You better keep your ass over there. Get your ass for going into a certain neighborhood when he told you not to. Back in the day.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a different. It's all different. But like when the white boy did the documentary. A lot of those documentaries are only because you see white people walking around like zombies. I just tell them, listen, if you go to Dauphine Park, I gotta send you the documentary I did from Dauphine Park. If you go to Dauphine Park and you drive 5 blocks up, to be in Indiana and then go up to 4th in Indiana where the park at, man, you gonna be like, what the fuck? But up there, it ain't nothing but blacks and Puerto Ricans. They not gonna go. First of all, the white folks not gonna go up there to do the documentary because they too scared, unless they got the police with them. They not gonna go up there. So, but that's where we like a lot of times when I'm in the street doing my activism work, we down there, we the block. We don't be on Kingston because you got enough white police down there. Now that we go up to the areas where they ain't there. So nah, man, that shit is all that shit, and it's
yeah. When you give me that, when you give me the clip to it, I'm gonna review it, man. And we'll pull it up.
And real quick, George. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no. Remember we had the riots? We had the riot and they tore the city apart. Man, I went to every neighborhood in the city and was recording, man. And I went down there and was recording, talking to the youngins outside, everything, man. Recording the blocks, walking up and down the blocks, Dauphine Park, everything. Yeah, I mean, with my camera phone, just walking up and down.
And I just wanted to say this real quick, like Philadelphia got strict gun laws, but once you leave Philadelphia, it's an open carry state. You see what I'm saying? And that's another thing made me leave the strict gun laws that Philly had. But like I said, if you go out to the suburbs, it's basically open carry throughout the rest of the state.
You know what I noticed too, though? You know what I noticed too, though, bro? My brother from Philly. A lot of people outside of Philly don't know nothing about Philly, and it's funny because, but the reason why is because nobody tells the story. You can't go to Don Diva magazine or you can't type in YouTube, like you can, like all these so-called guys coming home from jail and they got YouTube channels and ain't none of them from Philly. None of them from Philly. All these big time guys and shit like that. So a lot of people don't really know. They just see the murder rate, but they don't know what's going on here.
And listen, guys, this topic we on now is the main story for our Wild Out Wednesday, man. Because, but also in addition to that, later on, man, I want y'all to hit the like and share button. But later on, we're gonna be talking about this new theory, that Puffy hired a Nation of Islam nigga to kill Pac. So, the dude that killed Pac, and it's just, we can talk about all this. I'm gonna be all over the place. I just wanted to throw this in here.
The former cop dude, red, yeah.
And they always showed him in that red bow tie, and I never put two and two together. And now they saying he was a Muslim.
Yeah, I don't think he was hired by Puffy though. I think that was some other politics, man, and some other shit that come with it. I don't think Puffy did that shit though. But I know, that Tupac killing, man. I think that was some other shit going on too, man. Some of that other shit. That family he come from, the whole dynamic with that shit, man. And that, remember, before he got killed, he was trying to go to the polls and create what was the name of that shit that he called it? He did that in 1996. He did the last interview he did when he said he was going to create the Nation of Thugs at that time, and he was going to take all the young people he was going to use his star power to take all the young people to the polls for votes. And he was talking about reparations back then, and they killed his ass. Go look at his last interview he did. I forgot what it was on, and he was talking about the Thug Nation, and he said he gonna get raise millions. He gonna take it to the polls and take it political, and he was gonna do what Larry Hoover was trying to do. He was gonna use his stardom. He talked about that in his interview. It's funny how they always suppress that interview. When I get to the house, I'll pull that shit up. He talked about all that. Talk about the Thug Nation. See, he could talk all that nigga shit. When you start talking like that with the stardom he had and the way that the youth loved him the same way they love Khalid, he got to die. He got to die. We can't have these niggas talking about they ain't gonna be real niggas no more. They going to the polls to clean their communities up. Because you remember, he was still in talks with Matula and Geronimo Pratt and all of them. Man, they killed his ass, man. They killed him. He was trying to. He said it in his song with No More Pain. Go listen to the lyrics to No More Pain and listen to what he said.
I'm just saying it made me think different because people asking me in the chat like what I mean. What I'm saying is when they sketched out that first drawing of the guy that killed Pac, he had the red bow tie on. People were saying he a blood, but now people saying no, he was a Muslim. And so now that's kind of throwing in some NOI shit. People been theorizing that they do hits too. But see, that's a whole theoretical, whole nother lane. I wanted to throw that up though, because that was a new theory coming up because of all this Puff Daddy shit. Everybody talking, so that was something I thought was crazy.
I know the government, the CIA, and the FBI always use us or always try to spin the narrative, but like if we unpack the certain things, you look at his mom and you look at the family that he come from and his father and all of those people, and then what he was talking about doing in his lyrics and what he was trying to do, and actually trying to further what they was doing, but using it through his platform, all of a sudden he got killed. But I just tell people, go look at the last year of his interviews he was doing, and go back. And now that we older with a more mature mind, go back and listen to his music, to his last album. Listen to what he was saying. And go back, just play that song, "No More Pain." And when he says something to run a whole nation, and what he was talking about, and then man, the motherfuckers was listening to that shit, man.
Yeah,
I was talking about. Yeah, go ahead.
No, Citizen Man was giving me some more receipts with that. He's right. Gene Deal was saying how the NOI killed Biggie because the dude with the bow tie came up and hollered at Puff Daddy before he was even alleged in the shit. Yeah, I'm gonna fall back. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all kinds of things, but that's something that we're not gonna be able to prove. It's gonna be speculation, but we don't really know. We don't really know. I know that dude was a bank. They said he was a bank robber and all. It was just a whole bunch of shit going on with that guy. He was a former cop. He was a bank robber. He was this, and they had like different theories of different people that's supposed to kill them. So I don't trust none of that shit, man. I just look at his background. I look at his background, the family background, where he come from, and what the government did to the Black Panthers. And he's a Black Panther baby.
Did Diddy and the Meek situation ever bring anything to Philly like that? Because Puff Daddy had like he got a mansion in L.A. and shit. He got little shit. He had Bad Boy South in Atlanta and all that. Did he ever? I'm just trying to see how big was Diddy influence in Philly.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. If you study the Philly scene and the Philly rap scene, most Philly rappers get killed, bro, or they killing each other. They motherfuckers don't care nothing about none of that shit. Philly, like it's fucked up here, bro. You ever see the thing where Meek said he would sign more Philly artists if they wasn't killing each other, and then all the Philly artists told him he couldn't come back to Philly?
He showed his
Philly rappers. You listen. That's why I keep saying they keep talking about Chicago. Nigga, if you a Philly rapper, then these niggas get blown away, bro. They kill each other like wholesale out here. So motherfuckers, and then on top of that, niggas out here is getting money, man. The motherfuckers don't be giving a fuck about none of that shit, man. That's be TV shit. That's why I said like people don't be knowing like. And then there's a city of neighborhoods. Everybody don't fuck with each other like that. So it's just different. It's just different. And it's just one of those cities that's not talked about. So it's like a lot of people don't understand the politics or how this shit works. But I don't know.
Philly always had like a code of secrecy. We got to keep in mind now. Prince Hall, from Philly and shit.
The
niggas.
The code of secrecy in Philly came from two places. It came from the mafia and it came from the black mafia. Because here the Muslims still run in town. So if you was black and the only way you really gonna get some paper here is you have to be. If you ain't Muslim, nigga, you ain't got no protection. Anybody can come get you. So the Muslims ran this town, like period, and it was just sworn in secrecy. Now you had snitches in court, but for people, I'm just saying, for people to really go out, like I said, I can go on YouTube right now and find out who a New Orleans gangster or stepper, and I can find one. I can see whole documentaries on it. Or Chicago, you can't do that in Philadelphia. For Philadelphia, because it's just considered telling. That's a good thing and a bad thing too, because the city's so fucked up because you got a lot of niggas that do a lot of fucked up shit in the city and they get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
They get away with it because nobody tells. Nobody tells, and it's sometimes it's niggas that do shit that should be told.
Yep, that's
That
facts.
should be told on. And here I am, 49
like George said, either you Christian or you Muslim.
Yeah, and the Christians ain't really in the street doing the wild shit. It's the Muslims, and that's not all Muslims. So let me make that a disclaimer because all my Muslim brothers ain't out here killing each other. But you have a street element of out here, and the majority of them that's doing that, they claim to be Muslim. So you're not gonna be out here telling, and then you got to go to the feds. Nigga, they gonna kill you, man. So motherfuckers here like it's closed mouth, man. I'm not telling them niggas nothing. I'm not talking to no magazines. So and that's why the city is so fucked up too, because you gotta like I'll say it and I'll be the first. I'll say this cleanly: is a lot of you niggas need to be snitched on. You niggas need to be somebody need to tell on you motherfuckers because you niggas the shit that you niggas doing today.
Let me ask you something real quick too, because when I was young, I used to love Philadelphia Freeway, one of my favorite rappers on the rock and shit during that time. And I used to remember telling myself, because everybody have a culture shock with everybody's city. One thing about Philly was the idea of these gangster Muslims, you know, like what they got in the Taliban and shit. It's like Philly got these Muslims that's really on some black jihad type shit. And then it's like, it is crazy because when you say Muslims run Philly, most folks tend to think, well, the NOI runs Philly. No, it's a different kind of Muslim. It's matter of fact, it ain't the NOI. We just because you ain't the Muslims in Philly ain't no suit and tie niggas. They like big beard, like Freeway and shit. Like it's different kind of.
I'll explain it to you. They was first NOI brothers, and then the first resurrection changed over in like the late 70s after Elijah Muhammad died. Maz number 12. See, I remember now. If you Google gangsters of Philly, you're gonna get the old black mafia. Because remember, for the Nation of Islam, a lot of motherfuckers that was putting in work back then was the Newark Maz and Philadelphia Maz. They was the ones doing all the killings. And they was known around the country. That's why Philadelphia is on the East Coast. New Yorkers go everywhere. No out of towners come to Philadelphia because you ain't gonna make it. You're not gonna last 10 minutes because we fight amongst each other here. So out of towners can't come because the Muslims run it. And Philly was always known for having the Muslim gangsters because of the old black mafia. Sam Christian, they was the ones putting in work for, like I said, the Nation of Islam. So what happened was most of them switched over to Sunni Muslim. And that's where you see the big beards and all that kind of shit. And that shit real. Like if you was getting money and the motherfucker niggas pull you over and he got a big beard and he might have on a raincoat or something and he show you a fucking police badge, nigga, you better hit the gas and drive off. You better drive the fuck off, nigga, or you ain't gonna never be seen from again. Yeah, that's how that shit go. Yeah, like yes, that shit is. So a lot of motherfuckers, what's the name bit that style? That he took Rick Ross.
Yeah,
that's all Philly, bro. Oh, that's Philly.
Because we don't got now. Listen, in the South now, and I think I can speak for Miami too. We don't got the Muslim big beard culture. Yeah, he definitely bit that directly from Philly because that ain't nowhere like in the South and shit. And niggas is Christians. That's the Bible Belt.
That's why I wear my beard the way I do, bro. Sanchez. Besides for the shaving problem, it was what we was known for in Philly.
Nobody
respect.
Only Philly in South Jersey. Only Philly in South Jersey was wearing the beards. New Yorkers wasn't doing it. Nobody was doing that shit back then.
Yeah.
And I was mad back then because I couldn't grow a beard.
Man, that's crazy.
Grow a beard. But if you was in the street, I'm telling you, them motherfuckers know they come get you, man. Like no, it's just a different dynamic. But I wanted to ask you something while I was listening when you was talking about Cam and the CNN joint, right? I was reading a lot of comments. There's a lot of bitch ass niggas was mad at Cam and I'm asking how the fuck is you niggas supporting CNN?
Right.
Like y'all complain about CNN any other time, but you mad because Cameron went up there and acted fool around white folks.
Right.
You niggas the biggest coons. Like y'all complain about white folks and racism, but then when we go in there and show our ass to them, you get mad at the brother for showing his ass to white folks.
Hypocritical.
What's wrong with y'all?
And it was a big genius marketing scheme that went over their head.
And CNN was trying to play him. Listen, they used a black woman, and then I'm mad at her because like she's a fucking sellout. Why you even take that role to go in there and question that brother about another brother? They'll never do that. They never do that. All them small hats that own them publications, they'll never do that with their own people. They'll never do that. If there's a small hat that's in trouble, they'll never send a small hat there to question another small hat. But we the only motherfuckers that do that shit to each other. So he said it right. Listen, it ain't got nothing to do with whether Puffy guilty or not, nigga. I don't know Puffy, nigga. I don't hang with that nigga. Why you asking me about him? I got some positive shit going on. Ask me about that. Oh, they don't want to know what positive stuff black men is doing. Only nigga shit. That's why it's the corrupt news network. Fuck CNN.
That's why I was about to say. That's why I don't even watch CNN, bro. For that reason.
I definitely wouldn't be mad at that nigga for doing what he did. Yeah, verify. You got it. That was crazy. Yeah.
No, I was just saying I don't really watch CNN just for those reasons, bro. They're known for doing shit like that. So the brother that's upset about it, bro, just know, bro, just stay away from that type of shit.
Yeah, I'm reading.
Grab you some of that pink horsepower.
Yeah, I'm reading the comments. Hold on. I got something too. Hold on, where's that? Hold on. Where my pink horsepower at? we call it in Philly, we call it pink juice.
Yeah, man. I was like, what's that? He looked it cool, like a little vial or some shit, and that shit kind of high too, like $25 a fucking.
You can get it here by a 16-ounce bottle for $30.
Oh, so it's bigger than that though. That's cool. That's more like it.
Yeah, you get your goddamn pink, man. That shit ain't no motherfucker. That shit is potent as hell. That shit had your girl running from you.
Oh, you gotta mix that with some. Okay. Camera.
Look,
yeah.
It'll have your girl running to you and away from you at the same time.
Oh man, I gotta drop a bomb on that. That nigga says have your girl running to you and away from you. Damn,
look,
bro.
Y'all see that right there?
Let me put you up. There you go.
Wait a minute. Let me go. Flip it. Hold on. Yeah, y'all see that right there? I just poured some in the cup. That's the pink juice.
Oh man, that's what's up, yo. That's all you need?
This is too much. You only need to drink like about a quarter ounce of it. Just that shit and wait 10 minutes.
Oh man.
How old are you now, Sanchez?
I'm about to be 40 this year in November.
So I'm 49, right? You drink some of this pink juice, that should have had your shit like when you were 17, bro.
I'm gonna get some. No bullshit. I told him I won, but I'm gonna get some because I'm gonna rock with it. I'm gonna fuck with my nigga Cam. And you know what I'm gonna tell you, man, about that interview too. You think that them putting a black lady up there to do it was something to that, and
something to it. Well, remember what Paul Harvey said. We dealing with devils, and how they always see that this is the thing. And you know me, I'm super hardcore pro-black, right? Mm-hmm. They always take advantage of us, and we stupid enough to let them do it. And then we be the first dummy saying it's not about race. And this country is always about race. It's never not been about race. Now we might want to take a moral high ground and be better than that. And I get my people want to take a more high ground, but let's not get it misconstrued. These people take advantage of us and they know it. So this is the thing. That shit is small hat raised, small hat owned. If we do that to them, it would be called anti-Semitic, but they can do it to us. So you would get a black woman to talk to a black man about something he had nothing to do with. And you want him to come on there and gossip about it, about his own fucking people. Yeah, something happened amongst our group, right? Yeah. But they won't allow that to happen to them. But then we stupid enough to side with that shit. No.
I'm gonna show y'all some. I'm gonna show y'all some what was happening. And listen, people gonna say, now look, everybody know where I stand at with Diddy, right? George would agree we gotta cancel him because we need better images of black men. He can be a black business. My thing is, why do all of our CEOs and businessmen got to be leaders? And other people culture, just because you got a lot of money don't mean you got a big voice. But I'm just saying in ours, we just gonna make a nigga a leader because his money big, and then you know what I'm saying.
And remember, we don't make them the leaders though. They do. What happens is they use their media to sway our way of thinking. Put it this way, Sanchez. Remember the Alabama riverboat fight?
Yeah.
And how they posted it all over the world, and all black people got riled up and crazy because the white man in the media told you to get riled up. But when they charged him with charges and didn't promote it in the media, black folks didn't say nothing because it wasn't in the media. The media tells us when to think, how to react, what to react. And so now when we come up and talk about certain things, we either them pro-blacks. I'm the troublemaker amongst my own people because I'm trying to warn you, like, yo, listen, you only this way because they told you to be this way. Did you ever look and see what happened over there? Oh, the media didn't promote it, so you didn't go look for it. This is what they do to it. Nobody didn't even know that they charged the riverboat guy with a charge.
You ain't lying. And I'm going to tell y'all, everybody talking about the Diddy shit was a distraction, but I kept asking Negroes, what are we being distracted from? The U.S. airman that was killed in Florida by the deputy, and we was being distracted from, while we was talking about sex trafficking, one of the biggest directors in Hollywood got caught meeting up with a 15-year-old, and ain't no charges of them been brought up yet. But I'm just saying, like, I can bring up some other stuff that's like on some Diddy shit. And this dude right here, his name is this is fresh news. This dude going viral. And you know how they do the little predator catching video? I'm subscribed to a lot of them niggas, the predator catchers. And they caught this dude, but when they caught him, they didn't know who he was. Then they looked it up. People in the comments was like, yo, that's such and such. He's very big in Hollywood. Like, this dude is damn near a billionaire in Hollywood, and he was casually meeting up with it. And they didn't even know they was trolling that he got to watch his back. Dude can have him knocked off. But yeah.
Well, yeah, I remember. They had Lucian Grange caught up in the Diddy case, and that's why I went out the media for a month. Once they got the courts to drop his case, then they end up dropping the Cassie video. But they waited for his case to be dropped because he was caught up in it. Then you have the anti-Semitism bill on the Senate floor right now. Nobody's talking about it, and this bill is so strong. They want to deal with biblical writings to say that certain things that you said in the Bible about Jews you can't say no more. And the Congress right now the Congress and the Senate is arguing about this bill. Nobody's talking about it. It's right there. All the riots they have on college campuses right now with the Palestinian argument, they're fighting, they're arguing on these college campuses because of that anti-Semitism bill that they're trying to pass. If they pass this bill, do you know you're not even gonna be allowed to criticize them no more about anything that they do? And Sanchez, if you get a chance, pull that bill up and read it. You're gonna be like, oh my God. The audacity that when you read this bill, it's so fucking egregious. It's like, wait a fucking minute. So you mean to tell me that if I got a problem with you, I can't even sit down and have a conversation without you calling it anti-Semitic? It's not. I'm not making up nothing. It's on the Senate floor right now.
I'm about to pull it up. This white dude that was busted, his name is Herschel Weingrod, but he's 76, was meeting up with a 15-year-old, and he said in a video, we were just flirting and stuff. It's no big deal, man. What? Hey,
well, that's their culture. That's their culture.
Yeah, you're right.
And then Harvey Weinstein, they threw his case out. It ain't even being talked about.
Right.
See, that's what I'm saying.
And look, so George, this dude worked on a lot of children movies like Space Jam, Kindergarten Cop. Yeah.
Of course. It's their culture, bro. So I tell people all the time, like, don't tell me this shit ain't about race. On that level, it is. They just got us all confused and duped. They got us all, and I'm not that. When I say that don't mean that I hate all white people. What I'm just talking about is the history of America and how this shit is set up.
Well,
it's crazy because a lot of people wasn't taking that Vanity guy serious, man. A lot of his stuff seemed staged. You know, they wasn't really a lot of people didn't really think that those was real.
Talking about the Vitaly channel and stuff.
Yup. Where he was busting down the predators.
Nah, that shit real. That's because they not out here doing it. It's so many channels like that, predator catchers, and these folks are risking their lives, man, doing more than what the police doing and shit. So
yeah, if you look up the controversy surrounding the anti-Semitism bill. So the House passed it, and I think it's on the Senate floor. And when you read the particulars inside the fucking bill, matter of fact, let me email this to you
is
right
it
now.
118? Yeah, I think I'm trying to pull it up now.
I'm emailing the one I got. I'm emailing it to you right now.
All right.
And it's all they got us super distracted. That's why they pulled out all those battle rappers, they made all these rappers start battling and all this kind of stuff because they didn't want us to pay attention to what's going on. Especially the young people and these young YouTubers and stuff like that, really paying attention and reading these bills. That's a problem. Let me see. Brother Sanchez. Yeah, it should be coming to you any minute now.
But I'm gonna say this too, man. Now that everybody on and we got a panel and stuff, salutes to my nigga King Los. Everybody know I ain't got no beef with him, and me and him got been on good terms. He been on my channel and shit. Like I said, spoke to him on the phone and shit. But people kept like, Sanchez, what you got to say about King Los with Diddy? This was before that video came out of him with Diddy after the fact. So when that came out, that had everybody in my email. And when I was just opening your email, George, I see people was, asking me about that too, even before. So that's why I addressed it. It ain't no beef in that. And I called King Los, but he didn't answer. Now, my thing is, I need to be on guard because, I'm going to watch my back with this shit. Okay, I got your bill. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll give you some big bro wisdom, Sanchez. When a lot of people say that, ignore that shit. Listen, what it's people that home with Diddy or knew Diddy or signed Diddy. That don't mean that they was partaking in the shit that he was doing or knew about every single thing that he was doing. Whatever's done with Diddy is coming out now, and it'll come out. Like, but if they asking you that, tell them to call them out. Go start your YouTube channel. Like, don't get caught up in beefs and battles and shit with people because people asking you, well, what's up with King Los? No, you tell them, nigga, you go talk about King Los. What you know about King Los and Diddy? That be the problem. And then you be the one on the front line fighting all the fucking battles and shit.
Yeah.
And you don't need all that.
Cause it ain't like it ain't got nothing to do with me and him neither, by that matter, for real. It's all on Diddy, yeah. So, but this bill though, like I said, is what they need to ask about, man. Here we go right here.
If you scroll down for the bill to where it says, what does the anti-Semitism bill say? And you read that.
Yeah. Oh, it say what? So the legislation would, let me zoom it in for everybody. Say right here, the legislation would for the first time enshrine a definition of anti-Semitism into federal law by adopting wording settled upon in 2017 by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, a group of 35 countries that includes the United States and Israel. The definition could then be used for enforcement of federal anti-discrimination laws on campuses. The intergovernmental organization founded in 1998 to increase and promote education, research, and awareness related to the Holocaust adopted legally non-binding language in 2017 that defines anti-Semitism as, quote unquote, a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. Damn, that's so fucking crazy. Like, cause think about it, right? You can express love toward any group on earth, and you can express hate toward any group on earth. People can say, man, I hate the police. Fuck the police. And they don't care if that put police lives in jeopardy. You see?
It gets worse, it gets worse.
Mm-hmm.
It gets worse.
It say examples of the definition's application include accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jewish person or group, and making dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such or the power of Jews as collective. This is
Hey,
so
wait, real
fucked up.
quick, Sanchez. Now watch this. Now let's
They so
unpack.
precise with their words, bro.
Yeah, well, let's unpack that though. So watch this, right? Let's just say it's a particular group of small hats, right? I'm gonna say small hats, right? And they're running the music industry and they're financially benefiting off of music that dehumanizes black people and our culture, right? And we speak out against it, right? They can say, number one, that's anti-Semitism. Number two, I'll say, well, wait a minute. I'm not calling out all Jews, but I'm asking the ADL to call those group of Jews out and say, hey, you guys are profiting off the death and making money off the destruction of another culture, right? And to even call them out for it. We say to ADL, you should denounce that Jewish group or those companies that's making money off of portraying black people in a certain light. You can't even call that out, Sanchez, and you can prove that these are a group that own it. So what they're doing is that they cornered the market and they got a bill now saying, we know that we own it. We know what we're doing. We know how we're portraying people, but you ain't gonna be able to call us out no more. If this bill's passed, none of that. And I'm asking them, hey, ADL, why don't you condemn these people that's actually funding the drill rap, that's funding this? ADL won't do it. And you can't even call them out no more based off this bill.
That is so bro. And you know what? When they do stuff like this, it literally shows the kind of who they really. It makes them, everything we say evil and wrong about them, it makes it true when they do this. You know, when you use your power because this is anti-constitutional. Think about this, y'all. America is built on basically you can say what the fuck you want to say. This ain't China. I can say fuck Donald Trump. I can say, man, I hate Joe Biden, and that's the president right now. And they don't care if I make all 800 of y'all say hate Joe Biden, and that can endanger that man's life. They don't give a fuck. It's only one group that they'll protect like that. Now remember, my right to say I hate Joe Biden is in the Constitution, but that is taken away from me if I say it against this one group.
There you go. There you go. It's bad. And this is the thing, right? People, listen, remember in 1989 when what's the brother from Public Enemy? He said something about the Jews and they kicked them out. They made Public Enemy kick them out the group. They called him anti-Semitic. They did everything, right? But they was funding the music, financially bankrolling the music. But the minute you say something about them, they'll destroy your career, your character, everything. But what I'm asking is, I know our kids are killing each other. I know our kids is making music about killing. Yeah. I'm asking them, why are you funding it? Why?
Hold up. My bad. Unmute yourself, George. Hold up. Unmute yourself. Go ahead and continue. Yeah, somebody came on.
I'm asking them, and I'm talking to the people in the chat, why are you funding it and you making more money off of it than the actual rappers that's rapping it? That goes against the Constitution, but we're supposed to have equal protection under the law. So me as a so-called Black American, I'm saying, wait a minute. I'm looking beyond the veil. I'm saying, hey, you guys own this. We need you guys to stop bankrolling this music that's helping destroy my culture. They telling me I can't say anything, but I can't say nothing about them either.
Man,
and
this shit.
Understand.
Yeah. Man. Hey, George, I'm so glad you showed me this shit. It got me kind of heated, man. It got me heated because they just did something like this not too long ago. It's like every time you turn around, they're strengthening this anti-Semitism thing because they just had some with the United Nations a while back, too, with this same shit.
I'm gonna send you something else that's gonna blow your mind. I'm gonna email it to you right now.
They like to play God, Sanchez.
It's fucking
they want to be untouchable.
Yeah, that's not something that we making up or conspiracy. That's on the Senate floor now.
Can I jump in real quick? They are calling right now on the ICJ. I'm sorry, the National Court of Justice, because they are putting allegedly they're putting on arrest warrants against Bibi and his cabinet for the crimes that they have committed for the past 6 months, you know, for the other people that live next to them. And the state Blinken, this woman, Kamala, and the president, they all went out kind of threatening the ICJ that it's going to be war on them if they try to arrest Bibi Netanyahu and any part of the government of the Israel government. And they were also saying, a couple of senators here in the United States were saying that if they get to arrest these people from Israel, next is going to be the United States government, senators, representatives, and you name it. And the reason why they are so scared is because remember that they get funded by these other countries, PAC, and most of them have dual citizenship. And if you think that that bill that the brother is talking about is because just of the music industry and whatever other corruption stuff that they are doing, remember as well that their religion, you know, the book they read is not the Bible, the other book. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. I know the name. I just don't mention it. Allows them to basically commit, pedophilia. So they are not trying to protect them from the known corruption and criminal activities. They are trying to protect these other more darker religious acts that their religion allows them to do. So if you try to criticize them in any kind of subject, they are trying to throw a blanket over this other situation that they got going on in here, because not too many people from the United States know what is on that book, because not too many people in the United States know how to read that kind of handwriting. Yes. You know, we got cursive and we got the other, we got our style of handwriting, but not too many Americans, only those who belong to that kind of people know that dialect. So if you don't know that dialect, you don't know what the book says. Once you go into the book, you will find out more darker and darker and darker shit that they are allowed to do.
Hey, Sanchez, look at your email real quick. I sent you something else that's gonna blow your mind. This is gonna blow the top off the roof.
Hey, it say that they gotta protect us from threats, foreign and domestic. How y'all gonna do that when you got a foreign entity in power with you, with its own language in our country, separate from the Constitution? Yeah.
Now you see this. Now what I want you to do, this right here is what they're not going to show you. And this is why America always has an allegiance to the small hats, because they were the ones that financed America. Now I want you to see this. This ain't nothing that's hate speech. This ain't nothing that can even get you in trouble. This is regular, simple shit, but people don't know. If you read this first paragraph, right, and then you scroll down, just read the first paragraph, and you scroll down to financing of American Revolutionary War activity. So read that first paragraph. Watch what it tells you. Just read that first paragraph.
Haim Salomon was a Polish-American Jewish businessman and political financial broker who assisted the superintendent of finance, English-born Robert Morris, as the prime financier of the colonists' side during the American Revolutionary War against Great Britain. Having immigrated to New York City from Poland, Salomon aided the Continental Army during a period of the American Revolution and helped convert French loans into ready cash by selling bills of exchange for Morris, the superintendent of finance. He also brokered large donations and donated his entire fortune to the American Revolutionary Army and various founding fathers of the United States.
Go down to the financing of the American War. This right here is what they're not going to show you, and it's simple shit. This is it.
Hold on.
Hey, to the brother talking to Bro Sanchez, do you have an X account?
Wait a minute. Right here, Sanchez, financing of the American Revolutionary War. You see it? Yeah, right there.
Once resettled, Salomon resumed his activities as a broker. He became the agent to the French consul as well as the paymaster for the French forces in North America. In 1781, he began working extensively with Robert Norris, the newly appointed superintendent for finance for the 13 colonies.
13 colonies. That's it. Checkmate.
Damn,
Checkmate.
bro. So listen, this country will forever be indebted to these people. It ain't no way they can pay the debt off. It's like an eternal debt because inflation will never let them pay it off.
Mm-hmm. There you go. See, and that's why I said, like, a lot of times, Sanchez, we be wasting our times with frivolous arguments because when you don't have these type of conversations from the start, they know that you don't know what you're talking about. That's why I tell people, and it's simple shit. They don't even hide it. They just know that Negroes go straight to the middle of the page to the deep shit. No, it ain't that deep. Go right here. This is why they're so, listen, they funded this shit. If there is no revolutionary winning or no America, so-called, what we know, without them. They brokered this shit. You owe them. They can do whatever they want to do here. Nobody can touch them.
Damn, man. We they property too. The people on the land would be part of the debt. When you say you get the people, like in war, you would get the people, the money, the women, all that shit. And it's like they're using us to pay this never-ending debt that they'll never be able to pay in the form of slave labor, which is paycheck to paycheck. It really gets so deep because it's like stuff like this when we say America is in debt to that America sold us out to the devil. We will say stuff like that, but then this will come put the face on who they in debt to, the people, the families and all that shit that we just vaguely may say they sold us out. To who?
To the Red Shield. To the Red Shield.
Peace to the panel, man. What's happening, bro?
What's good,
I didn't want to interrupt
yeah.
y'all, guys, but I did want to add some shit. Like, you got to understand, that's the entire reason any of us have a Social Security number. Like, that's your label as debt, nigga. That ain't your name. Ain't your name. Your name is your Social Security number that they gave you, and that's how they tally you up. They ain't gotta look for how many people here. They understand how many motherfuckers here, so they don't never have to do a census. Listen, I'm from Florida, man. Ron DeSantis signed bills every single day, and he been doing that shit since he been in office. When I tell you, he done damn near flipped all laws upside down, removed, installed. It's to the point where the police can't keep up. Can't nobody really keep up. Like, it's sad, but yeah, that's what it is. Like, they literally changing this shit as we speak. And a bill signing and passing has nothing to do with your vote. They don't need your vote to change your laws. That's just something to put in there. I just wanted to add that. And again,
I'm just tripping off how you know, this one man financed all of the 13 colonies because if they won the war against Britain, it's kind of like for other people who probably still scratching their head, it's like an investment on the stock market. Like, if I can invest with the underdog when that company go up, man, my money gonna be so fucking big, bro. Like the people that invested in Microsoft when it was brand new and people didn't believe in it, even if you invested a few thousand, you became like a millionaire. But now think about it. People weren't willing to invest in the 13 colonies against big old Great Britain. So the people that invested like this guy, they own damn near the whole country now.
Remember, at that time, they controlled the banking system in Europe. So they sent him because they understood that it was a new world and the cash crop that would be here. So, and at that time, remember, slavery is in effect. So they went and basically invested in this and took over. They had already controlled the banking system in Europe. So all they did was come and finance him. That's why they have power, and they've been financing everything all across. And they got kicked out of certain countries and different places. So people just got to follow like the money trail. And what they do to us, Sanchez, though, they distract us and then traumatize us. So we stay in the trauma. We don't take the emotion out and just go back and do the homework. So when you look at it, you're like, well, wait a fucking minute. You mean, look, let's just use common sense. If they can deny that, right? But if I go and say this dude from the beginning, from the inception of y'all, of how y'all started, he financed it, y'all always gonna be in debt to him and his descendants and his people. This is what it is. So now all the stories that they give you, well, we were discriminated. Why do you think they control the privatized banking and all the movies and all the systems that actually damn near run the country? Because they was financing it from the start.
Hey, look, just to add another thing, and I be trying to explain this shit to white people I know, because the regular white people that's from America, so to speak, they have no white privilege. Their only privilege is to get a step over the black people. Everything about motherfucking white people is they own nothing. The Jews own it all. They allow other motherfucking white people to come in and take everything. They own and control nothing. So they convince them to be racist to us, convince us to defend ourselves against them while they sit back in the gap watching all our ass act stupid.
But
so yeah.
Not just watching, bro. They instigating shit, bro.
Well, when you put it in the context, what they did was, and is a term you know how we say white supremacy, right? And black people, see, this is the misnomer. Black people hear white supremacy and they think that white supremacy was about you. White supremacy has nothing to do with black people. White supremacy was created for white people by these elite whites to condition whites to do the dirty work, to be their military and to carry out their tier system. Now, we're controlled by white power and other things, but white supremacy was created for white people. It was an education system, everything that was set in place to justify why they were doing it. So you had to re-educate the minds of the people through a system that made them believe that they were greater. It had nothing to do with black people. You are affected by white supremacy, but it wasn't created for you. These elites created this so they could stay in the background. And they created tier and gave certain groups privileges. That's it. That's all it is. But it's just doing your homework and understanding. But when you start seeing this type of shit, it make everything else make sense.
Yeah.
They got control over the whole world, man. He didn't just do this in America. He did this shit in Australia, all over the world. It's the same system. Everybody going through the same tyranny. That's more so why they wanted to destroy TikTok, because everybody from all over the world could voice their opinions and understandings about their governments. And we all realize we have common enemies, and it's the governments all over the world. And the JOOS.
And if you think you don't owe them nothing and you're not their slave, just go into fidelity.com and type your birth certificate number in there, and you will see now who owns Fidelity.
Check this out too. I just wanted to let everybody know something right quick. Can y'all believe, as of from fucking 2014 up until now, that's 10 years when Russia first invaded Ukraine, and right now the U.S. Then gave Ukraine about $175 billion, or they've committed to it. I'm bringing this up for a reason, man. I'm finna segue somewhere. So we giving this one country called Ukraine billions of dollars for war, but the war funded by the same people. This is like the biggest form of money laundering, like on a scale you can't even comprehend. This is literally, you see what I'm saying, just taking money directly from you from a crazy cause and give it to my cousin over here because he in war, and bro, this shit's so crazy. Niggas still asking for reparations. And
well, they always funding both sides. They always fund both sides because they control the banks.
You have to figure out who's in charge of the hedge funds, because the hedge funds is how they distribute this money. This is how it's not taxed. It's all sorts of loopholes and damn, I can't think of the word I'm looking for. But it's all types of banking and insurance and all that shit.
Well, just remember this, brother. If they pass this bill, this conversation we having now, it's gonna be illegal.
But shit, not only that,
and
but
people
shit, they got bills that's yet to be passed to shut every motherfucking thing down. Like, bro, that's a hell of a bill. That's a powerful bill. But bro, they write them into law every single day.
Bro, when you can't criticize because think about this, and this gonna show you something. What was the wise man that said look for the people that you can't criticize. That's the real power. So check this out. Like I said, I can say something about Trump, Biden, all these presidents, people talking about who you gonna vote for. Man, that shit don't matter. The people that's in power, because Biden and Trump can't get us our constitutional right back, which is to be able to talk shit about any group we want to. And what they do, they'll try to stand up for like gays, blacks, and all that, and then they'll say, well, then we gotta let this same protection go to Jews. But listen, we only criticizing Jews for the misuse of their power and how they benefiting off the destruction of a race, and also indoctrinating that race and creating a school to prison pipeline, because they're in powerful positions on the monopoly board and they using that power to keep one group down. You can't say that's hate speech. That's just political speech of us telling you what's literally going on with the money and what's fun and what.
You know, their tactic is to say that everything you're saying is a lie. So what they do is the anti-Semitism part comes where you're lying. That's anti-Semitic, and what it does is it paralyzes you from pulling up what they did, because all of a sudden you just broke the law. So they hide behind the anti-Semitism, and then a lot of people remember, they control the systems and the jobs. So there's a lot of powerful people that know what's going on, but they're too afraid to speak out. When the last time y'all saw Candace Owens since she went into something with them Jews? Where's she been? And I'm not a Candace Owens fan,
last time she came back and apologized to.
There you go.
Yeah. Quiet, bro. Ever since.
Yeah, they snatched the tongue out your mouth.
There's another guy. There's another guy named I don't know if you guys spoke on him. His name is David Franks. And that name came up doing my research about Puerto Rico and all that. Come to find out, he was one of, you look him up, David Franks. He's a loyalist. He was the one of the 13th largest landowner in Philadelphia. He participated. It's the wiki. He participated in the importation and sales of African American slaves in 1765. He helped during the French and Indian War, and he's tied to the J word. His business, the Levy and Franks, was the first J word business in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm. Well, Philadelphia is one of the most influential. Well, Philadelphia as far as America, the establishment of America. When you deal with the establishment of America, Philadelphia probably has the richest history.
Yeah.
Because of everything that's here. Like you can literally, Sanchez, if he was here, I could take you down Old City and show you everything. And the establishment between here and Boston. Everything is here.
It's like
you can find all the congressional papers and everything is here.
And I'm like White House in Washington is like a big throw off, because I think the power is, like you said, was all in the beginning. Philly was more like the fucking nation's capital, like the DC back in the day when you think about it, like where all the power was taking place from in the country. And when you think about it, it's still that way. I think America, the old America, is still in certain parts of America that we think went fade away. Like, I don't know how it went from being back in the day, the founding fathers and all them, they was like in Philly and shit, wasn't it? Or when did it ever go to DC, or am I tripping?
They was in Philadelphia, Massachusetts. They was in Massachusetts and Philadelphia. They went to DC later, but like all the congressional meetings and Independence Mall. That's why on 4th of July every year, they always at Independence Mall or on the Parkway, and they showed it all around the country because of they're in Philadelphia first.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this here: the oldest city in the country is St. Augustine. That's right, literally Jacksonville, just on the other side of the bridge. Like the oldest, because the first established, recognized city is St. Augustine, Florida.
Yeah,
you can do what you want to do with that.
That's 1552. But this is the thing. I understand what you're saying. That's in 1552. I'm speaking for more when they established this corrupt ass regime. from 1776 and what they were doing. So that right there, America wasn't established yet. Once they established this corrupt regime, that's what I'm speaking about. I get St. Augustine, Florida, in 1552 and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but it wasn't America yet.
Yeah,
man, I think it goes way back deeper than that. Cause what
Shit,
about
is it America now?
what you think about Spain exposing the J words in 1492 of March 31st, and on uh August was Columbus' first sail. So 3 days after the J words got kicked out of Spain, bro set sail.
See, I get that part, but those are two different arguments. Like if you were at the table dealing with them, there's two different arguments. Those are the arguments of discovering land and actually moving people and onto those areas, onto those so-called discovered lands where people live there already. When I'm talking about when you get to 200 years later, this is when after the war they are establishing their home ground, and they actually pulled away from so-called Britain and saying, "Hey, y'all still our people. We just want to do business now. We're gonna annex this, and this gonna be ours." During that time that y'all speak about is the exploration and taking people there and taking bodies and doing all that kind of stuff. So, but the establishment of America is what I'm speaking from.
Right,
Yeah,
but you don't
think that was
that
with the
establishment
Pilgrims in
happened.
1668, something like that, with the Pilgrims.
I don't think this is
That's
America
the first ships
anymore.
that started landing by the north, by New York and stuff like that.
And
because at that time, it's still no, because at that time they still had the British still had soldiers here, and they still owned land and stuff here. So once they had to fight, once they got the rumbling, and they basically told they they big brothers, they got to go back across the river. We still work for y'all, but we gonna run this one here. We're not gonna be up under y'all. We just gonna run it here. So at that time, they still had redcoats here on the ground controlling land. That's why I said, like, we got to understand, like, the American history and what happened, and why they financed this stuff, and what happened during the time of the war, what was going on. Because remember, Hyman Solomon wasn't from America; he was sent here from Europe to come help Robert Morris. So,
thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Yeah, y'all just answer what I was gonna say. I can be quiet now. So let me segue into something else though. So in another part of a documentary that I saw about Philly, right? I was in the military, and they got something called the VA bill. It's like when you get out, you can automatically get a house and shit. You don't pay for it. So they were saying after the war, when all of the soldiers came back, and you had basically a big dynamic. You had soldiers coming back from Philly in the war. You had black folks moving up from the South. He was going into that. But he was saying how the black soldiers weren't able to get they had they was building these new communities in Philly for the soldiers that was coming home. These soldiers didn't have to pay for these houses. You talking about a brand new house built from the ground up. These was upscale neighborhoods, y'all. You get it on your bill for free because of your contract. They still got that in the military. But anyway, they would not let the black soldiers get houses in these uppity areas. And I'm just showing you, when I say today, people will think that got something to do with the government. But again, I think this is the power of the small hats when we talk about redlining and all that shit.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna show you exactly what you're talking about, Sanchez. Watch this. I'm gonna show you exactly what you're talking about. Instead of me saying it, I'm gonna show it to you. Hold on, let me pull this up. Let me see if I can get. I'm gonna pull up the exact bill and what our grandparents was fighting for, what your grandfather and my grandfather was fighting for, and what they was doing to us. Let me go to my bookmarks. I'm gonna show you exactly what it is that you were saying. Bookmark list, other bookmarks. All right. Hold on. Let me move this over first so I can get the right bookmark.
And then while you get that, because think, if you're a white soldier, I'm a black soldier, and when you get it, George, just cut me off. Basically, it ain't even because a person with them houses in them original towns, them houses worth so much money. Whereas if you're a black soldier, you gotta use your same VA bill. You getting robbed because they pushing you down. They name the cities that they push the black soldiers down to in Philly, but basically they property value became gentrified and like what's going on in Kensington, all this shit. We can't keep our shit. So it is like niggas had the bills and shit to get property and shit back in the day. Those soldiers that used them bills, man, just think some of that property now is worth so much, bro. I'm just saying, like, it's stuff like that that I didn't think into that deeply. But yeah, I'm gonna mute up and y'all can.
Real time.
It's crazy.
I know there was these things that they weren't loaning. I know they wasn't loaning to certain. I know there was this bill. I don't know if that's what he's looking for, but that bill where it talks about people of minority owning and how they weren't allowed to own. So it was like a way to not sell property even if they had money to us minorities.
Yeah, because look, Santos, what the soldiers' VA bill, the government wasn't. It ain't nowhere in that paperwork where it's racist. It's only when the soldiers show up to the white dude to get the property with the bill, he get to discriminate on a private corporate level. So the government can be like, well, we ain't racist, but the private people that own the shit are, and you ain't saying none of them about it. So it's like, it's weird, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna show you.
Yep. That's facts. It's crazy, man, because there's this show right now called Them, and they talk about that, man. It's like a weird twist to it. Like, it's a weird twist, like some white man made a deal with the devil, but it talk about, the minorities moving into Compton. It's about like the first African American family to move into Compton, and they put a twist on it. It's called Them. It's pretty dope.
Oh, bro, that's so important because them houses it's parts of Compton where the houses get up there. In the hood they paying like $200 and $2,500 a month to stay in the hood in Compton. So black folks was owning a lot. I didn't know Compton was a predominantly white. Then it turned black. It's a whole history. I know what you're going into. To make a long story short, I know exactly what you're going into. Santos.
Yeah. Well, that show Them put a twist on it. Like, this white dude did a deal with the devil where he supposed. That's why they were trying to get us minority out. It's crazy, but it's called Them.
Hey, hold on. I'm sending this to you, Sanchez. Now I'm emailing this to you. Well, you can pull it up. Hold on. Let me go to the email. Let me switch this back over first. Hold on. So that way. Shit. Hold on. I was dealing with some technical difficulties. Hold on. All right. That should be coming to you in a minute. Why this shit moving so slow, man? They must know they don't like the conversation we having.
Yeah, we here though. Take your time, bro, because we know you gonna come with some shit too.
It's coming to you now. So let me move this over so I can pull it. It's coming to you right now, and it's all the executive orders on the books that black people fought for, and this is going to explain what they did to us in the military.
Okay. You went to war and fought the same way that the other guy fought, but your benefits ain't the same when you get out and try to get a house. Bro, that'll hurt.
So you see it yet?
Nah, let me look at my email now. Okay, now I got it. Yep, I got you.
Pull that up.
All right, here we go.
So now this right here, right? There you go. This right here, son, is going to tell you everything that our great-grandparents and great-great and grandmothers and fought for, and everything that's not just civil rights bill, but executive orders that most people don't know nothing about. that's already on a federal law. So I be telling people, while you protesting and marching and screaming and hollering, bro, they already got laws on the federal books to protect us. It's just that niggas don't read. It's right, it's there. And a lot of black sellouts know this shit, and they know that the younger generation don't know that this stuff on the books. You know what they don't do, Sanchez? They don't tell you.
Yeah.
They don't tell you. So if you go down to the 40s, you're going to see all these executive orders, things that actually protected us, that allowed your father and our great grandfathers to finally get their GI bills or get their money where they can get houses, because they wouldn't give, was only giving us burial insurance, so we wasn't allowed to build wealth because they wouldn't give us insurance that would have us be able to build wealth, and we couldn't get homes to get equity. That's part of the reparations claim. These are all the bills to prove.
Buffering. Again, They don't like this, bro. They don't like this conversation right here. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to say it too with you now, George. This is crazy. Because Hassan say the same thing, and I'm telling you, man, they do fuck with folks, bro. So is we good now, y'all? It just buffered for 15 seconds. Cool. So it said here, Executive Order 8802 prohibited racial discrimination in the national defense industry in response to the intended first march on Washington. It says during Roosevelt's time. And in 42, it says Executive Order 9066 designated much of the West Coast a military area and ordered more than 100,000 Japanese Americans to relocate and live in internment camps under Roosevelt. And in 44, it say Smith versus Allwright overturned the Democratic Party's use of all-white primaries in Texas and other states.
So it's gonna go down more, and it'll get into like more of the military stuff too and what they did. So, but I want to preface it by saying I want people to understand there was financial ramifications with these things that we had to fight for, because we was kept out and we had to fight just to get this shit on the books. Imagine how long we was out of not having the fair treatment. And then when they put on the books, we still didn't get the fair treatment. So when y'all have the conversation about, man, these niggas is messing up and why they so crazy, bro, they have a whole, like after slavery, like a whole 100 years of mistreating us with the pens, not a whip.
Yeah.
And we don't understand this shit.
Pen
That's why a lot of people don't like the term black first or pro-black, but every group is pro that group, and they know their they know their history and their culture. We're the only ones that don't know our history, and we actually do a disservice to our great grandparents and grandparents. They was the ones living during this fucking time.
I think a lot of people today got a beef with like the black nationalist movement because a lot of them was co-opted by the industries and the P. Diddy's and the Bambadas, and I think the real ones get tossed in the umbrella with them, and that's probably the worst thing we can be doing.
Yeah, well, I'll say, Misha Bell, you might know something, so don't tell me to stop it. I've been around long enough to know that the masses of our people are ignorant and they don't know. It's a conditioning. They're conditioned to live by what's given to them. This stuff that's in these books, I guarantee you don't even know most of this stuff, Misha. So stop it. And that's one thing about our people. We so stiff-necked and arrogant and like disrespectful to each other. Most of the stuff, man, that I pull out, I know that a lot of our people don't know it. And it don't make me no better than nobody, because there's a lot of stuff I'm still learning and don't know. But we got to study the shit that our grandparents went through, man.
Nah, OG, keep on. No page, no bond to that, bro.
Hey, hold up.
You got that green line and open highway. You can keep going.
Hold up a second. Appreciate all of y'all brothers for the good energy. And Misha, just join us, brothers. Don't just join us and we can have respect for it. It's a good bill. We welcome you. Check this out, George. I found one I think you was trying to get me to. 1948 say Shelley versus Kramer in Missouri held that courts could not enforce racially restrictive covenants on real estate that prevented people of Negro or Mongolian race from buying or living in certain neighborhoods. This the one I was talking about right here.
Yes. Now, see, now, what I like to do, Sanchez, I don't like to do talking. I just like to pull the information up so our people can see it. So that way they don't say, well, what kind of racist stuff was on the books? Bro, it's right here. And then watch this. When you get to the 60s, they put it on the books in the 40s, but they never enforced it.
Right, that's what I'm saying, because right, because if they would enforce this, those soldiers that was born in black soldiers, Philly natives, went to the war but came home to their own city where their family grew up at. And remember, these guys risked their life like the white guys, but they weren't entitled to the same property. And this right here would have helped them if it was enforced. Why have it on the books if you ain't gonna enforce it, man?
They said we buffering it again. Well, this is shit I experience on my channel whenever I'm teaching this stuff. I'm telling you, we was talking about pussy and ass. This shit. Yeah, when you start pulling up this kind of stuff, oh man, listen, they watch everything. They see what's going on. Oh man, the Negroes is reading.
Yeah. Guess what? We finna reiterate on what we're saying. Drop a one if we good now, y'all, because what we saying is there was a bill passed in 1948 to prevent everything that I was just complaining about. What was going, but it wasn't enforced. So now we got to talk about, because people say, well, let's vote, let's get this on the books and all that. Well, what George is saying, we don't got to do none of that. A lot of that shit is already on the books. We just got to get them to enforce the shit.
Mm-hmm. Keep going down. Watch this. Keep going.
That's fucking crazy, man.
Go down to 1940, right there. 1948 Executive Order 998 prohibited discrimination in civilian agencies and institutions for fair employment practices. And then you have 981 abolished racial discrimination in the armed forces. That was under Truman in 1948, which we know didn't happen because we ended up going to court during Vietnam because they put us all on the front line in 1967.
Right. Yep. This is facts, man. And I heard how when new equipment and new shit come in, the black soldiers would be the last to get it. So like you would go out and come back literally using the most raggedy shit. So I ain't gonna lie, to be a soldier as a black man back then, nigga, you really, I was in the military, but damn, it wouldn't, damn, that shit would have been crazy. But I do think they still make niggas go into dangerous situations first, though.
Now let me ask y'all a question.
I was in the military in the 80s.
Let me look, Sanchez. Whenever you see so-called black speakers on TV, right, and they're talking about reparations or they're talking about things that black folks been through, whether Democrat or Republican, right wing and left wing, when you ever hear them on TV talking about these executive orders that's on the books already for our people?
Because they keep telling us we need to protest and fight for this shit when our people already fought for it and it's on the books. I don't get that, because a lot of this shit I'm reading, I ain't gonna lie, I didn't know it was on the books.
That's why I tell people, I always say, please stop saying that our grandparents and great-grandparents dropped the ball. We never had a ball because there's never been a time in this country where we wasn't fighting. And the problem that we have is they did such a great job that they got this shit on the books for us to even take it and press even further. The problem is the enemy knows this, so they distract us with so much bullshit that we don't know this stuff. Man, as much young people that's online that they had, if they was immersed with this information and all we talked about was this, you know how powerful we be?
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You right though, cause like this would even nobody be falling for Black Lives Matter if they knew a lot of this shit, bro. And but just
put it this way. This way, always talk about your grandfather and how he worked and what he did in Alabama, right?
Mm-hmm.
This group understand their culture and they fight for their cultures and they make sure that you don't disrespect their culture, right? If we understood this, it would make you appreciate your grandfather even more and what his struggle was in Alabama during his fucking time.
Yeah.
We don't even appreciate the struggle and the sacrifices that our grandparents and great-grandparents made during this fucking time. They was living during this time when they didn't have to, they was fighting to get this shit on the books. So imagine what your grandfather had to go through, shit that you don't even know about, Sanchez, in Alabama.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey, that's why they gave us Puerto Ricans citizenship in 1917 was so that we can go fight in the war. They didn't care about, us actually being citizens.
Thank you. Schomburg broke all that down.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody in the chat room, like the video and share the video with others. We appreciate y'all for doing that.
that stuff is our legacy. This is our grandparents and great grandparents' time. This is our shit. But we not trained to respect this, man. We think it's a joke. But I guarantee you, a Jewish kid, you talk about his history, say something bad about his history. Watch how you want to take your fucking head off. Even the Mexican, they don't play that shit about their people before them, and we the only ones that think the shit is a joke. We gotta stop this shit.
Yeah, but you also got to understand that we the only ones have been perpetually misled, mismanaged, miseducated. Everything they've done to us that got us in our state, it was intended. It was all intentional. So we can sit here and say, yeah, you know, somebody dropped the ball, but no, it's a fact, and it comes down to the matter of control. See, they have control rules and laws that they're perpetuating regardless. Just like you said, they got all that shit on the books, but it wasn't enforced. Anything they push is enforced because they're the enforcers. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Go up to 1951 real quick, Sanchez. Read this. This is what the brother just said. This executive order right here, right there, 1951. Read that. Read those.
Executive Order 10308 created Committee on Government Compliance to enforce the prohibition against employment discrimination by firms contracting or subcontracting government orders. It say Executive Order 10479 created the Government Contract Committee to replace the Committee on Government Compliance.
So they kept creating all these committees because they was keeping your grandfather, my grandfather out of getting government contracts, getting jobs and contracts to do fucking jobs. We were still damn near fucking sharecropping in the South and doing all these fucking shit. So owning our own land. So what happened was when we behaved the way we behave today is because they kept us out of the economic loop for so long. So what happens is economics in the system of capitalism builds relationships and develops a culture around it on how you dictate, how you spend your money, how you treat each other, how everything. That's what Paul Harvey was talking about. Break all that up, and then you'll get what you get amongst our people. So all these executive orders and shit that we was fighting, dying, getting hosed, getting home to get on the books because we couldn't get in, we couldn't eat. So when people see these orders, don't just see this as something to read. Understand that there was a consciousness and a people that was being affected by this shit not being on the books.
Yeah. This one is a big one too, man. It say Brown versus Board of Education of Topeka, Kansas held that public education and segregation of children in public schools solely on the basis of race, even though the physical facilities and other tangible factors were equal, deprive equal educational opportunities to children of the minority group. That's a big one too. Yeah, man, these are crazy because they didn't enforce none of this shit, because if this was a bill passed in 54, I can tell you even in the 70s in the South, they were segregating. And the schools still weren't equal in the 60s and 70s. So, but this was passed in the 50s, though, on the books.
Now, watch this, right? If you go to the Civil Rights Act of 57, this is the one thing that the small hat community don't like to be read, because it has something that protects us and it stops them from doing what they do to us. But we don't read is this no, you don't have to it's on there. It's already on there.
Okay.
If you go down, if you go back to the what you was on, the article that we was in.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got you. Over here.
Go down to 1950.
There we go. The Civil Rights Act of 1957 established the Civil Rights Commission, the CRC, to protect an individual's right to equal protection, and protected some civil and voting rights, but it lacked substantial enforcement mechanisms.
It says to protect individuals' rights to equal protection, right? Mm-hmm. Now, the Civil Rights Act of 1875, we was all supposed to have equal protection under the law. So in 57, they gave us the right to equal. So we supposed to have equal protection as everybody else. That right there it allows us to go out to Congress and say, hey, those small hats, if we don't feel protected, we feel threatened by them financing music that's destroying our culture and hurting our people. We have the right to do that under the Civil Rights Act of 57 and don't even know it.
And that is so deep because now they taking the right away under the anti-Semitism bill. Like we can't really speak up again. So this is crazy because this right here protect us for equal protection. Because think about this. They wouldn't let their children listen to the kind of music that they allow to perpetuate on ours. That ain't equal protection. Like, it ain't equal fucking. They'll let certain harmful shit go with us, but and it's an actual law to protect against that, y'all. But this Semitism bill is contrary to that law when I think about it. This anti-Semitism bill.
Hey, but bro, it said again in the same sentence that they didn't enforce it. It wasn't enforced. It's on the books. It's written into, but they don't enforce it. So this is our issue. We're never going to get some shit enforced because the people that we need to be a part of that are inherently hateful towards us.
Let me say
the whole
something.
system is created to keep us down.
Let me ask you this, and you can have the mic right back. I think they put the shit on the books to shut us up and make us feel good, but then they just say, we'll put it on there. That don't mean we got to enforce it, though. So instead, we got to not celebrate just because it's on a book, and we got to keep fucking pushing them to make sure they fucking enforce what they put on the paper, which is kind of crazy as hell.
Well, what they did was, you know why governors are damn near more important than presidents? Because state law never enforced the federal laws that was on the books. That's why you had Bull Connor in the South and the governor in Arkansas and in Memphis and them doing all the stuff that they was doing. They had to send federal, they took them forever to send federal troops down there because state law didn't give a fuck about what the feds was talking about, and they still do it today. So these books are these federal books. That's why our argument towards the United States for reparations to be repaired is a federal argument, not a state argument, because the state never gave a damn about our people, our grandfathers, and us to this day. The states never. That's why these things is on federal laws, because the state wouldn't. We lived in the state of Alabama, the state of Pennsylvania, but the state wasn't. So the federal law had to come in and protect us, which they never. But they still never enforced it.
And our beef should be with the federal law, right? Like, because the crime was committed on a federal level against our people, right?
Well, it was committed on a state level, but the feds came in to protect us because the states wouldn't protect us. The states didn't recognize us as even after slavery was abolished. The states didn't recognize us as still as people. Yeah. See, we got to look. I live in Philadelphia. Go look at why Octavius Valentine Cato was killed. He was killed on a voting booth because in the 1800s in Philly, men was allowed to vote. White men didn't like it, so they killed him on a voting booth. Like, listen, this thing is a lot of history that come with this, and why the federal government. If you look at downtown Philadelphia on the south side of Broad Street, they got a statue of a black man named Octavius Valentine Cato. That was one of my heroes, one of the greatest black men ever lived. Powerful, wasn't scared of white folks taking him to war.
Let's show his statue. Let's put it in. What's his name?
Octavius Cato.
Okay.
Philadelphia.
All right, I got you. You can go ahead.
I may be alone when I say this, but I think segregation was our benefit. That we thrived during segregation because we got to experience ourselves, get used to ourselves, and used to helping ourselves, defending ourselves collectively with understanding that you had an enemy.
Now listen,
they erased the enemy.
Listen, it shouldn't take segregation for that, because check it out. I spoke with Jesse Lee Peterson, but what I didn't get to debate him on, him and Tommy think that we was at our best during slavery with the whip on our back. And I was like, yeah, we were very much so working together and builders during slavery, but it wasn't for our benefit. So it's like my thing with the whole we were better with segregation and all that, it's making that same argument that the quote unquote coons is making. Y'all know I'm like a fake coon, but I'm just saying.
Right. But all I'm saying is the only reason I say that and feel like that is because we knew who the enemy was outright. These bits of information were spread out amongst the communities, and you couldn't get a nigga to turn against a nigga. Now, anything a nigga say, you go the first disputer on any comment on any post that got anything to do with uplifting black people gonna be a black person. Like well, black people don't want to be they have to be the first. They hate they trained us to hate ourselves, and it's real.
That part, I agree with that part, but let me push back just a little bit. I agree with the premise of what you're saying, but I'm gonna push back on the first part. We wasn't better off when we was in slavery. The best times of our group was during the time.
I didn't say slavery. I said segregation.
Yeah, okay,
even then.
Okay. You said segregation. Oh, he mentioned Tommy and what's the name said that part. Not you. My bad.
Don't you think that's the same argument, George? That it's segregation or slavery. Either one of them is like you saying we only good if we been at our worst situation or something. But I don't know. But yeah.
Nah, because when we were segregated, remember we were segregated while they had black. Right. While they had black Wall Streets and things of that nature. That Black Wall Street shit was all over the South, all throughout the West. It was country, it was towns. Man, they done burned out so many motherfucking towns, it don't make no sense. These crackers gonna kill so many black people, bro, it don't make no motherfucking sense. And this is why they took all of our books out of Florida schools. Like, I'm trying to tell you, and to go back to what you just said a few seconds ago, the governors have more power. This motherfucker sitting there and signing off bills like he wiping sweat off his face. Y'all don't understand. This shit is all. Every time I see Ron DeSantis, he's writing in a bill. Every single time.
I'll say this to you, my brother. See, the so-called opening the doors and letting us move into different places was an illusion. Because up until the last 10 years, we still been segregated. We was always segregated. They just gave you the illusion of inclusion. It's the illusion. All they did was change the education, so-called change some parts of the education system and give you the illusion of making you believe that you had more freedoms. But you always lived in black communities separate from white folks. You always had white fights. So we've been segregated. We just was promised. What they did was during World War II, they promised our grandfathers and them jobs that they moved from the South to the North. And they end up moving us into the ghettos that white people lived in and then built suburbs for them. So we end up living in these concrete jungles in Philadelphia, Chicago, Milwaukee, and places like this with limited resources. That's all it was, but we still was discriminated against. They made us believe because we wasn't in the South sharecropping no more, and they gave you a certain job that you were so-called free. But if we fast forward and look at us today, bro, we still been segregated. You go down to Florida, a lot of them cities in Florida, man, they separated from white folks. We've been still separated.
Yeah.
It's all an illusion.
Absolutely.
I sent you an email, bro, Sanchez. Look at that little clip we talking about the massacre here in America. I sent you an email.
Okay, I'm going to play it now. And I'm going to say that's another thing that I disagree with Jesse. Oh, no, you still going, George? Go ahead. You got it. Take your time.
I was just telling the brother that it's a mental thing. Like, we've never been desegregated. That was a lie. If you go to Chicago, Philly, man, we was packed like sardines on top of each other. White folks nowhere near. And until you go to school, they was your school teachers.
Yeah. That's facts.
But the removal of segregation, I feel like was their way of easily infiltrating. So we had everything that we did establish while segregated. They made certain that they got all the way involved once segregation was over and reclaimed the motherfucker. Rewrote laws, bills, signed shit, legislations, all type of ordinances where you can't go here, you can't go there. It's a motherfucker. I'm from the South, so boy, I don't know nothing but racism.
I'm
cool with white people, but I know it's real.
Let George respond to him real quick. Yeah, let George respond. Let them two go. I think they still kind of going. Y'all got it.
I agree with my brother. I just tell them they was doing the same thing up north. It was just more subtle. It just wasn't calling you a nigga in your face. But if you came up north, we lived in segregated communities too. White folks had the big houses out in the suburbs, and we lived in the hood, in the concrete jungle. It was the same shit. It just psychologically made you believe because you wasn't on a farm or down in the South on a dirt road that you had something better. Them niggas was in debt.
Hey, let me make a real important statement. You got Jesse Lee Peterson, right? you got a group of black people from Bama that will say sharecropping wasn't slavery. And I go against the Aboriginals with this, because the Aboriginals say we weren't slaves, we were slave owners. Now, I'm from Alabama, and my roots go deep in Bama. Bro, it was never no conspiracy to deny slavery. That's some boule shit. Whoever the fuck talking about we was the slave masters and we weren't slaves, bro, the amount of niggas that had slaves you can count on your finger. So I want to bring, just saying the nigga ain't lying about shit with the buffering. I got the best YouTube and shit. Y'all hold up a minute, let's get over this storm. We buffering for a minute, hold up. It only take it about a minute or two to the most and it'll pop back on. It only do it enough time for your numbers to go down. That's why I know it's some bullshit. Soon as I go back down to like 600 or 700 people watching, then it's going to stop buffering and act right. Because, okay, now we back, y'all. Go ahead. They had to knock the numbers down a bit. Go ahead, y'all. Where were we?
You supposed to play the video.
Okay, yeah, I supposed to play the video. Who sent me a video? Who email I'm opening now?
I don't even. One of the brothers on the panel, I think, sent you something.
No,
I sent
OG
you
Philly
the
sent
picture right there of
Yeah.
all the atrocities that happen here in America.
Shout out to information.
That we were talking about.
Information man. I see you. He posted it. Yeah, I'm sharing it right now with everybody. OG Philly. Yeah, I'll zoom in. If I
Yes,
can
sir. I
zoom
see
in.
it.
Yeah, they can see it out there too. Yeah, so we back, man. You know, every time we get to 900, they gotta knock the numbers down. They don't want to see 1K, especially on no topic like this. So yeah.
Nah, because once you get to 1K, that bitch go to spread to people that don't even be into this type of shit.
Yeah.
Not everybody can see it.
Yet when you talk about P. Diddy or other stuff, they will let you go to like 1,400, 1,500 people, 1,700 people, like nothing.
Yeah. It's definitely some targeted subjects on this bitch.
Yep.
I think
Absolutely.
black people
They
need
probably
to
ain't even sending your notifications out at this point.
And my thing is, it's white people that follow my channel that's in the chat room. It's people of all race, even the white folks that follow me. They don't get offended by these conversations. They be hitting the Cashapp, Sanchez, we love you and shit. But my thing is, that's what I'm saying about the only group that will stop you is the small hats. That's why I'm saying, man, listen, the small hats targeting the blacks and the poor whites. And you literally, when you, as a white person, when you get in a certain tax bracket, you're definitely, you're now a small hat. That's why these motherfuckers go to the Welling Wall, kiss the wall, put the yarmulke on. Like, they call these white folks goyim too. So I'm saying, like, that's why the brother said, you know, we don't hate all white folks, but they keeping it real how they use the poor whites as a buffer in between blacks and rich whites, and the poor whites is being used like puppets on some white privilege shit when they even worse than us. Like the dude in the trailer park be uppity and shit, you know, and you know, against the dude in the projects when nigga. Even this same group that don't like us targeting your motherfucking redneck ass. And that's what we saying. Yeah.
Hey, but you know what the crazy shit? I done ran into more sensible rednecks than regular crackers.
But that's why I said, that's why I said white supremacy was created for white people, not us. It's all an illusion. It's to constantly trick you into believing the lie. They make white people believe the lie, and then they make us believe we niggas. Remember I had the series Sanchez, Death to the Real Nigga? On my channel, and I wasn't talking about killing. I was about killing a nigga in your mind, killing the niggas. They make white people believe the bullshit that they give them, all the education system, and they make you believe that you're something you're not. That's why when you have a channel like you that's multicultural with people all over, and we're teaching this history and people respect it. This is the thing. This is us. When we do this type of stuff, this is us respecting our elders before us, because we're respecting them enough to recognize what they've been through and what they left for us. See, we could be talking about titties, ass, shootings, all kinds of stuff. When we talk about what my grandfather and your grandfather and grandmother left on the books for us to make things better, make a better life for us, we're actually respecting our ancestors and ourselves to have knowledge to make things better for our children going forward. Because our grandparents did the fucking work to make sure that our grandchildren have a better life than they had. It's all right there on the books. So anybody that's of another ethnic group should respect this.
No, George, I think our ancestors kind of got us deeper in the hole in this system because it's an opt-in system. We could have opted out at the beginning. Like we didn't have to opt into the Social Security card and all these other things. We could have created our own stuff.
Hey, check it out. Hold up, y'all. Let do me a favor, right? And this ain't me being, mess or nothing. I would like to hear George and that brother go into a debate because he's saying like they dropped the ball argument, George, that you were saying,
Yes, sir. That's a good one. Let's hear it.
I want to hear that.
Off, George. Let's go. Brother was saying though, lay your premise. The brother that was talking about the Social Security cards and stuff.
Yeah, because now we finding out, you know what I'm saying, how the system works. It's actually it's a great system. We just need to mirror it like the Amish and these other religions. Like we could create our own laws, create our own money, and we don't have to follow this system. Like we default into it because we don't know we have an option to opt out of it and create our own paperwork and our own documents, our own constitution. You know what I mean? And they can't do us anything because we be following our own codes and statutes and rules. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'll say this. If you go back and you look at Special Order 15, after slavery, what we asked for land to be separated from white folks that we could till the land ourselves because we understood, we understood who our enemy was. We understood these things. Now, you had different types of black people in different places. You had black people that lived up in Boston that was never slaves, that was so-called educated under the European system. You had people like Henry McNeil Turner that said it was a great thing that we was enslaved, and he was one of the first pastors in America that ordained a woman, right, up in South Carolina. But then you had people like Martin Delaney and people like that was rebels, Henry Highland Garnett, that was fighting. We got to understand who our people was. Now, what I want to say to you, my brother, is it would be very arrogant and disrespectful of me to part my lips to say that our ancestors dropped the ball in the 20s, the 1910s, the 30s, when I wasn't born under that consciousness and was enduring what they was enduring. I don't know. I can never, ever comprehend why they had to make some of the decisions they made under the tyranny that they was under in the South, in the North, and what they was going through. Here I am sitting up in my chair talking about something they dropped the ball, as if I was there in 1921 when they was burning cities down and doing all kinds of stuff where we was running Devil's Punch Bowl and Elaine massacres and all kinds of stuff that was going on and the things that our people was fighting for. Who the fuck am I to say that they dropped the ball when I wasn't there, when I know that they left a whole rich history of us even having the knowledge of understanding what Social Security numbers is and to do better. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't even be. So no, that's a disservice because you wasn't there. That's kind of like your son turning 30 and trying to tell you about something you did before he was born and why you made the decisions that you made. Nah, man, no, that's a misnomer. That's a misnomer. If it wasn't for them and these laws that's on the books, our generation ain't never did shit like they did. And we've been had this information. A lot of these Moors and these groups been having this information for the last 50, 60 years. They ain't did nothing compared to what our grandparents did. Nothing. So no, that's bullshit. We gotta stop disrespecting the people that was there before us because you wasn't there in the 40s.
Well, I mean, much respect to the elders and the ancestors. That, like you say, they didn't know, but that don't give them a pass for doing something wrong. You know what I mean?
What did they do wrong?
It wasn't the right way.
No, but this is what I'm trying to say to you. You can't say that it wasn't the right way because listen to what I'm saying. You haven't created, you and the groups of blacks that say this, that's been saying it since the 60s, haven't created a system where we can see that what you're saying that way works against what we were fighting against. It hasn't been created. So until that system is created where you can say, well, what I'm saying works, and this is the working model of it. Until you do it, you can't say that they did anything wrong. The problem is, a lot of us black men don't even vaccine, its ingredients. But we make these idiotic statements about the people before us because we're not raised in a culture where things is passed down to us. Everybody didn't agree with the way the systems was going. You had Booker T. Washington, you had Marcus Garvey, you had Du Bois, Delaney, you had all these different groups of black people arguing about which way we should go, but we were still under the thumb and the foot of the white man. And you had people that talk the way that you talk, and what's the Moore's brother name? But they ain't never built nothing to say, hey, let's go against this. And if they tried to do it, it didn't work. So we have over 100 years of history of hearing people say what you're saying. They never created a working model where we can see that it works to go against what we're doing now. It's just been talk. It's just been talk.
And I want to interject and say this, man. I fell victim to his mentality, George, and then I had to think about what you were saying. I'm talking against my own granddaddy that marched with Dr. King saying he dropped the ball. And then, right, and I had to kind of check myself on that. And it's very disrespectful. I don't say it no more because of that. Like, you made me think about something, George. Back then, the conditions were different. We say they dropped the ball, but if you put one of us in that old school scenario, you wouldn't last a week. And we got all the technology we got today, and we still dropping the ball. And they didn't have none of that shit. And they did more than us by getting the bills on the books. I'm going to tell you, I hear Hassan Campbell and a lot of folks be disrespectful against the ancestors, Charleston White. I was on that for a minute, and now I really see, bro, when you die, you don't want to, like, the spirit of the ancestors going to be waiting for us on our that's how I look at it. But then also I want to say this, like, and I'll yield the flow. I heard a brother say, you know, because he had a bunch of people in his live stream, and he was like, you know, bragging and shit on some Charleston White, like, I'm better than Malcolm, I'm better than Martin Luther King and shit. I put a post on my Facebook post. I was like, you know, you may have 5,000 people in your damn live stream, but Malcolm X had 10,000 people show up in person. In person. And when you really check yourself and see how egotistical we is, like, bro, can you, your favorite rapper, listen, is rappers showing up and the shit empty. I'm talking about, it made me rethink shit when I was like, damn, nigga, it was 250,000 people at the I Have a Dream speech. 250,000 people in person. And we be comparing our YouTubers' ass to our ancestors. I'm going to fall back on that. Like, we got to really check it. I see why, George. That's why I wanted them two to have this debate. But I'm going to let that brother make his argument back and do all that. Yeah.
You can drop a bump for yourself too, Bro Sanchez. So that was bombshell. 250.
In person. I had to check, bro. I
when
had
there
to
was
check
no
myself.
beepers, no cell phones,
right.
no internet, no nothing.
Yeah.
Just the radio. Just calling people on the radio and the newspapers. Drop a fucking bomb on that, bro.
Like, I had
most
to
of
check
these niggas,
myself,
most
bro.
of these niggas wouldn't even have courage enough to say the shit they're saying in front of 10,000 people. Most of these niggas wouldn't even have courage.
Okay, I'm letting new people on. That's why we hear the background. But the flow is open to the brother to respond to George and for them to continue. I just wanted to interject. He said it. Ancestors dropped the ball, y'all. Let him make his argument. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
My brother, like, I'm not mad at. I'll say this. I'll yield the floor to you. I'm not mad at my brother for having a stance because in our trauma that we've been through as a people, we're all trying to figure out the way. And the conversation that my brother is saying is not a new conversation. That stuff been on the books. They've been talking about it. The problem that I have is it's never been a system that's manifested itself into something that we can see the working model of it as a group and say, hey, let's go this way. So I understand what he's saying, but I just would want him to separate that from saying but talking bad about the ancestors because we wasn't there during their time. We didn't experience their trauma. We didn't experience nothing that they went through. We're actually the beneficiary at times of what they left, but we just don't know it. So that's my argument. I understand some of the argument. I just disagree with the application of it. I yield the floor.
Right. Hey, you realize one thing, bro. The only thing that's hurting us is we don't come together on shit. The world has seen us do everything except actually work as a unit. You know what? This is what I be trying to explain to most dark-skinned people, no matter where you from. So a cracker, you a nigga. And that's the first thing. You gotta understand that. I don't give a fuck where you from. If you ain't don't look like them, that you a nigga. Believe it. They don't give a fuck what country you from. None of that matters. On sight, that's what you are. You don't look at no white man and know if he's from Iceland or Canada. They don't give a fuck about that. So until we realize that we are, like, this shit has to happen, we got to get together to make this shit happen. It ain't gonna ever happen.
That's because we keep repeating the cycles as the same way the ancestors did. Like when our kids get older, they're gonna say the same shit. Oh, we didn't know what our parents had to go through, and this and that, and make excuses for us. You know what I'm saying? Same way we doing for them. You dig? Much respect to them, but we can't just let a whole another generation go by doing the same shit. Like y'all digging into 8 papers and keep trying
to watch a whole generation of people kill themselves.
So you got to be able to do something different. Like, that system is built for them. You know what I mean? It's a good system that works. We could copy it, but we got to build it for us. You know what I mean?
Realize
create our own social security number. We got to be able to thrive within the system. You know what I mean? We don't know how to use the system correctly. Like, we could be
it go back to what I was about to say. Anytime we try to do what they do,
and doing all type of
try
stuff,
to emulate them, it goes left.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
My bad, brother.
Next debate topic, I think I'm feeling, it's how has the NOI helped black people, or who are they working for and shit like that. If y'all want to entertain it later, but yeah, go ahead, y'all.
If you do that, Sanchez, you should pull out all the groups, not just them. Shit, the NOI, the Black Church, the what's the name? Noble Jew Ali,
the Crips, the Boule,
the Moors,
everybody.
and the Pan Africans, yeah.
So,
okay, I got a good one. Let's put all of the black groups on the table, and let's say which one is the most beneficial and the most harmful and toxic. I think.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you could go first. Go ahead. I'll go last. Yeah, y'all got it.
I was gonna say we study history, right? If I got history on my side, the most beneficial to our group was the Black Church. It was beneficial, and when we do our homework, it has this toxic part too. But the church was the meeting ground for all of our people where we got stuff done at. That was the place where Big Mama and Big Daddy and all them was. So everybody wasn't part of the boule. Now, the people that was running, a lot of these people that was running the church was part of that shit. But a lot of our people that was there, helping move shit. When you think about the things that moved within our ranks, it came out of the church.
But you got to also understand the infiltration of that by Prince Hall. Like, you got to understand his whole agenda was to, like, fuck everything we had going up, like go the opposite way. No matter what we were told, what we thought, his agenda was to act like the white people, which I'm trying to tell you, every single thing we've ever done to emulate them in any kind of capacity, it always go left for us. Look at our gang system. Like, literally, just look at all these motherfucking gangs in the neighborhoods, and communities, and streets, apartments. All these niggas do nothing but kill other niggas.
I'm tripping out. Anytime we have, even with gangs, right? These groups will find a way to monetize gangbanging, and it be a problem in our communities, but we won't know how to monetize it because we so moral. We'll say, why will we monetize the thing that's helping destroy us? But somebody else will say, well, I'll beat you to it then. And they'll exploit some shit and we'll be like, that's culture vulturing. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, when you think about it, the Bloods, the Crips, all these gangs were started by motherfucking boule niggas because they literally thought the same gang signs as the frat boys.
You gotta understand this. All gangs,
I was
every
just about
single
to say
gang,
the frats too. All the frats. They
they
took over all
they
the college
initiated
campuses.
the gang mentality. This shit come back to what I just said. Prince Hall. His design was to infiltrate like the white people infiltrated. This is the only reason why they segregated his ass from them. You can't be with us, but you can start this over here. Because guess what? As long as we know y'all over there, we'll make sure that y'all can't get no further than we want y'all to go.
Prince Hall actually advanced the black community more than any of those organizations.
What?
In what way?
What?
You said what?
I've never heard that. He said Prince Hall actually advanced the black community more than the church, the Moors. Now he got to explain that.
Yeah, he got to explain
himself.
You got to educate me, buddy. I'm listening.
Prince Hall, like I'm telling you, he created his own system that rivaled their system.
He was given that. He was given that.
Elaborate.
He wanted to be with them.
Lies. Let me tell you something. Prince Hall based his shit off skulls and bones at Yale.
Definitely
Right. He wanted to be like them.
No, he got.
And they wouldn't let him.
Nah, that's a fact, bro.
That's what he did.
All black men is in Prince Hall. That's the only segregated system we still have right now. And then the church come out of
Prince Hall is the boule. The church ain't necessarily the boule. The church is just indoctrinated, but they still do a little. Like, ain't nobody saying the church got the right answer. They saying they done the most for black people. I can agree with that out of all other groups. But I ain't saying that Jesus is real or nothing like that. We just saying out of all these groups, the black church. But so you know,
I think probably when it come to unification, like getting us together, you feel what I'm saying?
Every
but like
church got a Freemason cornerstone on it. All the old
no,
churches.
we know. Listen, we know that the black
what I'm
church
telling
has this fault.
They've been infiltrated.
I don't really listen. The Masons used the King James Bible, and listen. No. Listen, man. The church started the Masons. This what you got to realize, right? The church predate the Masons. The church was the first order on earth and the first government. You see what Prince Hall, bro? Listen.
That's why they had to separate.
Prince Hall came out the church. Prince Hall came out the church. That's what I'm saying. You listen. Freemasonry is based upon religious occultism and Gnosticism, so that had to come before Freemasonry. If all of their rituals and shit is based on the Bible, see what I'm saying?
I'm just listening. And see, this is what happened, right? We segued it. We went too far off the cliff. The question was, as far as influence as to where we at today, which one of these groups was. So I'm not dealing with, and I'm reading the comments and stuff. I'm not dealing with what's wicked and what wasn't wicked. What I'm dealing with the conversation we done had for the last hour and a half, right? And all the bills that's on the books. The most influential that helped us get this push came out of the church. Now, we know that the church has its faults because in America, up under this system, and what Paul Harvey said in that thing about making the devil, we've been up under these people. But up under these people, we still had a push and a fight. And the majority of that push and that fight came out of the church that got us the rights that we got. That's the only thing I'm dealing with. I'm not dealing with whether the church is faulty or messed up. I'm dealing with, if I'm a detective and I'm trying to figure out, well, what got these black folks rights? The first congressional meeting was held here in Philadelphia at a church because they was had in 1834, if I'm not mistaken, because of the riots that they had in Cincinnati that killed black folks. Everything, we went to the church to convene to find out what we was going to do next as a people. That's all I'm talking. That's what I'm dealing with. Now, I'm not dealing with the Masons. I'm not dealing with none of that kind of stuff. What our people did, and the history showed us that we went into the church, and that's what got these bills passed and these different things that we got fighting for. That was a strategy that I guess that they had to use at that time. Now today we have more information today to know. The difference is today we have enough information to know the mistakes they made and the good things that they made, where we can capitalize and push it forward. That's my stance on it.
Yeah, the church galvanized us for the most productive cause out of all the other groups. Yeah,
I still see the Freemasons.
And that's the reason why we haven't been heard silently, because the church has been in control of the paperwork and the situation.
Yeah. And you know what it is, big dog? We have a chance now today the universe is telling us today, and we have to be intelligent enough to know that, okay, y'all got pushed this far, but the advantage that we have is we have the history today to know the good, the mistakes that our grandparents made, and the good thing that they did to push us forward. So now we know what not to do and what to do. We just have to now circle around that and build a culture around that and push it forward. They pushed us as far as they can push us to. It's our job now, because think about this. In the next 40 years, what is our grandchildren going to say about our era? What have we accomplished? What have we done to push things forward? What have we done as a group?
Yeah, and like you said, it ain't just the churches, it's all the religions working together. And I know y'all heard about the Farrakhan trying to sue the black hats, and he lost that case. You know what I mean? For what he was suing for, that's a partial reparations, but he was just getting it for himself and the NOI. But y'all got it.
Yeah, and if you go back, I think Sanchez.
That's why I say all of them sold us out. Go ahead, George.
If you go back, Frederick Douglass didn't like Martin Delany, and they wrote about each other in different papers. And Du Bois didn't get along with Booker T. Washington and his stance. When you go back and you read these black people, because you have Black Boule, but then you have black freedom fighters that was on the ground that was like me, that was fucked in. Delany, they didn't like Delany at all, because he wasn't with none of that bullshit. He was like, man, fuck them people. I'm going over there with them. They tried to write Delany out of history. So we got to study the conversations that was had with our people back then, and you'll see damn near the same arguments that we having now they was having back then as to which way we should go. And to this day, we still haven't figured it out.
And I know it's one nigga that was in every room saying, nigga, we just need to get together and say fuck our beef. Because our beef is irrelevant. I don't fuck what you don't like about me. The only thing you need to know is I give a fuck about you enough to argue with any motherfucker about what's best for us. And the best thing I know for us is to be together. We gotta move together as a unit, as a collective, like a beehive. And until we get that mindset, we're gonna stay just like this.
It was the same argument.
You're gonna need more information than just being collective, dude. Like you need to know.
Motherfucker, I'm considering your information as well.
So look,
I'm not telling you.
Okay, y'all good. No, y'all two can go on and do your little smoke. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Nah, bro, he really don't understand what I'm saying. See, it's niggas like him that'll fuck up everything. The one thing I just said is togetherness. So, bro, I don't care how you feel. Understand, I give a fuck about your feelings. Just chill. Stop throwing it at me. Understand that I'm not your enemy. You still got the enemy confused.
So
I don't need to hear the smoke version of your argument. Nigga, know that we need to come together regardless of what we think.
That's right.
The motherfuckers who are against us, they together.
I wanna put some on the panel real quick, because y'all know how we do on Wild Out Wednesdays, and I got some nice panel here today, man. I think this will be fire. We got over 800 people here. I want to know this, right? This has been a popular subject I've had on all of my channels. People is 50-50 with me on this one, and I'm a rapper. I'm an MC. I say hip-hop ain't really our true culture. Some people say Sanchez, it used to be, but then this is what happened, and boom, 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 how it became the shit you see today. And I say it was always planned to be how we see it today from the jump, which meant it was never our culture. It was like a warfare attack, like to get us later, like a setup or some shit. So if y'all want to entertain that, we can. If not, then we can just talk about whatever y'all want to talk about and never mind me. But salute to everybody.
I'm cool with that, because the way I feel, and I feel you, I can't disagree with what you're saying. But what I like to interject and say is it is our culture. But again, what they were able to do is get a Boule style at one of these Crip gang fraternity guys to come in as a rapper and switch the whole shit up. He led us like they're master infiltrators. You gotta understand, no matter what we do that we like to do, they're gonna want to be a part of it. And the best way and the easiest way to do that is to get a nigga who looks like you to slide on in.
Hey, Sanchez, real quick, Sanchez, can you type in Martin Delany real quick?
Yep.
I
Hold
want
up.
you to,
I got you.
Martin, I want you to see this, right?
Pull up the screen share for y'all, man. Pull up this old screen share once again. Hold up a second.
And Brother Sanchez, real quick, that's why I go hard against religion, because the religion is the main reason why we think we're slaves. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I go hard. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Well, I feel that, OG. Salute.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he misinformed. Religion is the key to your freedom.
Yeah. When you pull up Martin Delaney, it says go out of it real quick first. Go back out of it, Sanchez. Read that one. When you go out of it, you'll see the words at the top. Wait a minute, it should be something down there. Wait, go let me see. Damn, where you at? It should say Delaney, he's the father of black nationalism.
Okay.
It should be right there. It should be right where you at. He was one when they tried to write him out of history. They love Booker T. Washington, and they love Frederick Douglass and them, but they don't like Martin Delaney because he was one of the first ones saying, I'm gonna say it, fuck them crackers. We're not living with them. They hanging us, they killing us, we going over here. He was the dude in the meetings or on the panels, like he was the pro-black guy. He was the guy that the blacks was some black people was telling him, yo, who invited this nigga? Man, this nigga coming here. We got these white folks agreeing with us, and Martin Delaney come kicking in the door saying, fuck them, we going over here. He was the first one. He was the one that kicked everything off. When you see like the pro-black or the black power talk, it started with this guy right here. But they always give you Frederick Douglass. They give you all of these other people in history. How many people really even know who Martin Delaney was? But he was just as big as they was during their time. And he wasn't with that bullshit because he was telling the fucking truth. But the white folks respected him because he wasn't no bitch. And he wasn't kissing their ass. He believed at that time that we should just left America and went to Central America and started over because we would never get fair treatment from white folks at that time, during his time. When you read his story.
I feel like that now. That's why I say we need to segregate.
Him and Henry Howlett Garnett wasn't fucking playing. But that's why I be telling black people, like, no, everybody wasn't with that shit that you see. No, they was arguing back then too. But what they was trying to do was, he was their homie with the big mouth. And you know how niggas be when white folks come around, they start tucking in their shirt, sitting up right in the chair, talking all like the Great Poupon. Man, Martin Delaney wasn't with none of that shit. He was like, man, fuck them. I'm not doing all that shit for them. Who are they to be equal to? So they tried to write him out.
Did Martin Delaney coin the term Africa for the Africans?
No, that was they say that was Garvey, but I think that was Deuce Ali, if I'm not mistaken. That might have been Martin Delaney. I could be wrong, but I know that he was the one saying that if we couldn't go back to Africa, we need to go to Central and South America. We just need to leave here because we'll be better off there at that time. He was the one.
Yeah, I believe if Martin Delaney was alive right now, he would probably have changed his political stance to some FBA type. And listen, I do not rock with Tariq Nasheed, and I know that he's a questionable guy that a lot of real ones say is on some, he ain't a real one with this revolutionary shit. So when I say FBA, try not to think, maybe I should say ADOS or something, but I'm just saying, I believe more and more of our people going to realize we're the original people of America too, or one of those original people too. So if they had that same spirit, but toward that concept too, it'll really not make them go into like on some Dane Calloway shit and just, man, I think that'll be like, what's up? But yeah, salutes to that.
Read what they say about him. He wasn't kissing their ass and asking them to stop slavery and all that. Read what it said. This is how he was talking.
Said Martin Robertson Delaney is sometimes called the father of black nationalism for his efforts to promote the dignity, pride, and liberty of people of African descent. He was an African-American abolitionist, writer, journalist, physician, and military officer who is considered one of the first black nationalists. This nigga was a lot of shit, yeah.
on my side is this. It says Delaney has been called the father of African nationalism, a reflecting of his pride, a reflecting his pride and his color and ancestry. His insistence that the Negro America controlled their own destiny, and his firm belief that Black America would one day regain its ancient glory. He wasn't on there like, man, thank you, master. No, he was telling them like, yo, we need to control our own shit. Fuck them. He didn't want to be integrated with them. He didn't want to fuck with them.
Yeah.
So the argument was the Boise believed at that time that we fought for all of this and we should have a part of this. Delaney was like, man, fuck them. They not messing with us. No. Listen, we're never going to get, and he was right. We're never going to be treated as fair and equal by these people. So why would
but listen, I'm gonna be honest. I think Delaney and Du Bois should have found the common ground, because I agree with both of them. Because Boise saying, look, we ain't going nowhere. We go to Africa, we gonna be at the bottom of their society too. Because even with the go back to Africa shit, when blacks from America go to Africa, it's damn near worse than you being at the white man world in America. That's why the Africans coming over here. So what I'm saying is, like, I agree with what he's saying, like, but I think that the Pan-Africans is taking a runaway mentality. And then my thing is, if you're gonna go with the Pan-Africanism, you literally gotta move to Africa. You got to get out of America and show and prove to me that it's better for a black man in that land, and then you will inspire others to do it. And it's like the Passport Brothers prove that you can get a bunch of niggas to buy passports and go out of land, but it's only for pussy. You know what I'm saying?
We got to look at it from this perspective. We got to go back to the 1800s. Slavery is old, just ended 15 years ago, right? At that time. So we looking at it from that time where you had a lot of our indigenous people here that didn't come on slave ships, and then you had people that came from Africa, right? Mixed in certain groups. So they had certain mentalities of that time, and they was under the gun because they had pulled the troops out. So now they under the gun of this white man. So they're making decisions based off of trauma. Du Bois never been a slave. He was an educated Negro from the North, where Delaney was a rebel. So when they come together, it's like mixing oil and water. He looking at him like, nigga, you's a fucking coon. You ain't out here on the ground doing what we doing. So just think about it, Sanchez. The same arguments we have today, they having back then during that time. And people like him and Henry Howard Garnett, man, they the dudes with the ashy knuckles, man, coming out of slavery. And they looking at these educated Negroes talking all clean like white folks. They like, man, we ain't fucking with y'all. You with them. That's the argument.
But see, my thing is this right here, though. I think one of our weaknesses is the fighters can't form a union with the educated sort of nerdy lames in the culture. And then when you look at other groups, they fucking techies and nerds work together with their military and sort of militant aspect too. And then when you can get them two going together, but see, when it come down to black folks, it's the educated lane versus the Pookie and Ray Ray. And these, you know. Yeah.
Remember, educating the educated lane. Whose universities are they going to? Who do they work for? So then what they did was, that's why I tell younger people, stop saying we dropped the ball, because we never had a ball to drop. We've been fighting the whole time. Even when we think we got some form of education, it's still under them. Crispus Attucks was educated under them. They say he was the first one to get shot during the Revolutionary War, but he was up in Boston with the white folks. So as some of our people was indigenous, what they don't tell, they came from our indigenous tribes, but then we joined forces with them, and they said that we got civilized through them. So we've never, ever been independent of the white man to make our own decisions without the trauma of it. So I brought the rest why, and debating the other brother, I brought all that up to show that the same arguments we have today, they had the same similar arguments back then. We inherited their argument. Still never been able.
Let me ask you this. Hey George, you think that we progress those arguments today, or is it stagnant? Are we What?
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I think we progressed it in the 50s and the 60s. Then once they figured out, they hit us with the heroin holocaust, and then the crack holocaust, and then they used systems to break up our homes. We lost the information again. So now people like us, we're revisiting the information, and we're finding out that wait a minute, they got this stuff on the books. We've been marching all
Yeah,
this
that's
damn
true,
time.
man. Bro, I'm telling you right now, it's people making so many see, most of the arguments that we making today are founded on the point that it ain't on the books yet. We saying this needs to be in Congress, this law need to be passed, and this man just showed us a list of damn near every law we begging to be passed. It's already passed and on the books. It's a matter of us using our energy to make them enforce it, not pass it, and nobody won't tell us that.
All we need to do today is
create your own laws, create your own books.
No, I'm saying, but we fought for something and it's on the books. Yeah, let me go ahead. You got it, George.
In order to do that, you have to have a unified thought at that time in order to get it. But this is the thing, that we created our own laws that got on the books. The problem is we need to make them modify it for today's time and enforce them. That benefits us. That's beneficial to us. And a lot of these laws that America created, if we want to be technical, our indigenous people, we already had these laws in place. They just stole it and made it their fucking own. All this shit is ours. We just need to know. So what I'm saying is, and reason why, as more and more I educate myself, I'm learning to have conversations with my own people and not fuss them out, not get angry, because I know that a lot of us, even me, there's a lot of stuff that we don't know and understand until we know it. Once we say, well, wait a minute, they had this. So that's why even with the brother saying 5 to 6 years ago, the brother said our ancestors dropped the ball. I'd have been cussing and going crazy, but I don't do that no more because I understand where a lot of it come from. We have to just re-educate ourselves to know who were the people before us and what did they do? What did they do good? What did they do wrong? What did they leave for us? And we have to know this information. So going forward, brothers like the brother that I was debating with and me, we can work together to make things better for our grandchildren going forward. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Yep. Y'all had a very good, mature debate too, man. It was good energy. I ain't gonna lie, it's dope. If he wanna unmute and show us, because he never really got time to go into points on how they dropped the ball. I'm gonna be honest with you, George. I agree with you. We shouldn't just be saying that, but I don't mind them pointing out things that maybe they had wrong that we can perfect. But I think it's disrespectful to just go with the drop the ball. I like what you said. They didn't have a ball to drop. That was fire right there. But yeah, he got it. Y'all got it.
Let me tell you. Look, this how it should have went. Just how they say they actually using spiritual laws, you know what I'm saying, and sorcery with this shit. But all we have to do is declare we are who we are. You know what I'm saying? I am the living man, and this is the law. Same way they do it. Who gave them authority to make these laws? They gave themselves authority. We can give ourselves authority the same way under God's laws. You know what I'm saying? That's why we need to use the same systems that they using, and we need to come to them on a friendly, level playing field as equals instead of coming under their system, under their laws, and following all of their rules. We could create our own shit, just like all these, like the Amish. The Amish don't have IDs. They don't have to follow all this bullshit. We could create our own bullshit and then say, look, this what we do, this what y'all do. And y'all, this how we gonna rock. You know what I'm saying? We gonna be friendly. And then that's it. We gotta start with the bullshit and stop saying, oh, they. They just say they because they decided they wanted to decide. We just need to decide. You know what I'm saying? That's the key. We can create our own shit, our own religions, our own documents, and put it on the books. You know what I'm saying? And same way they do it.
You talking about put it on their books?
My pushback.
On our own books.
You mean present it to their Congress?
Why you gotta put it on their books? You know what I'm saying? Like you a man too.
Understood.
So we just gotta come to
born
agreement.
into a system, my boy.
Like
Unless
same
you
way
want
they
to get
use
away from
money.
that.
Hold up.
to agreement that that's what they're gonna use.
Hold on. Let's get clarity because I like what it's going. Let's say, why do we gotta put it on they books and why we just can't make our own books? Because I think that sound good, but it's some reality. Yeah, go ahead.
Now remember when I'm gonna read Martin Delaney again, and this is in the 1800s, and this is going to correspond with what the brother was just saying, right? And this is the problem. Delaney has been called the father of African nationalism, right? Reflecting his pride and his color and ancestry. His insistence that the Negro Americans controlled their own destiny. Back then, they understood what the brother's saying, right? The problem with that is we had thousands of Black people fighting to control their own destiny and see things through their own lens. They was burning our cities down and hanging us from trees. See, this is the problem with where what we have to do. I would tell my brother we have to study. If you look up, if you do the background check of these Black men that they hung from trees, they were landowners, they were property owners, business owners. They was part of systems that were set in place to help Black people build cities in Wilmington, North Carolina, in Rosewood, in St. Louis, all these different places. So you didn't just have the Du Bois way of thinking. You had the people that understood what Martin Delaney, because he had the newspaper over in Pittsburgh and these different places. Him, Henry Highland Garnett. You had so many Octavius Valentine Cato. You had so many people that was moving the needle on Black people being independent and self-sufficient. We already understood this. What they did was they was killing them. They was hanging them. They was killing these people and making the descendants of these people come dependent upon the system. That's why Paul Harvey, when you listen to what he said in that thing on what makes a devil, he's talking about what they did and what they're still doing. So what I'm saying is I understand what the brother is saying, but we already had people that thought like that was already in motion doing these different things. But for you, it's too many residuals for the people that actually built the country to be free, independent of the system. So they always did things to keep you up under them. And they had to give you the freedom. They had to give you the laws. So I just want us to understand that these are good conversations, but know that there was Black men and women that understood what the brother was saying. And I'm giving you just one example of Martin Delaney, but there was thousands like him that spoke like him. How the hell you think we built Rosewood? How you think we built Tulsa? Because the people had the idea and the mindset of Martin Delaney, not these other Negroes. And Booker T. Washington was one of the ones that created.
Hey, George, let me ask you a quick question because I learned every time you come here, I learn from you. But I want to ask you this. The Pan-African ideology, you telling me is how we built a lot of Black infrastructures in America, but the Pan-African ideology is telling us to go build in Africa. So I ain't gonna trip and say that you ain't telling the truth. I'm saying, what do you say to people that will point that out? Because I'm in an Aboriginal community too, and I've heard all the arguments against the Pan-African ideologies, and I'm throwing one of them at you.
Okay, I'll answer it this way. The problem that we have is we're looking at the world through the lens of today and not back then. Just think about when we're detectives and we're doing an investigation. This world we in now don't exist yet. So they're operating during that time. So during the Pan-Africanism and the Black nationalism, because Pan-Africanism didn't build Rosewood. It didn't build Tulsa. It didn't build Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Black nationalism built that. Understanding who we were here and building. And then some of our people wanted to go back to Africa. So we had them all working and congruent together. Now, remember I said we have 100-something years of history to know the good and bad that we did. So Pan-Africanism that we know today, I don't support Pan-Africanism that we know today. I support my ancestors of what they did back then, because I can see the models that they created that worked, that built something for us. So when you look at Greenwood, that was unified thought of Black nationalism. And the idea of Pan-Africanism and the way that they thought back then built that. This shit that they talking today ain't building a goddamn thing. So I don't support today's idea of Pan-Africanism. That's garbage. But what my remember, we're not that far removed from slavery and then Jim Crow and after slavery. What our grandparents and great-grandparents was doing, they had a mentality of Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism. And they built shit with that. So I don't compare. I don't see it. I don't make the argument through today's lens as to yesterday, because they wasn't in this time, so they wouldn't even know what we're talking about. They wasn't here. You understand what I'm saying? I don't compare the two.
I think you brought a lot of clarity when you said, well, it wasn't Pan-Africanism that built those cities. It was a Pan-African with a black nationalistic ideology. So break down, because guess what? You know, over here, we kind of troll a lot of ideology, especially if they're political. Because think about it. Black nationalism is a political ideology. And I kind of abandon the political approach. But I want you to really go into, like, the foundation principles of, like, black nationalism and how to apply it to our benefit and shit like that. Like, if you...
It was an advocacy for of support and unity and political self-determination for Black people, especially in the form of a separate nation at the time. Because see, that's why I said we got to look at it through the lens of that era, not now, where history where we can see the good and the bad. We got to erase today's time and go back in time to their time. So they're using that at a time to unify and galvanize and destroy people. People coming out of slavery. A lot of people can't read and write. They're afraid. They're getting attacked. They don't know who they are. So they use black nationalism to galvanize a way of thinking to subvert white supremacy. We had to have a way of thinking that brought us together, where you can't build Tulsa, Oklahoma without a unified thought of people thinking the same way, on one accord, saying this is ours, self-determination. So black nationalism of that time was to galvanize, or what the Bible says in the time of Ezekiel, preaching to those dry bones in the valley to raise up a dead people, where we can be self-determined and do things independent of these people. That's what black nationalism at that time was. So we can't look at that black nationalism of that time in the time of today, when we've been now integrated, inoculated, broken down so many different things and stripped away from our knowledge of what they was going through back then. You can't compare the two. So I don't support a lot of stuff. I don't support a lot of the stuff of now, but back then I can see what models they used to build things, and then white folks got mad. Like, we had running water, running septic systems. We had things set in place that they had to come in and take it, because we was damn near living better than them in certain places, certain cities. They came and bombed our shit because we used a black nationalist way of thinking and saying, separate from them, let's do our own. We was already slaves. We know how to build everything any fucking way.
This is exactly why I say we were better off segregated, dog. We had our own mindset. We didn't need to steal anything or any of their ideas. We pretty much gave them their ideas, but because we didn't have, any power, let's so to speak, the gun. We didn't have guns. We didn't come with guns. They did. We weren't just going to outright kill a cracker if he didn't agree with us. But you didn't have to disagree with them. They were going to kill you because you were a nigga. They understand. They were afraid of your mental. They was afraid of your spirit.
Yes.
This is way deep.
I think the brother's trying to say something. He might be breaking up.
Oh, go ahead.
Hi,
everyone.
What's up, Rabbit, man? Yeah, thank you.
All good, bro. One love, one love. Listen, I'm going to interject something very quickly, then I'm going to go back in the background, okay? You see, there's 3 laws going on at the moment at the same time. The one that you know is the maritime law. There's 2 other laws that we're not using that's working at the same time. There's trust law. You can pull it up, Sanchez, on the screen. Okay, you can share it. There's trust law, there's common law, and then there's maritime law. So all these people that you see that they're advertising, they're all controlled opposition. People like you, people like me will never be advertised as these people. And respect to the brother who's talking about this man called Paul or whatever, okay, if he's in the mainstream, like in, proper biography, and he's a military man, it could be a controlled opposition like most of them are nowadays. And I yield the floor. One love.
One love. So I see a lot of y'all in the chat room is hopping up on this trust law thing. Tucci, you want to come up and build on that? But check this out, right? I'm gonna tell you some real shit though about what I'm hearing in this conversation. I'm saying that, see, because I've been telling folks when we say white supremacy, it should be called small hat supremacy. And when we say black supremacy, right? Look, when we say black supremacy, it should really be called boule supremacy, bourgeoisie supremacy. What y'all think about that, everybody? What?
Rub yourself a bum again.
I'm just saying.
People don't understand that they are the ones that since the 1776 and before everything they first conquered the crown of Britain, then they went into the Vatican, and then they came into the United States and basically have been changing every single government to be in favor of them. And that's why you see that. No, give me 1 second before you interject. Just let me elaborate. If you look at the governments that the United States call allies, they are nothing but ass leakers of the small hats. Nothing else. Nothing else. Especially the people in our government, and not because you see them that they are of pale skin color means that they are white American alone. They might not even be American. It's like me, I'm American, right? But my whole background heritage is Puerto Rican. So they might as well be born in the United States, but their fathers or their grandfathers or something like that might be small heritage from the small hats. And that's why they get into power. It's as small as you can think of. But it's that big and it's that dangerous.
I mean,
and we all in here trying to get our reparations from the white man, because believe me, the white man have done some bullshit in Puerto Rico too, for which the Puerto Ricans are trying to get the reparations as well. You can look back all the way to 1898 if you don't believe me.
Don't forget this, and I'm not even a Pan-African, but when they do start paying everybody reparations, they gonna owe them Africans so much money, boy. And so everybody, they owe everybody too, man. But they
have been kicked out of every single country that you can think of since the death of Jesus. Okay, there's a video running around. That explains since 260 something current time, all the years that the small hats have been kicked out of a country, and the country from where they were kicked out, and the reason that's running around on X.
I'm gonna tell you something, bro. Let's talk about this. We talk about when they get kicked out of a country. Talk about when these and then we talking about a small group of people that are coming to your country, and they'll be like less than 1% of it, but they will be calling the shots in your shit within 50 years.
They come in calling the shots. Success. I just emailed you something about what y'all talking about right now. I just emailed it to you.
Because they come in and eliminate the voices of your nation. Yeah, they come in and eliminate.
It's crazy though.
Bro Sanchez said it later on when he said that they are good at what? Infiltration.
I said that, but I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, you was the one that said it? Okay.
Yeah, I'm the one that said that because everything is infiltration. Shit, the KKK was started by a motherfucking military guy. He was a general in the army. Nathan B. Forrest. They just stopped his motherfucking school here in Jacksonville about 10 years ago.
We're going over this bill that's for their defense about anti-Semitism.
And the Klan were Jesuits, just so you know.
I think it was Iron. Iron is the guy from he got a Rumble and a TikTok and I think an X account, and he did a whole video of all the corporations that we think are solely American operated and owning, and they are nothing but small hats, bro. From the smallest one that you can think of to the trillionaire ones that the whole
watch this, y'all.
board
Watch
is
this,
small
y'all.
hats.
Listen now. Hey, check me out, right? We just can't remember what I was saying about the small hat shit, but then listen, not only is the small hats in America one of the things we got to talk about, I just found out, and I've been kind of knew this, China, y'all, is like, listen, man, it's the small hats too, but they working with other groups. And I'm telling y'all, we can't sleep on the Chinese, and I'm not talking about Chinese people. I'm talking about the Chinese government, because they are even attacking their own. Let me explain something to y'all. The Chinese government got the best system of how to exploit its own citizens. And now our government want to adopt that system from China. And that's why America is changing. And remember, when China changed their society around, it was with intentional opioid crisis. And look what's happening in America. That's why I was bringing up the fact that the fentanyl come up out of Wuhan. The fentanyl come right out of Wuhan, y'all. See, we gotta go into all this deep shit. Feel it. That's why I was telling. That's why I was telling George that what's going on in Kensington, and he probably can go this deep too. But you know, Philly niggas don't be talking and shit. But I'm telling you, I bet you he can probably go into like the Asian presence too. You know, Big Dog, Philly, all of y'all, what the Asians doing? Because look, what I'm saying, it ain't even, the Chinese is really operate. Y'all forgot that the Chinese got their own mafias and shit that work directly with their government.
It's all kind of mafias, but we don't have a 1%. We don't have a 90. We don't have a 90% Chinese control government. That's why you gotta keep attention of the small hats more than the Chinese.
Well, look, I agree with you. Hell yeah, I agree with that. But listen, here's what I'm saying: the small hats don't make fentanyl. But the small hats won't control like what think about it. The Chinese government is the only government in the world. They got the biggest population on earth, and their population is more controlled than countries with the smallest population on earth. Let me say that again. The Chinese got the biggest population on earth, but they people is so obedient and controlled. They people are more controlled than countries with the smallest populations on earth. Just think about that. So what small countries will do, they'll go and get with the Chinese, and they'll say, what are give me your systems of government that you're using to control your people like that. Now, hold on, right? Facebook, YouTube, all the shit we using now, this was shit that was in China first. This is just the American version of it, because the Chinese government, they police system wanted to find a way to help them solve crimes and shit. So they did it through internet, social media. Look at how many crimes our police solving because niggas talking online, posting shit. We think that's just new in America. This was happening in China first. And now it's everything that was happening in China is happening over here now. And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. From the fentanyl, from the opioid, to the social media police state and all this shit, dude. The surveillance, the big brother, the cameras on every block like what we got. That's what I was saying. I'm gonna fall back though. Y'all got it.
Well, I just said you, right? This right here.
I say the Chinese master that technique from the United States government.
And I believe they had it first, and then we kind of got, because think about it, Bori, we the land of the free. Our tactic to govern our people was some simp shit, basically to make them have the illusion of inclusion. But the Chinese way of governing their people was, if you steal some, I'm gonna chop your motherfucking hands off. It's too many of y'all to be having this illusion of inclusion, because it's too many of y'all to fool like your fucking voice count. It's so many of y'all in this country, you know your voice don't mean shit. So I can't fool you with this illusion of inclusion like what America doing. I got to straight up be a fucking tyrant police state. And that's what America going to. Well, the more we populate and get bigger and bigger with population. They can't. Yeah.
This is what I sent you as a roadmap to the whole conversation we having, right? So what happens is when you get in conversations with these people, because they don't expect us to know. So when you start scrolling down, this lets you know all the way from the ancient times of their history, from the Caliphate era, the early merchants in Europe. And if you scroll down, it gets to the Holy Roman Empire, how they was controlling the banking systems in Italy when they got thrown out of Italy, right? It goes to the woman bankers, and if you go down to the 19th and 20th century, you scroll down to where you see the 19th and 20th century, right? Going into the more modern times, and then the merchant bankers, right? You see here, 19th, 20th century. If you read that and the merchant bankers, it'll answer everything, and that they can't deny it. It will tell you how the Rothschilds came into play and all the different families and factions. And it says at the end, by 1828, the Rothschilds, their money rose from 3 billion to 118 billion back in 1828. They were the Jewish bankers of the night. They began to rise to prominence, and they was the ones controlling London, France, and all these different places. Italy tried to protect. So when you get down here to the merchant bankers, right, you see 19th, 20th centuries in Europe, merchant bankers. But during that time, America's been established through the Revolutionary War. And who's funding Robert Morris? Tom Solomon. Where is he from? Europe. What is he? A Jew. And it's telling you how the Ashkenazis came into power. And it comes right down here, right into the United States. Already in the colonial times, individual Jews was active in America's money brokers, such as Osser and Levy, which functioned in New York City during the time. Man, listen, bro, it's all there. The problem is we have to have educated arguments to know what we're talking about. When you argue with people that created the monopoly board, and you make one mistake, they can make you look like a fool and a dummy. So you got to know what you're talking about and be able to line all that shit up, because the board that we arguing on is their board. They created the monopoly board. So that's why they get to make the rules. Oh, nigga, you can't. So whenever you know which group you can't talk about, that's how you know who run every motherfucking thing. And they don't even, right there. What they doing is passing along. Like, yeah, nigga, we know what you're saying is true, but shut the fuck up. That's what they doing. But this right here, this shit right here, dog, lets you know everything. And lets you know year for year, each country they was in.
Let me see. Let me see. Hey, George, let me see if we can get you a volunteer reader like the Hebrews, because I wanted somebody to read this and you can stop them and expound on it and they can go through it with it if y'all want to do that.
It says, if I start from, let me see, because it's a lot over here.
I can zoom it too. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can see it from where I'm at and read it. I got it up on my thing too.
Okay.
Let me see.
Cause it ain't that much. We can knock this out.
But you want me to start from the top?
From just the 19th and 20th centuries and the merchant bankers. Shout out me, myself. Welcome back, bro.
Yeah, it says the Jewish banking in the 19th. What's up, son? Yes, I'm talking. What's wrong? Okay. The Jewish banking in the 19th century began with the rise of the House of the Rothschilds in Frankfurt, a city which became a new banking center in Europe as a result of the political upheaval caused by the French Revolution, which they funded too, and the Napoleonic Wars. The founder of the house, which became the symbol of the 19th century type of merchant banking, Meyer Empson Rothschild, started as a banker to Nathan Meyer in London. After the death of Abraham Goldsmith, all these people since like the first century. Francis Barrag in 1810, Nathan Rothschild became the dominant figure in the London money market. The majority of the English financial dealings with the continent went through the Rothschild offices. After the Congress of Vienna in 1850, the Rothschilds extended this is why you had World War I, but I'll get to that, extended their business into the European states, specializing in liquidation and inflated paper currencies and the foundation of the floating public debts. In 1818, they made public loans to European governments. How the hell are they making loans to the goddamn governments, beginning with Prussia and the following with issues to England, Austria, Naples, Russia, and other states, partly in collaborations with Bering, Reed, and Irving Company. Between 1851 and 1828, the total capital of the Rothschilds rose from $3 billion to $118 billion. So this merchant joint is long. I'd rather just put it in the chat.
That is so fucking crazy. Now, yeah, that's all we gotta read. Now I know that would make people want to ask you a lot of questions. I'm gonna start with the first question, right? We compare America to a monopoly board.
I'll fast forward to the United States a little bit.
Okay, go ahead. You got it.
Already in the colonial times, individual Jews. Let me make it a little bigger. That's why I'm struggling a little bit, because I can't see it that good. Let me make it a little bigger. Okay, all right. Already in early colonial times, individual Jews was active in America as money brokers, such as Assur and Levy, which functioned in New York City during the second half of the 17th century. Often such figures were helped by their extensive family or fellow Jewish contractors overseas. Remember, they sent their families to different countries around the world and took over because they controlled the banking. Remember how they showed all those European countries that they was sending loans to? They sent their people there to watch their interests, and they never fucking left. That's how they got Spanish names, right? And Spanish countries in Puerto Rico, Cuba, where my mom's family from, and different places. Those are Jewish owned, man. They just convert over into the Spanish language, but they control all that kind of stuff from the East Indian. All that shit is theirs. So let's keep reading, right?
Even the royal family of England, they are German Gothics from Romania.
He tracking the money. He tracking the money now. He following the money. Let's go.
Remember I read this. Remember I had y'all read this earlier? This gonna prove my point. This is in a whole nother article to let you know this ain't bullshit. The best known Jewish financier of the times was the legendary patriot Chaim Solomon. Didn't we just talk about him an hour and a half ago?
We just brought him up. Yep.
Immigrant from Poland immigrant of Poland who succeeded under extremely trying conditions and rising large amounts of desperately needed cash for American Revolution by negotiating bills of exchange with France and the Netherlands. You know why he can do that? Because his people was already giving him loans. So he can walk right the fuck in there and have carte blanche and say, yo, give me that. I need this bill of exchange. They not looking at him like he crazy, because I just showed y'all where they was the ones financing the shit time before. And financing the countries. So he can help America become America by going to the people that's in debt to them and saying, yo, exchange this for money so I can help fight this war here. Man, this thing is...
Oh, my God. This, hey, listen, then this gonna make me ask you about how much did the role of, how much did money laundering play into, the building of America later? I'm gonna go into that because that keep coming up. But, yeah, you got it.
You know, you remember Pat Robertson? From the 700 Club, his father.
Absolutely, yep.
Okay,
I remember him.
His father ran the what the fuck is the thing that was the Federal Reserve. His father and his father's best friend. What the fuck is the guy name? I'll pull it up in a minute. But they was part of all. That's why he was able to talk as much shit as he wanted. And remember, Pat Robertson was a gangster. He was running diamonds from Sierra Leone and Liberia down to the Caribbean and hiding the money in the Canary Islands. They caught him. They said, what's the African guy that was running Liberia? They put him in jail and let Pat Robertson go. I'll pull that up too if they need me to.
That wasn't Gaddafi, was it? Who was Liberia?
Liberia, the president won the Liberian War. They put him in jail. What the fuck is his name?
I can Google it too.
Yep. Hold on. Pat Robertson, watch this.
Nigerian. When was he a leader in Nigerian?
I think the war was in the 80s, I think.
Okay.
Pat Robertson running diamonds.
Muhammadu Buhari. That him?
One of them put in, no, not him. Okay. He was Mandela. He was an American that they sent them American Liberians.
Yeah.
Wait. From Sarah, hold on. Let me pull, because I so that way I can get more clarity. I gotta pull.
Take your time. Salutes to everybody on the call and in the chat room, man. Y'all make sure y'all get the likes up for us, man. This is like a very intellectual panel today. And guess what, man? We touching a very sensitive subject in a professional way. Ain't no bullshit, just knowledge, man. And we pulling up the slides. Yeah.
Charles Tyler. And they knocked Charles Tyler for it. They blamed him for it. But Pat Robertson was the one sending his fucking planes over there. He was getting the donations through the church. He was sending his planes over there, and they was running the diamonds back to the Canary Islands and giving them to the Jews. And then he was hiding the fucking money, and they sent Charles Tyler to jail for it.
Money. Hey, listen, money laundering played a big role in the building of this motherfucking country. So they did in South America. I know he can go even deeper, but I know you still reading from the joint. You remember where you? Yeah. I
got you right. Prosecutor Pat Robertson had gold deal with African dictator, and what they did was they turned around and tried to blame him. I did a live stream on this like 5 years ago on my channel. I want to because I like to be correct when I don't like to run my mouth. I like to show and prove. The Bible says show and prove all things, and that's what I try to do. Show and prove all things. Mm-hmm. This here, I'm gonna send you this here. He was using his planes. And they sent, hold on, where the one at with the planes? He was using his planes to pick up the diamonds, and that way they can get through customs because it was Pat Robertson.
Man, is that what Blood Diamonds was about for real? Leonardo and that, I forget the brother that was Give Us Free from the other movie.
You better believe it. I think you own something, me, myself.
Leopold.
My bad, I ain't mean to interrupt you, Macon. Shout out to George Macon and Virginia.
You know what I'm tripping off? How like with the Blood Diamond shit and the music contracts, right? You know how they got the 360 deals to make a art form that's worth billions of dollars a year. A nigga will sell his soul like Biggie did for 25,000, but you making billions. Now in Africa, they digging diamonds up for a nickel and a dime. That's going for it's like a 360 deal there. But yeah, that's just what I thought about.
Bro,
yeah. Guess who got them doing it now? Guess who got them digging the diamonds on? Oh, go ahead, bro.
But no, I'm gonna let you go real quick. I just need 10 seconds. You know about the it's a dude in New York called Trans X or whatever. He's a jeweler, right? And y'all probably have seen him. He looks kind of like whatever part of the Middle East he's from. This man went to Sierra Leone, little mud pit mines where these dudes are out there in open-toe sandals hiding a gold bar and seeing if they can find it based off of their Wi-Fi connection or whatever, like a treasure hunt. As soon as I saw him do that, I lit him up in the chat. He's never been back over trying to, bait them into any type of weirdo. Because it's like, yo, some people don't see that what they're doing is bigoted or just ridiculously racist. It's like, nigga, you going over there to where they working their bodies to the bone, to the death. And you coming over here to sell it to the clueless niggas over here. And they paying whatever they pay for it. But don't put that in front of a nigga like me myself eyeballs, because I'm gonna speak on it in the moment. But if you pull that up, I promise you that will go viral, because that's what that dude did. He went over to Sierra Leone over there to where he actually gets those diamonds and jewels from to try to placate, get some likes or whatever, right? But I wanted to ask George Mason one more thing and I'm done, I promise. The ICC just sent out a warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu and the leaders of Hamas. George Macon and the brother Citizen Man, I forgot to bring that up to him the other night too, but I want to know how y'all feel about that, because Netanyahu was just taking pictures with the Black Caucus. It's a reason they put this out in front of us before, because he knew they was fitting to send a warrant out for him. I didn't know that, but the ICC is the International Commission of it's like the international.
The ICJ, my brother. Excuse me that I interrupt you. ICJ,
no, man,
International Court of Justice.
Thank you. Yep, they just sent out a warrant for Netanyahu. Pay attention. They know he owns some sadistic genocidal shit, but allegedly this is all for entertainment purposes. But yeah, y'all got it.
Yeah,
but like the ICJ in there.
Like outside of Leopold and them, having everybody digging for the blood diamonds, shit, your boy Warren Buffett been having motherfuckers digging for more than 90 years. He's the only motherfucker that gets straight diamonds from Africa. And that's the beer diamond. He always owned that.
Real quick, Sanchez, I just sent you the article of what they did, what they did with the 700 Club did in Africa, and what they did with the church, and what happened, and what he was doing. He was getting the people, the 700 Club. He was getting people to send him millions of dollars, saying he was going to use the planes to send aid to Africa. He made a deal with Charles Tyler, and instead of sending aid, he sent and doctors. He sent a bunch of mining equipment over there and was stealing the diamonds. And he was never charged. They put Charles Tyler in jail and called him a warlord. They used their media and called him a warlord. That's why, man, people just don't know, man. People don't know, bro.
That's why I'm up in arms about what they did to Gaddafi. If Gaddafi did and put in that type of infrastructure and all the atrocities we never seen on the media, we just heard about, things should trigger, things should click. That man set up a pipeline. He was literally like, we're gonna turn the deserts green. And he set up like we had the pipeline here where they trying to, frack and get all the crude oil or whatever out. He was doing that with water though over there. He was sending everybody to school for free. If you couldn't go to school here, if we can't afford it, if we don't have the resources, whatever country, America you want to go to, we're going to pay for you to go there, pay for your housing, etc. Then we're going to give you a job. If you can't find a job, we're going to support you till you can find one. This man was on some, what we would call real freedom and a true, king or tribal chief, right? And so whenever you see that going on around the world, they kill those people off, allegedly. But
How you
myself.
think
How you think he was able to do that though? Because he created his own money.
Yep.
Big facts. He was about to change the whole economy. Yep.
Yo, me myself. You hear me?
Oh yeah, but I hear you. But I don't want to interrupt making a spiel because I know he was. I was just. But yeah, y'all got it.
I'm just pulling up everything so that way when I read it, people can get an outstanding understanding for what the hell actually what they did. So I'm pulling. You know how when you do stuff, when you did streams a long time ago, but the conversation take you. So I'm pulling the information.
Yes, sir.
And show because I want to show you. I don't want to tell nobody. I want them to see it.
Yep.
So they put Charles Tyler in jail, but I thought it was a good deal helping people. So he sent these planes over. Sanchez there. I sent them one of the articles already where he can see what they did in order to mine the diamonds the ADC would use. Man, this is crazy, bro. Like what they did, how wicked these people are, and people don't even know. These motherfuckers was on TV getting people to send millions of dollars in donations through Operation Blessing. And they sent these planes during the Rwandan war to Rwanda and the Congo and different places and was mining diamonds and was running them back out of there while under the auspices that they was helping Africans, man. And they wasn't, man, this shit, he was on TV every day talking about pray to the Lord and doing all this shit. But his father, people got to know who his father was. And that's what I'm saying. Like, people don't know. I don't know I'm waiting for Sanchez to come back. We can pull it up.
Yep, and just to give y'all a heads up, anybody that's trying to sell you a product based off of the scripture, you need to knock them the fuck out. Do what Jesus did, flip the table over, for real.
They never talk about King Orange, who killed Salman Congo, the King of Orange, while we're on the subject. And you talk about the King of Orange who killed so many black people in Africa, but nobody speaks of Orange. Pull him up, Sanchez.
Sanchez, I don't know where he must have went
I
somewhere.
think he stepped out to do what we always do. That's legal now.
What you gotta understand is they're gonna always use the cloak of the church. That's what the Bible told you they was gonna do. But that's just like shit. Here in Florida, the biggest landowner in Florida is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Big churches. Yes, right.
You
And they use that as a scapegoat.
This shit deeper than you can think.
Pay taxes. Churches are tax exempt.
Real quick, because this just popped in my mind, and I just wanted to ask this real quick. Now, George, you said you apparently you saw the Channel 5 News documentary that I was bringing up about the streets of Philly. This what I meant to ask you. Why don't you I think you had like some criticisms of the white guy who made the video. I ain't gonna lie, when I saw it, I was like, now this is what I'm talking about. This guy from Philly, he's a white guy who really care. Like, he ain't over there on no clout chasing. But you came on, you was like, well, wait a minute, Sanchez. You ain't from Philly. he is clout chasing because his area's worse than just Kensington. And if he from Philly, like, he should know that and shouldn't be on Kensington like everybody else is. And maybe I'm putting words in your mouth, but I wanted you to go into like the whole, do you respect his work, Channel 5 guy, you know, and how do you felt about that for real? You know what I'm saying?
There's many documentaries on Kensington, and they doing that because there's white folks down there where you can see white folks. But if you live in Philly, and I'm pulling up, I'm trying to find my documentary now on my old channel. If you're on Kensington and you go 2 blocks to the left, right, 2 blocks to the left or 2 blocks to the right, you're going to see all the blocks in the Badlands where Big Dog Philly and them said that they grew up in all them kind of areas and where I lived at one time. They don't show that because it's blacks and Puerto Ricans, and it's just as fucked up in D in Wyoming, B in Clearfield, 4th in Indiana, 9th in Somerset. All those places, they don't show none of that. They're not gonna go up there to none of those places. Number one, they're scared to go up there. They wouldn't dare even be seen over there. But they're not gonna go up to those places and highlight those. It's fashionable to go to Kensington because it's being put all over the world because it's white folks down there on that xylazine. If you go down to Kensington, you're not gonna really see that many black folks high on xylazine and all that kind of shit. That's them white folks down there all fucked up.
Now, I would have debated you and been like, bro, it ain't always on no race stuff, but that would have been arrogant because I'm not from Philly and just listening to what you saying, I can't say nothing but just listen and learn. So I'm going to drop the link, but this is a good bill because it's always an agenda for like, I was wondering, why is Kensington so Bro, go to YouTube, y'all. Put Kensington, Philadelphia on there. My nigga, it's so many And I was wondering why that shit's a tourist attraction. And this brother saying, wait a minute, this place is worse than Kensington right down the block.
Yeah. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's kind of crazy.
I'm gonna show you something.
Hey, but that's just like a nigga tell you about O Block and how they made O Block into a terrorist town when the other motherfucking apartments is way worse that they'll never talk about.
Yeah, they never show you the worst, because the worst is like, why you don't do nothing about it? Whoever's showing me that,
you gonna have
it's
to
like,
do
oh
something right.
no,
You know
we live like that. Yeah, so we would instantly get outraged if we saw the real projects where the babies are outside naked, like in third world countries, or barely their pamper hanging on because it's leaning so low because it ain't been changed in almost 2-3 days. So that's different than watching grown people fiend out like zombies. So they're showing us what they want to show us for sure. Like Megan was saying earlier, like they know how to get our energy to a certain level and then just let it marinate and see what pops up from it. It's like taking a real life.
That's what they doing, me, myself. Ain't nobody really going down to Kensington and pointing out the deep shit we pointing out on this panel. They going viral because the title is like Zombie Land, Philadelphia. And they just showing people tripping and people laughing at folks that's victims of a whole government agenda. And it's like a circus. Like if I lived in Philly, I would be the niggas saying, man, these bloggers need to stop coming to our shit if they ain't helping. Because y'all part of the problem now. Y'all turning this shit to a circus and a spectacle when you don't even know how deep the shit go on the whole, like, it's so many layers to this shit.
Big
you know what I'm
they
saying?
cutting off, they using those drugs and they using the communities to cut off the royal true bloodlines. They know where. Imagine this: the chiefs and Indians and the queens and kings over here, the gods and goddesses over here, right? Before we were infiltrated, and the ones that were brung over here. Regardless of who brung them over, if we sold ourselves into it or whatever, right? There's levels to the caste and class system. They know where the descendants and the kings and queens, or the descendants of the chiefs and chiefesses, are at in these modern day New York City, Richmond, Virginia, Alabama. They know exactly where the family bloodlines are at. So when we see certain people like a Benjamin Crump instantly pop up when somebody gets shot that looks like us, know that person that got shot, that bloodline, that family that looked like Project Baby's kids, that's the real bloodline of the actual kings and queens of this land, the chiefesses. chieftains. But that's what I know for a fact. But that type of research takes a lot of like, where did this family name come from? Trace it back to the plantation people. It's like, oh shit, then where did that people come from? And it's oh shit. So there was a so-called, yeah, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I see exactly what you're saying. I'm talking about when you can't trace the shit no more. Because listen now, I think George was saying earlier how the Philly folks don't really give up their kingpins and shit, right? So now watch this, right? Here's what I'm saying right here. Everybody going to Kensington, and they will blame the Kensington problem on like a lack of Philly government part. But what we talking about showing how deep this shit really go, like with the whole land grab from the Wuhan, China shit. And it make me think like, yeah, man, it's easy to just blame this fiat circus government that ain't got no real power. And then it kind of make me want to go back and revisit my Kanye West shit and be like, well, damn, maybe he was, the small hats really is fucking, you see what I'm saying? Because it's like these, but then I be like, they got to have they control opposition too, don't it? You know, so
it's a catch-22. That's what we call it. Yeah, facts. We had a club out here. And it's called a catch-22 in a little store. But yeah, man, it's a paradigm. It's a pair of things. It's two things at once. It's a parallel, two things at once. 11. That's a big old bud. That's a water beater. But absolutely, my G.
What up, the Virgo? Welcome back, the Virgo. I think the Virgo having tech issues, but whenever you want to unmute your mic, you good. But I'm gonna say this, man. This shit here is dope.
I'm ready to show you. I'm ready to send you me down Kensington with the youngins, with the young guys out on the corner. I'm about to send it to you.
And then send me that one and send me the Dope Fiend part. I know that sounds crazy, but that name make me want to see that part. I bet you.
I'm walking through Dope Fiend Park. I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's what's up. I got you.
I'm getting everything now.
See now, why niggas ain't talk like they name this shit Dope Fiend Park, nigga? They ain't on the trip. That's crazy.
That's crazy how language work, though, ain't it? But yeah, we name it after the action that happens in that area.
Well, true that.
Yep. But yeah, going back to the system, yeah. Okay, he got it pulled up.
And that area is so dangerous. I'm talking about. Listen, I'm talking about shootings every day, multiple shootings. I'm talking about them damn Spanish people down there. Man, listen, the worst place in the city ain't where the blacks live at. It's where the Latinos and the whites live.
Go into that though, because ain't they spitting the flood everywhere with them type though?
You know what, man?
Ain't that what they've been doing?
You know how the news reporters used to have to go to the dangerous places and still report to you what's going on? A lot of these YouTubers just going to the YouTube dangerous, but nigga around the corner is where it's really lit. You know what I'm saying? Like how it be. That's kind of like, I see what's going on now, what he's saying, like what I'm trying to break this shit down on a simple level. I'm going to play this though, George. It say the day the youth took over, but I see another one that say Heart of Darkness. Okay, yeah.
I ain't even mean to send it to you. This right here, let me go so I can check the timestamp. This right here, that's me in Kensington right there talking to the young boys out there selling dope. I'm on the block because I used to live down there. I know them. And I didn't know this guy right here, but I can go there. Now, this video documentary I did is during the time of the riots when they tore the whole city apart, right? They ravaged the whole city. I was out there documenting, recording every motherfucking thing at that time. And I put the music on out. If I'm narrating, talking, explaining everything that happened, and you'll see like the youth run and do everything, right? And at the end of the video, I'm in Kensington, but this is them tearing up everything. I'm right there, right? And that's they blowing shit up, man. They blew up like a bunch of cop cars.
Oh, they wilding, yo, that's crazy.
Damn, nigga.
It got real crazy. Shootouts with the cops. And they wasn't really reporting this shit. I was on the ground. Reporting all this shit, right? So that's like a news clip. You're gonna see me walking around. And they out there shooting everything. And you know, this is the time when certain blocks is trying to get at other niggas and shit. Can't no police come and save you, so they getting in shootouts with each other. It was fucked up. And this was during that time, I think, right before COVID hit, I think.
And Megan, don't it make you think like that was on purpose so they could go ahead and kill each other off and stop playing? Just go ahead and get out here and start shooting at each other. Get on the front line, hurry up. Don't it seem like that's what these things are set up for, though?
Yeah. Fast forward just a little bit, Sanchez.
Okay.
Just a tiny bit. Past this news clip. Past the news.
All right, keep going. Okay.
Now, this is real time. And this, I'm walking up on it. They tearing up every motherfucking thing. Right?
Snipes.
Yeah. So this is the day it happened. And then I went out there the next day and recorded the next day when everything was out, like on the ground. Like what CNN, like you said, what CNN and them used to have to do. I'm out there. Right? But I'm at places where motherfuckers wouldn't dare come to. Like right here where this happened in that
This
park
shit
side.
look crazy.
Shout out to the nigga George, man. God
I ain't
damn.
gonna lie, man. This shit look like fucking chaos, like Purge movie.
They was stealing shit, backing vans up. They was driving vans through fucking the glass. That shit was crazy. Hey, hold on, let me see where you at, cause I did this shit.
was trying to save those
This
windows.
shit look
but
like a
not
place
good.
on earth where there's no law at, no lawlessness, just the Purge
Total
movie type
anarchy.
shit. Yeah.
Watch what they show. Now you see them running. Watch, they're gonna show the next day. In a minute, it's gonna show the next day how that shit look. And that's just one spot though. This light.
A nigga pop. Did you see this nigga walking the bike across? Goddamn, dog.
You saw it? Yeah,
This
he
is
won't ride me. He
fucking
was-
crazy, bro. This is just fucking mayhem, dog.
You got the car right in front of GameStop in there. Let me grab a PlayStation 5.
And a nigga walking a fuck guy, bro. Only in Philly, America. Matter of fact. God damn, nigga. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some twerking in the midst of all this too.
It's a guarantee it's finna be a hood with something diggling on it.
You see them running?
Oh shit, nigga.
Got a brand new iPhone 14.
God damn.
Not gonna lie, I thought I saw a nigga in a wheelchair, but that was another nigga running with a bike.
That nigga just threw a hole, and the bike looked like ain't nothing wrong with it, like some new shit that they got out the store or something. Like
He just don't want it. They just want to wreck shit. Yo, our people are out of their minds sometimes.
Man, this is madness.
I'm gonna send you the video of Antifa coming, the white group that came and they was the ones starting all the riots. Now watch, hold on. Look, if you just fast forward just a tiny bit, I want you to see the aftermath. Just scroll just a little bit, right?
God damn. This is crazy.
Damn.
Now watch this, George. You know I'm finna say some real shit. This is in their own neighborhoods and not the rich white neighborhood in Philly. Am I right about this?
See, remember when you they go back to the conversation we was having about the destroyed people that don't know the shit is on the books or their history. We don't have a plan of action as to how to fight back because we don't know who's left. This is what you get. They don't care nothing about us doing this. They use insurance to pay for it. You know what they care more about? What we was talking about today. Re-educating ourselves as to how to fight so we don't have to do this. That's the more. Now across from here is the supermarket. Watch what we did to where we get our food from. Man, they fucked everything up, bro. You know what's funny though? Y'all want to hear something crazy? One spot in the city that they did not touch, and that's why I tell people all the time. Little Africa. None of the black people went and destroyed none of the African stores. One African store got
because they didn't associate that with the powers that be. They associate that with their own. Like I ain't gonna fuck with the black man that's like me. Yeah.
They go to our supermarket. Well, what we told them is we don't dislike y'all. We might not fuck with y'all all the time, but y'all not our enemies. We look at them as the enemy. Look at this. This is the supermarket. They fuck, man. Listen, this is just one shopping center, bro. This is just one shopping center.
But let me ask you this, George. How did they know, for example, George, that rainbow that they vandalized wasn't owned by a black man? or that supermarket, because you know it's just a franchise a lot of time. So that's what I'm saying. They just going after the brand. It's like, but hey man, either way, this shit is it's just crazy, man. I ain't gonna lie. Philly, yeah.
Damn. What the entrance?
Fast forward it to 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Yeah. Fast forward right at the 45 minutes in. We're gonna go to Dope Fiend Park. We're gonna go all the way across the city to Dope Fiend Park.
Oh Lord.
And I'm gonna show you how we was in the middle of the riots when Antifa came. We was fighting against Antifa and the police at the same time. I'm gonna show you that video. I got all man. So this is the Badlands now. They down there doing work. This is after the riots. Watch how crazy this is. None of them niggas went down the Badlands and destroyed nothing because they ain't want them motherfucking all that dope. That's a billion, damn and multi-million-dollar blocks. Nobody went down there and touched a motherfucking thing because they didn't want to get hurt. They didn't want to disrupt.
Damn, yo.
Nobody went over there.
That's crazy.
I'm walking up in Dope Fiend Park now.
Man, you just need one of them Jones where you hold the camera steady. Cause my brother, he a videographer, like he a professional and shit, right? Baby bro. You just need one of them Jones that you attach to your body to keep everything steady. Man, you are the news, my G, Megan. You just need to hey, but yeah,
he need a helmet with a GoPro on it.
Yo, he need the whole rig for sure.
Cause I'm gonna tell you something right now, bro. If I lived in Philly, I would have a whole channel just on Kensington. And I know George is saying it's other places, but the vloggers really blowing up, and they ain't even, a lot of niggas ain't even from Philly. And they going to Kensington and it be like they biggest video on their channel and shit, Zombie Land and shit like that. That's why I said the white boy from Philly wasn't just on some Zombie Land shit. He was literally giving a history and shit. But I think George could probably have more information than what he had, given the
I'm in the trenches down there with the people. Like I come from this. I used to hustle down here. I come from this. I can go down there and do this because I'm not afraid. This is where I'm from. They're not. I'm gonna prove it. You want to see me talking to the people down there while they hustling. He can go up there and talk to the people, but he a fucking white boy, man. A clean-cut white boy ain't on dope. They looking at them Ricans and they looking at him like he crazy. They gonna talk to him because it's a documentary, but he ain't from there.
Yeah.
He ain't from there.
You saying so George, you saying you can be from Philly, but you might not be from that element to be still qualified to give the thorough. Yeah.
Certain places I can't, they'll shoot me in the ass. I go certain places.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck about none of that. Nigga, who that nigga? Because you ain't from over there with them. Shit. This city dangerous, bro. This ain't like the place to be playing around. Like they talk about Chicago. Come here with that shit and see what happens. These little motherfuckers crazy, man. Chicago just bigger than Philly.
George, let me ask you a question. Is that the city where this dwarf Puerto Rican died like 2 years ago in a Ford track? What was his name? Ejito? El Primo Ejito?
Did the cops shoot him?
No, I think he was riding a Ford track because it was gonna be like a run of motorcycle bikes and all sort of shit. And he flew from the island to Philly, some area, and the same day of the parade of the motorcycles, he had an accident and he died because he kind of he was on a Ford track, but he was like a dwarf. He was like only like less than 3 feet tall, but running a 400,
I
he lost control of that shit and hit a van from the behind.
Yo, I just understood what you just asked. He asked he said it was a dwarf that got killed on a motorbike in Philadelphia, like a little person. Okay, I promise you I didn't understand what you were saying. I deciphered it for him. I translated.
Let me ask y'all something real quick, right? We're gonna keep this footage rolling right here, right? We get to kind of live through George's eye and walk through Philly with him and shit while we talk. But I want to ask y'all something too, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Philly is fucking zombie land, nigga. Like, it's just so many people hunched over and looking like, dang, oh, this shit. And when you think about when people be like, hey, George, guess what I hear on all these videos in the comment section? Why don't
What's
they
that?
do nothing about it? Why don't they do nothing about it? Now, we went over all the deep shit why they won't do nothing about it, because it's a land grab.
Go to 50 minutes. 50 minutes. You won't see me talking to the people. 50 minutes.
They part of it why they won't do nothing about it.
Here and conversate with the young people. I got a chance to sit on the corner. You know, some of the youth, they stopped while they was on their grind to sit and talk to George, to have the conversation with George. You know, it was it was necessary conversation that was supposed to be had. And when I walked the streets, the youth stopped and talked to me. They stopped and had a conversation.
You ain't on camera. Yeah. I mean, we're part of the joint because I don't really see no businesses up here fucked up. You ain't on camera.
He gonna get on camera. He gonna tell me it's all right.
Oh, okay.
He out there selling heroin right now.
I wouldn't put you on camera without you
This
knowing.
where all the record, bro.
Oh, okay.
I don't even care, man.
You hear what he said?
Yeah. You did, man. But fucking, you probably passed everything.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you, what's your opinion on this? And how old are you?
I'm 25.
25. You're younger than my son.
Yeah.
So what's your opinion on this?
My opinion? I mean, shit got a little too crazy, but I'm all for it, man.
You think it's necessary?
They've been fucking us over for a long time, and they say actions speak louder than words. Our words ain't been getting heard for over a lot of decades. So.
Right. So I'm 20 years older than you, right?
Yeah.
So you've had a chance to see all these police shoot people and get off, but then they show you videos when you was in school about what they used to do to us back in the day, and then our pops. So it's like the generations is tired.
Yeah,
so,
we really tired. Yeah.
So how do y'all feel about the old heads? Like, what do you think we should be doing?
Boys, let me see.
People that's like 20, 30 years older than you.
Don't give a fuck no more, man.
Yeah, they don't care.
They put you in harm's way in a minute.
Right.
They all for themselves now.
So what?
Hey, George, I don't mean to pause your joint. This is so fire. He said, that man said, old heads don't give a fuck. They'll put you in harm's way. Guess what's going on the West Coast now? You got gangs where the old heads is literally trying to lead niggas the right way and shit like that. Then you got the gangs where the old heads is perpetuating the bullshit and lead them niggas into the slaughterhouse. So it let me know the world is a ghetto and everything going on everywhere, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm ready to send you Antifa. Watch this. I'm gonna show you Antifa. We was rumbling Antifa. The Antifa came to West Philly.
I'm so glad you brought them up. Thank you.
They got ran the fuck out of West Philly. CNN wasn't reporting this shit. But listen, we was rumbling them and the police. They wasn't reporting this shit.
We had to do that out here because when they tore down the statues in Richmond, Virginia, right? We had to do that out here. Antifa, this is all for entertainment purposes. Antifa allegedly are the people that put the bricks out on each corner before the riots start. That's why we was like, and then Black Lives BLM allegedly they're with the so-called Marxists, dude, that allegedly all that other stuff, right? That are actually the scapegoats that we point at. Well, we don't even see them. We think they with us. The Antifas and the Black Lives Matter, we thought they was with us, but till people started doing their research. But yeah, go ahead, my bad.
No, I'm gonna ask you a question. I know Black Lives Matter is George Soros. Who is Antifa? Because I know they like a.
He about to go into where that come from too, like in where Marxism comes from. That comes from like that before we was born. The Marxist agenda and how they use women to so-called. But yeah, man, yeah, Charles, yeah, exactly. Where it comes, where the term comes from.
People don't have a clue what's going. Like, think of how if you look at we've been on here 6 hours. If a person rewind this shit and watch it a couple times, the average American that's going to the voting polls don't know how deep this shit is, bro. And I'm telling you, this video is proof that your votes just don't matter because who in control is not the people y'all voting for. This is what I'm saying.
Hold on. Watch this, Sanchez. This gonna be worse. See, this is the shit. This is the shit that why my channel never grew. Because I was putting this type shit out.
Facts, man.
Facts to a real
it
soldier,
got
though.
to be a reason to think about it. I ain't gonna lie. It's some truth to that, bro, if you got a nigga like George from Philly that know a bit more. Because when you dealing with, you got channels that's speaking about the black people's history in Philly. And not on no race car shit, they white channels. They videos will get more views than an actual black family that grew up in Philly.
Millions, hundreds of thousands of views from a week ago, and it'd be somebody talking about a culture that they don't belong to. Big fact.
Like Vlad and them and all them. That's like in Bama, they made a video about Winona, that legendary football player shit. It was a big video in Bama they made. But the people that was telling it were not the people in that area who knew everything fucking about. And they was disagreeing with a lot of aspects of the video that came out.
Yo, they took my video and took it down? Hold on, where the fuck?
I was about to say, what happened?
Hold on, not that one. I just sent you another one, Sanchez, of us rumbling Antifa and the police at the same time. They
play that.
They made a fatal mistake. They coming to West Philly. They should have stayed downtown. Them motherfuckers.
Bro, look what they did to my nigga, bro. They took. Oh, you put you got this one on private right here.
Oh, let me take it off. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what?
Guess what? This one right here must got some real. Y'all must be finna be turning up, nigga. I know my private videos. We was going in.
Hold on. Yeah, damn. It's on private. Okay, yeah. Let me unprivate. Let me take it off private.
But check it out though. Did they give you any guideline or anything for that shit? Because I might not want to play it if you had to put it on private.
No. They was just some of my videos I put up. They just took down.
Okay, I got you. But
Hold on, let me.
Yeah, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. America can learn a lesson from the Philly Trink shit. Now, somebody asked me was talking about Trink in the chat. I'm gonna tell you the main two big cities with the Trink shit is Baltimore and Philly, but it's spreading and it's gonna be some real shit to worry about here coming up. Like it's crazy.
I just sent it to you now. It should be coming up. Yeah, I'm looking here. They took a lot of my joints down, man.
Hey, Megan, I don't mean to scare nobody, but when my little brother, right? You know, I'm big bro. I got a few siblings, but look, they was like, it's fentanyl in the ganja, it's fentanyl in the Mara Jane. I was like, say word. Don't tell me nothing like that, blood. Don't tell me nothing like that, because I'm like, yo, you out your mind. Like, what you mean? How do they not see that? Because
guess what? Hold up, watch this, George. Watch this, George. And this gonna be a 10-second. I'm gonna let George answer you. I see where you going, me myself. Here's what I'm gonna tell you. Man, this shit's so crazy. I only buy weed out the dispensary. And I know what people may say, well, that's government shit. Dude, the fentanyl and all the street shit.
But you can sue it's a safer bet.
Can sue the fucking dispensary.
Exactly. That's why I
listen,
told my little bro,
I'm telling you, the whole dispensary shit was to hijack the weed industry and all that shit from the street niggas. From the street niggas. Cause look, I was buying this shit, off the street, cause I'm like, fuck the dispensaries. Niggas is good food, fuck it, But then I was like, hold up, yeah, the street shit.
They don't even know where they get it from. Exactly.
I'm telling the government don't really want to clean the streets up. They competing with the street niggas for the medical, for the fentanyl, all that.
That's
nigga
how I
on the
look at it now.
Shit. Yeah.
Yep. I look at it like, oh, yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Was it private, Sanchez, still?
Oh, listen, the last link you sent me the studio link. That's your master link. Look, go back to that joint and then open that video up like you watching it and then send me that URL at the top. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, let me do it that way.
And while you find that, I want to make a little spiritual connection in this observation. That brother we looking at on the screen is 25. I'm 40. I don't look as old as that brother, but what their energy and what that city has gone through, each generation of babies gets old. Like when you hear an old spirit, like you've been here before. Now you back to fight again. It's like, yeah, I had to come back to fight. That's what we're looking at on the screen in the physical form. That brother said he's 25. My nigga, that brother said he's 25. I am almost next month.
And I didn't know him. I didn't know him from a can of Adam. He just stopped and talked.
He just looked like he been at war all his life since he was a baby, right? But he's 25, blood. He's a baby compared to me. He's half my age almost. And so I feel for these type of niggas that are raised in that type of environment where they gotta duck bullets on the way to school. I didn't have to do that. I'm born in '84. I didn't have to do that. And I'm born in '84. So all I'm saying is, man, the area depicts how they gonna perpetrate the sadistic slavery fraud. I mean, man, it's crazy. But
Pull it up now,
shout out to
Sanchez.
my people everywhere. But yeah, y'all
Pull
got
it
it.
up now before I gotta go, Sanchez. Pull it up now. I really want y'all to see
I
this.
got
This
you.
is when y'all see this, it's gonna blow the top off the roof. Y'all gonna be like, what the fuck?
They fighting with the cops. They fighting with the cops. Look. They fighting with the cops. Oh yeah. They fighting with the cops. They fighting with the cops.
Oh, we trying to come and regulate shit, man.
They fighting with the cops.
Having that shit.
They fighting. Look, they fighting with the cops. They pushed the gate back. They out here fighting. Oh shit! They pushing the gate back. Look. I told y'all. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh my God! Somebody do something. Somebody that's saying something.
Oh shit! Look.
They took the guardrails.
I told y'all it's gonna get crazy. I told y'all.
Where the white boy got his pistol? I can't find it on the video.
I told y'all, look.
I'm on the court.
I told y'all.
On the court recording everything.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something right now, nigga. If I was a police in Philly, I would have quit this night. Ain't no fucking way, nigga. I'm not going. I would have told the chief, bitch, I quit. Nope, bitch, I'm going. Nah, I'm not doing this. Hell no.
I'm hoping if this the one with the white boy get his shit split and he come up on the motherfucking porch. He come up on the porch. Oh, yeah, there you go right there. Oh yeah, hold on. It's at 340, you're going to see the white boy come up, his shit split to the white meat. They fucked him. He was from Antifa. They fucked him up. Told him, get the fuck out of here. At 340, they split his shit.
At 340, hold on, man. Let's go to it. Uh-oh, be careful, people. Brace yourself. White meat incoming.
Go back to 320. Go back to 320 so we can be sure. Oh, yeah, because it's going to show that. Go back to 320 and let it play up to 356.
All right.
Watch this, y'all. It's so ready to get the fuck out of here.
Police. They got real quick. Yo, damn, man.
I saw him. He just walked by.
There you go.
That motherfucker got a crick on his face.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why this happened. Watch this. I'm going to show him his shit split.
He got hit in the head, man.
Hit the brick.
George, they crazy because he was like, thumbs up, guys. I'm bleeding. Yeah, we got
yeah.
Awesome.
You saw it, right? Yeah, they hit him in the head.
They there to stage something. Exactly. I'm telling you, they was here too.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, this is what happened. During the riots, the cops killed a black guy, killed a black boy, a teenager. They shot him in the parking lot. So they shot 3 cops. So the cops came and was fucking niggas up in West Philly, and they wasn't anticipating motherfuckers rumbling back. And I told everybody,
punch back.
That shit that they pull in other cities, Philly is a predominantly black city. You can't get away with that kind of shit like that down here. So when they shot that boy in the parking lot, them motherfuckers shot 3 cops. And then the cops came and tried to just start fucking niggas up, and all hell broke loose.
Hey,
and then
George, you understand why they attack y'all the hardest now? Like we was get to the nitty gritty, my nigga. When it's too many of us together and we all on the same path and telepathically saying everything, they gotta import poisons allegedly, weapons allegedly, drugs allegedly, and uppercuts, left hooks, and overhand rights. We're gonna leave out the details. But you see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
gotta do that when the city is that much of people of this hue. So notice around the country how they do that everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And the news show what they want to show to outrage certain ones against a certain group of whites. that ain't really about that though. So
And see, what you
we
see,
gotta separate. But yeah, go ahead.
and see what I'm showing now is what the news won't show you. This is on the ground footage that they don't. You know how the news want to edit shit?
Facts. Yep.
Well,
Yeah,
this
you're
is
right.
on the ground. They thought that they was gonna come in West Philly and just start smacking niggas up. Man, motherfuckers wasn't trying to hear that shit. Niggas start rumbling. It was listen. I can't find my other video. It got crazy. I'm talking about they was mad because they killed their boy, and then these niggas
We
shot 3
won't have
cops.
it. Facts.
They shot 3 cops. So the cops tried to come in and fuck niggas up. Everybody came outside and just took them to war. The white dude got his shit split because out of nowhere Antifa came. So they start smacking Antifa up and them up. And they were saying, we don't want y'all motherfuckers here. Get the fuck out of here. And the cops was trying to protect the Antifa. That's why the white boy got his shit split. And when they took the fucking guardrails and threw him.
Hey, and Macon, I'm gonna make one point. Macon. They got a certain section of like you call bad apples in the so-called code of blue that already were told when you get one of these young boys in the park by himself, kill him. Allegedly,
Yes.
but you know what I'm saying. So
Hey, George.
like I know this, but look, and then they gonna. But yeah, y'all already see what I'm going. Then they can spark
Watch
that
this.
energy. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just thought of something, me, myself, and this is some old Philly shit. I remember when I was young, back in the day, folks was showing this video of like this fucking, I don't know if it was a black extremist group or something. It was in Philly, but the police was doing
The
a
move
house.
movement when they bond them. Yep.
Yeah, and them niggas was like on some, they fucking went to war with the police outside that house.
All you
Like
gotta
they,
do is
They dropped C4 on
I
them.
tell
They
you
dropped
what.
C4. Yeah,
I
but
tell
y'all
you
go
what.
ahead, 'cause y'all from there. Yeah.
I tell you what. If you Google "move shootout 1978 Powelton," they'll show it to you. They'll
okay,
show you the
that's
shootout.
what I need to do right
You
there.
can watch the
Bro,
whole
that's
shootout
what
and
I'm
then watch
saying.
the
Like,
helicopters. Yep.
yeah, move, what, say it again? My bad, y'all. Okay, I
It's called
got
the
you.
Move Movement in Philadelphia. But yeah, whatchamacallit from there. But yeah, they bond when they drop C4 from the little choppers or
Yeah,
little
that's why I
single engine
said
airplanes.
niggas in Philly been
That
going
was
on
in
some.
'85, but that was in '85. You got to go before that. You got to go to the shootout on Powelton Avenue in '78 first, because they had shootouts with the Popo.
I
'85 is
didn't know
when
about that.
they dropped the bomb. That's when you had the Move 9, and they put all those Move members in jail for 40 years.
Mm.
And they just that's why we don't fuck with white folks here, because they was fucking racist. They was coming shooting us, putting our people in jail, and then they talk all this shit. But when it was time to show compassion and let our people out, they put a pregnant woman in jail for 40 fucking years. Fuck these motherfuckers. That's why I'm the way I am, man.
Bro,
I grew up
they
around this
literally
shit.
bombed this house, nigga.
Then
Like,
that
bro,
house,
like, hold up, bro. But this is like one of the first times in America where you got a bombing on a damn a civilian residence. Like, I don't know if this.
Sanchez, they bombed 3 city blocks and killed 11 people. They bombed 3 city blocks.
Think we.
Can you rewind that again?
And bro,
Yeah,
and
I was
people
just about
think,
to ask you to
listen,
rewind that
people
shit.
think we can't go back to this today. If y'all get out of line. That's why I said we can learn a lot from Philly, not just with the Kensington shit, but y'all will see what I'm saying.
But that's what the military is in place for. It's for us.
But
They never had
now
shit to
y'all
do with
but now y'all get an understanding. For me, I'm 49, right? I grew up in this. This is why I talk to history and talk the way I talk. I grew up in Philadelphia on the East Coast around all of this shit. So my understanding of what we've been through and my people, I take this shit personal. I can't speak for other people, but I grew up around this shit. I was 10 years old when they dropped the bomb. I lived 4 blocks down from when they did this shit. I seen that shit with my eyes. And growing up, not around white folks, but it's white folks that drop a bomb and kill fucking a bunch of people. What you think my interpretation of white folks was?
Now, hey, Mason,
The
and Mason,
same
before anybody else goes,
interpretation that
that's
third
facts.
world countries got of America.
Yep. Now, and the crazy thing is, Bacon and Bro Sanchez, that's on purpose. That in making this broke it down fantastically, what we were talking about, we will paint all white people like that because we don't know that many of them from our area.
But see,
Now,
watch
when we
this,
go
me,
out and
myself.
get the ability, you see what I'm
I don't
going
mean
now.
to
Yeah, go
cut
ahead.
you off, but let me just hear me out, because
No, you got it. Yeah.
watch this, right? We paint all white people like that because the white people that's funding all of this, what we see right here, they small hats. but they don't gotta defend themselves because they got Billy doing it. They got Brad doing it.
That's my point. I was about to hit him with a yep, the red hair.
So we can't go after the small hats because we got the group of this poor whites defending them being they little gate guards. And they ain't even being treated right among their own. They at the bottom of the fucking, like, you know what I'm saying, whole shit within. That's just really what it is, you know what I'm saying? They got buffer classes.
Big facts.
You know what I'm saying?
They got the front line, like they put niggas on the front line in war, like y'all was talking about. They put the redhead whites, the hillbilly whites on the front line, and we just go straight at them, our neighbors, and like I just listen to them drive his little souped up engine by. And then we don't really pay attention to the people that are setting the laws that allow us to do whatever we do. And they don't look like your average hillbilly. You right. They don't look like that. They look a certain type of way. But they act a certain, they act a certain type of way. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, you go ahead, bro. Yep.
They infiltrated everything. They came and infiltrated the shit from the regular white people. They don't even actually have white privilege. They only have a step above black people as far as just privilege may be concerned.
The problem that you had, the problem
they
that you
indoctrinated them to not notice them.
But the problem, this is the problem though. The elite whites didn't have to do nothing. Those same poor white folks was the ones that was coming and shooting at you, or the ones that was enforcing the shit that the elites did. So the white people became your enemy by proxy of the elite whites because they was conditioned and was told it was okay to fuck you up. So anytime I got chased or a white man sicked his dog on me, it was a poor white man from the same community I was from. So he became my enemy because he believed the lie. He believed it. So John P. Morgan or the Rothschild didn't have to have a slave. They got poor whites to do it.
Hey Megan, let me ask you one more question. Then I'm gonna be done with my questions. Everybody else get it. Do we? Hey, my nigga, do we infiltrate the system? Because, you know, I'm Richmond, Virginia. I'm the capital of the Confederacy. So, and I'm saying, I turn 40 next month. Shout out to all the Geminis and Trump because we got the same birthday. But every Gemini. But hey, listen, do we infiltrate the system and take it back? Because that's like saying somebody came into my house, stole it, killed all my people, and now I'm just going to move to another house. No, I'm going to take that back. You see where I'm going? Or do we move to another area and then set it up again and watch it get taken? Do we infiltrate like we was infiltrated? Smarter or better? But yeah, go ahead.
There's no moving to another area. They got this whole
grid.
The whole grid is checkmated. The only thing you can do is understand who you are. You have to first understand who you are, and then what role do you play on the Monopoly board. Once you can understand that, and you understand their playbook, you can combat them. They really see. I'm gonna say something controversial, but based off of everything we say, it's gonna contradict a lot of things that I said today, right? But it ties together. They really not as powerful as you think they are. Their power is your inability to know who you are. The minute it's kind of like It the Clown. Once you're not afraid of him no more, he becomes powerless. He got all this illusion of guns, bombs, bullets, all this kind of shit. The one thing that you don't have is knowledge of who you are. The minute you have knowledge of who you are, a lot of this shit begin to change. It's a fucking illusion. They have you afraid because they got you believing the lie.
I was about to say that word, FEAR. Fear, man.
You believe the lie. As long as I believe I'm a nigga and I don't know who I am, and I'm a black man that don't even know my grandfather, like if they got me set up like that, they already got me defeated because they have a cultural base that's defeating me, where I have a fractured cultural base that's not telling me that I should be with my brother, standing with my brother. That's how they beat you. They beat you by destroying you mentally and interfering with your culture that would dictate what you should be doing. So that's how they stay in power. It has nothing to do with nothing else. It's all an illusion.
Your mic kind of low, Virgo. Salutes to everything me y'all brothers building, man.
Oh yeah, y'all got it. That was my last question.
Guess what, yo? Hey, listen, remember now, there are a bunch of white people on Kensington that are like hold up, listen what I'm saying. George brought this up earlier. He said a reason they focusing on Kensington because it's full of white folks. And the reason I'm pointing that out is because when people be like, I've heard black folks say, we the only ones they do this to. And I be like, bro, they doing this to poor whites too. Now, I'm not caping on that. I'm just saying we got to look at this shit deep because the small hats really don't give a fuck about nobody but themselves, not even the damn white folks that be capping for them more than us and shit. What I'm trying to tell them. Yeah.
That's why I said white supremacy was for white people, because they fuck white people up real bad. They just condition white people to believe the lie. A white man to send his son to go fight a war that the Senate and Congress approved, and they don't send none of their children. His son get killed, they come home and give him a flag and say he died honorably. No, he's fucking dead for some rich white folks.
But look at this. Look at it like this here. All of the motherfuckers who stormed that Capitol was your poor white folks. These are the rednecks. These are the hillbillies. That's
Ooh,
Billy.
go back and watch it though.
Yeah, they on the,
I'm not going to interrupt.
Nah, but I'm just trying to make you aware of who that was. These are the ones that understand our plight, because just like you said, we all come from the same motherfucking areas. So whether we try to stay away from each other or not, geographically, motherfucker, we talk the same way. I sound just like a country white man, because that's how all of us talk down here. Know what I'm saying? But I can articulate. Put it that way. I'm one of the rest.
Guess what? Now, a shout out to Louis Russell, flat motherfucking power, my brother. Hold up, I'm finna be quiet and let y'all take it. Shout out to everybody for the super chat donations. I'ma also read the names out, but it won't pull them up right now. My bad. But I want to say this: people saying black people were fucked up on the crack in Philly. Now, I ain't gonna argue with that. I'm gonna say.
You said what? What did they say?
They was saying, well, Sanchez, black people in Philly was fucked up on a crack. Now, look, I'm not caping for whites. I'm just saying, nigga, the trink epidemic is finna be way worse than the black people crack epidemic, and it ain't just targeting whites. That shit targeting poor whites, Hispanics, but when it come to this trink shit, blacks tend to be the ones that's the most dealers of this shit. Cause the documentaries I'm seeing from Baltimore, Philly, a lot of blacks ain't on the trink. It's like some tables turning shit or type shit. I don't know what, it's weird, nigga.
It is like the opioid, but yeah, go ahead, y'all.
It's the Latinos selling it for the most part. For the most part in Philly, majority of the black dealers in Philly didn't sell heroin. They sold crack. Majority, because I'm gonna tell you what happened. The Muslims back in the day in the 80s outlawed heroin for being sold open air market in West Philly, Southwest, and South Philly. So when you went to Baltimore, you saw heroin everywhere on every corner. When you came to Philly, you only saw heroin being sold in North Philly in the Badlands where the whites and Puerto Ricans live. The Muslims didn't want heroin being sold. Now it was there, but you had to take it indoors. So when you came to Southwest, you didn't see heroin corners. Most of us never sold heroin. I didn't sell heroin until I went to North Philly, down on my Spanish side. It wasn't in West Philly like that. It was there, but it was
brown sugar, baby.
Yeah, because the Muslims, if you got caught selling heroin in West Philly, they kill you. Back in the 80s, they cut your fucking head off because they didn't want the kids getting hooked on heroin like they did in the 70s. So when you went to the masjids or you went, and it's if you came to Philly to this day, if you was in West Philly, you're not gonna see heroin. You have to go to like down the bottom, or like you might have like a house on a corner somewhere that got heroin, but it's not open air market like it is in North Philly. And it's been like that since the 70s here. And the Muslims created that. So the blacks wasn't selling heroin like that. It was the Ricans and the white folks. And they're the ones that's selling it. And anybody from Philly know what I'm talking about.
That's how it happened in Richmond.
Yeah, you know, you're not going to see heroin.
That about the heroin with the Puerto Ricans. You know why? Because in the island where I come from, we have a big fucking issue with heroin.
Yeah.
Fucking horse anesthesia, which get mixed up with heroin. Sometimes it's only horse anesthesia what they sell to these motherfuckers, and they still buy it, and they still get hooked on it. And we got that same situation in some neighborhoods in Puerto Rico. It's open market. In other ones, they will shoot you if you even try to sell heroin or bring heroin into the hood. Because it's a big problem within the Puerto Rican population.
Hey, M. Davis, I see that when I said I get my weed from the dispensary, it sparked the whole chat debate. So let me say this to M. Davis, right? If your argument is I pay taxes for my weed, you pay taxes for your toilet paper, your water, your fucking bread, your eggs, all of that. That ain't a good argument. I'm just gonna
Hey,
give you
bro.
some tip. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I got a little argument with you getting your weed from the dispensary though.
Okay.
Because look, you know I don't never go against the bro. We just gonna keep it real.
It's
I don't never go,
cool.
but I do got some argument. Listen to this, right?
That's fine.
Now, right now, peep this, right? Tobacco, when tobacco first came around, a lot of people like a lot of people was hooked on tobacco, and tobacco didn't have the problems like they have now. Once the government got a hold of tobacco and could tax it and stuff, they started doing whatever they wanted to it. That's when you get all these different chemicals in these packed cigarettes. See, my thing about buying weed from the government is that it's always some shit with it. it's going like right now. I already heard of people passing out, getting crazy headaches from the dispensary weed. Like the dispensary weed is like not really like. I mean, I seen some shit that looks super. I'm in PA.
You gotta remember, man. I'm in the weed haven, which is the West Coast, and we do it good over here. So what I'm saying is,
right.
Listen,
Y'all
like
garbage weed is top 10 over here. Y'all garbage weed on the West Coast is top 10.
It's top 10 over here. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
But the thing about it is, though, bro, this is what I'm saying, though, bro. I just don't trust the government. I don't care.
Well,
where
look,
it's
I gotta holler at you on that though. Dispensary weed don't mean government weed. Thank you, Green Buds.
Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
listen,
I'm just misunderstanding.
Let me tell you something, man. A lot of rappers got their own dispensaries, and guess what? It's a dispensary it's a lot of black-owned dispensaries in Vegas that grow their shit right off a farm. It's like the weed game on the West Coast is like the old Wild Wild West. It's open right now.
And I was about to say,
if you got you like 100 racks to 250,000, you can open up a dispensary right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, bro, you definitely right because all right, so I have to agree with you, right? Because in New York, when you go to New York, I get weed from them dispensaries, and that's because I know how it is in New York. Like, one is legal, and everybody has it so much that people create their own strands and different shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I get you.
I'm
you
gonna
say
tell
it down
you. I'm gonna
out your
tell
way.
you.
It's more of an abundance of
Let
it.
me show you something, because you all know I smoked the hell out some weed. Now watch this though. I'm finna give y'all some game. Guess what the weed shit on the West Coast with like the black people and shit, like, watch this. Just hear me out, right? You got rappers all over the world that own their own strand of weed. I'm finna give y'all, watch this. Tell me what y'all think about this. Moneybagg Yo, Snoop Dogg got several strands. A lot of these strands that we buy, they were named after rappers that said it in a song and popularized it on a song. So listen what I learned on the West Coast, right? A lot of rappers are slow to growing their own weed and having botany and having a dispensary and being in the plant growing and shit. So a lot of niggas will just sell their name to a strand and let that dispensary sell they fucking shit under that name. And they won't get as much if they did if they would have grew it themselves. And that's where we at now. That's where we at now in the game as far as getting niggas to realize, hey man, why y'all niggas don't want to plant seeds, nigga? You know what I'm saying?
Hey bro, I know you don't like motherfuckers don't know me but if you go on my shit, I got little videos and shit, but my music is branched in New York. But in New York, they have crazy like weed dispensaries and shit. Like they have parties with weed dispensary parties and shit. So out there, this is how I know you right, because I got a little buzz out there. Know what I mean, like I'd definitely be with DJ Drewski and shit like that. Like I got pictures and shit with bro. Like I got a little buzz out there. So when I'm around like the motherfuckers, they be trying to it be other strands of people that run other strands of weed trying to get people that's popular to get the weed named after them so they can get it. It's crazy, bro. You're definitely right.
For promotion, you right. Yeah.
Yep, you're definitely right.
Now here's the thing, right? In Virginia. Oh, and also, since we're on this topic, 2.5 some odd weeks ago, I believe it's less than a month, our federal government just sent up something, what you call it, a bill or a declaration, whatever you call it, right, to declassify marijuana from a Schedule A1, whatever, like with heroin, to below. And I think it passed, but I need to be on my George making shit. I should have already looked it up, but I believe it passed, and so. Virginia, we can already grow 4 whole plants. Each plant can produce ounces. Just to give y'all like, this is legal talk. This is nothing illegal. But on the federal level, we couldn't even talk about it because it was illegal federally. So federally, about less than a month ago, they just sent up an actual bill or whatever the paperwork to try to declassify it. And I believe everybody was like, "Yay!" For the most part, was like, "Yeah, let's go ahead and declassify that shit because it's ridiculous. I'm high now." The people that are voting on it are high. They offered the marijuana. The people that are voting on these bills to declassify them from a Schedule A1, whatever, A1 plus, A1 sauce, whatever, right? So look up that. I'm gonna go back and look it up so I can give you all the actual concrete facts. But they just actually they did try to submit it. I don't know if it passed though. But that's what I would hope everybody. It's almost 1,000 people. But yeah, look that up for me. When you can just do it yourself, each plant can give you ounces, and this happens every 3 to 4 months. So listen, this is what happens, right? So this is natural and organic, and it's so-called written in the biblical, the biblios, the bibliography, the Bible, that every herb-bearing seed or every plant, we're supposed to use that for a certain purpose. So don't be afraid of using it. People that are nervous about using it, use it around the people you love first, and experiment with it. But yeah,
I'm gonna tell you the most craziest thing happened with black people right now. You got a bunch of bourgeoisie niggas that's saying they got a big attack on smoking weed, but they never say nothing about drinking alcohol. And I got a problem with it because I smoke weed all the time. I can do without alcohol. I can't do without weed. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I probably can do without weed, but I don't think nature want me to. I think we be demonizing certain plants, right? Because if we was in nature just walking through the jungle, you would consume marijuana. You would consume certain mushrooms that'll make you have a trip and you won't be thinking about getting high. You just hungry and you would have ate it. And I think nature wanted you to find out, hey, if you eat this again, you gonna go on to another fucking world. Like nature is letting us know throughout the generations by us eating things around us. Hey, if you eat this, that'll do that. If you inhale that, that'll do that. If you drink that, that'll do that. And I think we started to incorporate that into our day-to-day diet on some mental health shit to where if you had the right amount of cannabis in your salad, the right mushrooms that the ayahuasca in your salad, it will get rid of certain depressions and I think we literally, when they said let your food be your medicine, we take antidepressants today, and these antidepressants be made out of a lot of plants that we took out of our diet.
Hey, bro, but also orally is not the only way you suggest these. You take these plants, and that's why I was just talking to this dude the other day, and he was telling me, hey man, take your shoes off sometimes and walk through the garden and walk through it and let
rub your toes through the grass, nigga. Put them as deep as you can dig your toes in.
He said the I don't know what it is exactly, but he was explaining and he was like the energy from
they refer to it as grounding. But yeah, grounding.
Right, yeah, that's what he said, bro. That's what he said. They refer to it as grounding. He was like, the hills of your feet shall heal you. He was telling me the hills of my feet shall heal me and stuff like that. So
they got a patent on that that I ain't gonna bring up yet. Hey,
we could legally grow weed in our backyards in Vegas. So if they pass that law, that make me think if they wanted everybody to go to the dispensary, they wouldn't even pass that law.
Big facts. And the only thing that I agree with you and Water Walker. Here's the thing with dispensary versus homegrown. We call it homegrown versus outdoor versus sold to us by the people that mental, the mentals.
Block weed.
When you grow your own, you put everything in it yourself, your energy, and you know how when you talk to a thing, when you literally the plants got a thing called a stigmata on the bottom of them that open up when the birds sing. So if you play that bird song or classical music that reference that frequency, you can get your plants to grow stronger because you can keep them awake all day. So a farmer did that shit. He was like, oh shit, I just noticed like the birds come out, then my plants like stand up. He was like, oh, the birds chirping is making the plants stand up. And he was like, and I was like, yo, yeah, my nigga, it gets deep. Everything's everything. But I see people looking at me like they want to comment. Y'all go ahead. I'm gonna shut the fuck up because I told you.
Remember George Washington
I think it has to do with the water. I think it has to do with the water because the water holds memory, and you can get angry around water, and it can absorb that. And same thing with good
Bro.
vibes.
Yep.
Bro, listen, bro. Why this man laughing at me talking about cannabis in your salad? Let me tell you some ice pick. When you go to places like Amsterdam, they don't just smoke weed. They make teas out of it, salads out of it.
Yeah.
All
put
of
it in
that shit, bro.
everything.
Right, like,
We make tea out of the milk tea.
we're just getting into edibles and shit, but Amsterdam been on that. So people laugh at me when I be like, yeah, salad, bro, in your salad, yeah.
Cause
Bro,
they green, bro.
They was fucking with edibles. I seen this movie where they was fucking with edibles in Amsterdam. Like it was a movie. They was, you know, them old school 80 movies, like where they be super partying. I saw this joint, but it was in Amsterdam. He's not lying, bro. They had edibles, and I'm like, and I'm looking at my girl like, what the fuck?
I think it was like the Big Lebowski when he was the bowling professional. Like but it's a whole bunch of movies.
Okay, you ready?
I just found out that Teacher Song is the most racist movie
George.
Hey, I'm about to jump off now, but thanks for having me up. But I just want, when we talk about plants, we gotta remember George Washington Carver and what he taught us about plants and how everything that the brother from Virginia was breaking down about plants and keeping them alive and the way that they operate. He broke all that stuff down, and they went and took his science and information and made it their own and basically tried to write him out of history. But he was the one from the peanuts to the plants. He was the original plant man. He understood that when you study
the original Sebi. We can go ahead and say that.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, when it come to a one human being single-handedly that done most in botany, it's definitely George Washington Carver. George named after him.
And guess what he was? That was an indigenous brother that was indigenous to the land. And guess what? He just understood. He understood the same thing Big Mama understood. It was a part of his culture. They thought that he was saying something deep. No, man, he was raised in that. He understood the plants.
And
the same way Big Mama understood the plants and the herb.
You know what, George? And then not only with his plant knowledge, people don't realize George Washington Carver was tortured, and he was fucking, I ain't gonna even go into that. The man,
he was a eunuch.
He was a eunuch. That's why he had that voice, like he had a very like high-pitched voice. So like that man is a whole inspirational vibe. Like that's a whole.
I didn't even know that, my nigga.
Yeah, man.
That's all. That goes back down.
Hey, what did you say it was, bro? I didn't understand that.
He was a eunuch, man. He was tortured, you know.
So I'm gonna say.
But Megan was about to close out. Yeah.
So I'm gonna say
maybe
this. This go back. I'm gonna say this, and I gotta go. This go back to Sanchez. What I said from the time I was here. When you talk about people like him, that's our ancestry. And that's when we have conversations like this, when we ain't cussing each other out and we just spreading information. This is what they hate the most, because they want us talking about titties, ass, who got killed last week. But when we actually honoring the people that was before us, bringing them back to life by mentioning them and showing what they did and what we need to go forward. This is the real conversation. Yeah. This is what moves our culture forward. Thanks for having me.
Hey, bro, Sanchez.
Hey, thanks for being here too, George. Anytime.
Peace out, bro.
Yes,
hey, bro.
Appreciate you, George. Appreciate you.
Y'all go follow him on Street Media TV for sure.
Already followed him. Hey, bro. A eunuch. My man just told me what that is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So look. So they used to do that to king. I mean, see, they used to do that to male servants that served the queens
listen. It is. Let me break it down to you, Water Walker. It's a difference between the Moorish eunuchs. That's where you going into. George Washington Carver, we ain't really using the word eunuch right. We using it for lack of better words, because where he went through was sort of a racism eunuch. That mean that in the South, they would cut a Negro's things off to show him stay in line.
Yeah, I understand that.
And so that's different than the eunuchs and the Moors, where they were kind of sort of, I don't want to say lady boys, but they fucking, it's different, put it that way. They were like, it's different, nigga. They shit wasn't done out of racism. It was like,
I understand that. I definitely understand that. And I knew they did that to like us, to humiliate us, like our genitalia. I remember when you was doing a joint on the genitalia and shit, and you was talking about how they used to. I mean,
so
now that's what they did to us right here in the South.
And I'm in my feelings, because now I've sparked a whole debate between fuck dispensaries and we fuck with dispensaries. So now let's talk about that real quick. I gotta talk about it, bro, because when people think when they say fuck dispensaries that they saying fuck the government, but what they don't know is I can open up a dispensary and call it Flat Power motherfucking Loud Packs. And when you say and when you say fuck dispensaries, you'll be saying fuck my shit too. People act like dispensaries mean government owned, and the government don't really own a lot of dispensaries. Like it
Well,
more
then
than yeah.
Well, then from Bro Sanchez, do you think that we should be like careful? Because also
Listen,
this
what I'm trying to say, Water Walker. You
go
gotta
ahead.
hear me out. Look, what I'm saying is dispensary don't mean government owned. It means
I know that.
Wait a minute, brother. Just let me land my plane. I'm saying it means government regulated. Every state on the West Coast got regulations that they got to go by with growing it and even putting it and bagging it and selling it. And it don't mean that the government own all dispensaries. It mean that the government regulate all the dispensaries. If you don't live in a dispensary weed-free state, let a nigga talk to you and let you show how it go. What I'm telling you, anybody named mama can open up a dispensary. You just got to go by the regulations. But people think just because every dispensary is government regulated, they government owned. When on the West Coast, out of all the dispensaries here, 50% of them is government regulated and 50% of them are rogue dispensaries that the government trying to shut down because they ain't going by the regulations.
Okay. Now this is what I was saying. I got exactly that, bro. I was asking you a question after you said that. I was trying to ask it, like, because out here, you know, like you're right. I can't tell you basically like how it is out there because y'all definitely like are real free with y'all weed laws. Out here, it's not though. That's what I'm saying. Out here, it's not free with weed law. You don't have people.
Where you at, Water Walker? I forgot.
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Watch
I'm
this,
in
right?
Pennsylvania.
Let me ask you a quick. Nah, fuck all that. Let me show you something. Don't y'all think it'll be dope for a black man to own his own bottled water company? Wouldn't that be a dope thing? Now watch this. If you did that in your state, Water Walker, you would have to follow the bottling water regulations of your state. Now, wouldn't I be fucked up if I say Water Walker with your black-owned water company? That's some government shit. Fuck your water company just because you following the government regulations. Ain't that
yes,
fucked
that would
up?
be fucked up.
Because
but bro,
I literally go and shop at black-owned dispensaries in my city.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Out here, there are none. I don't know one person that owns a dispensary, has their own. It doesn't
matter. Let me explain something to you, though. This is what I'm telling you. You need to find out the organic like dispensaries because right now, listen, this is what I'm telling you. It ain't a color thing with the dispensaries. It's it's just like the GMO food with bananas and shit. We're not having the right conversation with weed. We shouldn't be saying fuck dispensaries. We should be saying fuck GMO dispensaries because what's going on with the dispensary war right now is that everybody got to follow the regulations. And within those regulations, it's a war between how am I going to outsell you based upon if I can give you the highest concentration of THC for the lowest price. And that requires me to genetically modify my shit. So now there's a war within the dispensary game, but like in the food shit, do I want organic food or genetically modified food? That's kind of where the dispensary is at with it on the West Coast. If you ask me as somebody who smoke weed and these are the things I'm concerned about.
Let's clear this up too, bro. I'm not saying fuck dispensaries, like because
no,
I
I'm
go
not
to
talking about you. I'm going with smoke with my chat room because ever since ever since I brought up that I buy my weed from dispensaries, my chat room has been on some fuck dispensaries. Well, hold up, no, it ain't like that with dispensaries. So I wanted to bring that debate into the panel with us right now. Yeah.
And you definitely clarified it for me because I was on the side of I just went to block work. Now I get gas, like you know what I'm saying. So I'm not worried about it either way. But I do see like my man, he be going to the dispensary. He's sitting right beside me. He goes to the dispensary. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, you're right. Out there, y'all do got like own like people that own their dispensaries. But like let's say, let me clarify this, right? Out here, we have like a dispensary. It's called Rise, but it's a bunch of them. It's a bunch of them.
That's
you know
a fire name, though. That's an awesome franchise name.
Listen, and they're all over PA. This franchise, I just even looked them up. This is a government-owned franchise. This isn't some dude. Know what I mean, like this is what I'm saying, bro.
Also gotta keep in mind,
go
ahead.
When you say that the government own a dispensary, I just want to just say something to y'all. It's illegal for the United States government to own a dispensary. Now, here's what you got to say. You got to say that a person in government have a private-owned business dispensary on the side. Then we got to get the receipts and identify that person and see how they using a government influence to get the edge in a privately owned dispensary over all the other people. See what I'm saying?
The license to operate it and to franchise all the stores around for other people to participate on his business. You're right, bro.
Because the problem with that'll be nepotism. You in government, the dispensary shit supposed to be for the citizens to go ahead and start to enter a free sort of market. Because what people don't realize, dispensaries was never government regulated weed. It's literally a free weed market, like a wild, wild west of weed that y'all ain't getting into. Anybody can open one. And it's crazy they got us thinking like, well, it's some government. No, it's not. It's basically the government saying we can't regulate street marijuana, but we can regulate the dispensaries though. So basically what the government doing is what the record labels doing. They saying, look, instead of all of you niggas want to be on the street selling weed, guess what? You can't do that no more. You got to sign a contract and distribute your weed through Universal Records, through the government regulation. And it's like the record labels now. They just turning the weed shit into the music industry. Like now you can't just sell your shit out the trunk of the car. You got to get a record label and fucking and have a deal with the fucking and have it regulated. You know what I mean?
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yo, can I say something on this?
Let me just say this real quick before you say that. I'm looking this up, and the dispensaries in Pennsylvania are owned under the Department of Health. And this is
what bro just said. Yeah, he just
but you gotta think about it though. I'm not gonna even trip and act like what's going on the East Coast is the same as the West Coast.
Right. That's all I'm trying to point out.
Because all the thing I'm saying is on the West Coast, shit is still kind of on some wild, wild West. It's so many black-owned dispensaries, dog, on the West Coast. And what I'm telling you is the thing about the Department of Health owning their own dispensaries on the East Coast, that's kind of a conflict of interest because health is not a recreational supplement, whereas on the West Coast, it's separated. And when you go in a dispensary, they got a recreational line and a medical line. But on the East Coast, it just seemed like the health department's controlling all that shit. It ain't like that on the West. If you on the West Coast, let me tell you this. If you on the West Coast and you're on some medical shit, then you got to that's different than you saying I'm on some recreational shit, and it's different laws on the West Coast.
Yeah, on the East Coast, in certain states, you got to have your medical marijuana card. Know what I mean?
Walker Walker. Hey, let me say this thing. Let me just say this.
I'm listening.
Also, too, in Pennsylvania, on Saturdays, I forget the name of the show, but I was watching this individual who happened to be a so-called white person. He was explaining how they invested in strains and weed, and they growing, and they got licensed to actually grow it. And this right here in Pennsylvania, and he stemmed from like the prohibition. His father went through arrest of smuggling marijuana from Mexico and shit like that. So now you got a lot of these, especially Europeans, so-called white people today, their children benefit off of it by buying a lot and investing in this shit. And like one of them right here in Pennsylvania is Northern Hill. All right. And then you got Good Green, Look at the back of the bottle of Good Green. It tells you what their primary purpose of moving their strain for. And each people that grow it, you learn they do it different ways. Sometimes it's like hand picked, or it might be machine, and so this is all the benefits. Yeah, we got of how this thing.
Organics versus synthetic.
Now watch this. Hold up.
Yo,
hold on. I got you. I want to show you why I blocked this dummy called M. Davis. M. Davis was trying to debate me, right, and tell me his argument was I pay taxes for the weed. The taxes you pay for the weed, nigga, at a dispensary is chump change. It's like the shit you pay in a grocery store. I told you to make a better argument. Now he's trolling me, trying to say I'm proving his point by saying that the weed is the dispensaries are regulated by the government. I'm trying to tell M. Davis, don't be such a troll and a dumbass. My argument was never that the government regulated the dispensaries. That, like, M. Davis and all of the people going against dispensaries, they were saying that the government owned the dispensaries. I was correcting M. Davis, telling him the government regulate the dispensaries, but I own it, which is why I told me myself, if him as a black man open up a bottled water company in Richmond, he own that company, but he's still being regulated by the government and the state. And I'm telling black folks, when you look at weed dispensaries, look at it the same way. I'm just giving you the legalities because I live on the West Coast. Don't be mad, M. Davis, because I told you cheap as hell for complaining about taxes, nigga. That's nothing. Paying taxes on some shit.
Don't be mad.
You even said it. You said you just gotta word it different when you was talking to me. You just told me that, like, you gotta word it different, like.
All right,
Yeah,
Water Walker, ain't no argument. Hey, let me just say something. Water Walker and Bro Sanchez. I'm gonna let y'all go. Hey, let me say something. Water Walker and Bro Sanchez. I'm gonna go. I agree with everybody. Now here's the thing: what they doing, right? Remember, I brung up what they just tried to pass through the federal government, right? Where it's like, hey, let's try to declassify this from the A1 schedule. Heroin, that dog food, that brown sugar, baby. We not gonna call marijuana that no more. We gonna call it this. They just did that within the last month. We niggas need to, hey, I know we pay attention. I'm talking to people that's listening, not y'all that's on the panel. We niggas, people that's listening, we got to start paying attention to local government and federal government, because we are individual states that are governed by the whole totality. Just like the light that we say we are a part of, there's a source. The source is the federal government. So the federal government a month ago just said, hey, we're going to declassify marijuana. And a lot of people weren't on that because we was on P. Diddy, but not just saying, because I just found out about this 2 days ago, like a few days ago. So it's my fault too, because I should have been bringing that up while we were talking about everything.
And I got a question. Drop a 1 in the chat room if y'all get what I'm saying about you can own your dispensary, but the government regulated it. Versus hold on. Versus number 2, what M. Davis is saying, that I contradicted myself because I'm saying that the government don't own the dispensaries, but he think that I'm saying when the government regulate them, that's owning them. So now we got to go into the difference. We got to go into the difference now between owning something and regulating it.
Yes, listen. Listen to what I'm saying. Hey, now that Bro Sanchez is gone, he's correct. He know where I'm going. Listen,
for sure.
You like I told y'all about the homie. He opened up a shop. He was doing his thing out here. Once they legalized for the federal, it's like, okay, you can actually sell these products. You can sell the products that they use to grow marijuana legally here in Virginia. You can grow 4 plants in your own house. Every single house can go. So listen what I'm saying. I just need less than 2 minutes. I don't even need 160 seconds. 120, excuse me. I just need 60. Give me half a minute. Give me half 2 minutes. 60. You can do that. You just gotta pay attention to your local laws, like Bro was saying. Pay attention to the laws of your state. Right. When you realize that your state is doing this, do it. Don't wait and then argue it. Just go ahead and put the seed in the dirt. We was doing that from jump. We about to hit our 3-year anniversary right now since Virginia legalized it. So that's what we on. Every state has been on it for a while, including Vegas, where bro at right now, including California, Colorado, et cetera, et cetera. It's a few states
Colorado
on
was
the
the
East Coast too.
first one.
Now listen, yeah, exactly, whatever. Now listen, I don't mean to say whatever like that, but you're right. We need to pay attention as it happens, not after the fact. And so a lot of people are starting, like bro was just arguing, like a lot of people are finding out that, hey, you know, they already did that. You can do this now. Why are we arguing this point? It's because a lot of people, grown men and women, we're not talking about children, don't pay attention. So we can been done it years ago. So I should already have pounds, right? That I can just smoke legally because I'm Virginia. Now the federal government was like, no, my nigga, you can't do that a few years ago. But like less than a month ago, our federal government was like, hey, let's declassify this herb.
But listen, here's what,
and it's like, yo, thank you, America.
Listen, bro, here's what I'm saying, bro. I think black people are fucking, and I hate to get my coon.
I was about to say it too, but I didn't want to say that word.
Listen, bro, just let me cook for 2 minutes, no interruptions, real quick. We went on a tangent with the Chronic album. You know, we the ones that own weed culture with music, all that. We got the weed songs. Don't we know if we started using our organizations to buy dispensaries, wouldn't nobody be able to outsell us because our marketing ability with weed is there like Jamaicans and Rastafarians, nigga. And the whole thing, what I'm telling you is this. Black folks, now that weed is being legalized by the government, are now going on their biggest strikes against weed. I'm telling you, the number one thing that niggas complain about is marijuana smokers when we got a fentanyl crisis. And niggas is literally treating ailments with cannabis. And so my thing is, I think they always got us behind and backwards, criticizing. I think they always, I don't know why I can't just finish. I think they always got us behind and backwards, criticizing some shit that we could be monopolizing.
Hey, Sanchez, I just want to ask one question out here. Remember, let's not forget we got the dispensaries of the what is that? With after people shoot up and you go and get
the methadone clinics in
clinics. Right. So the same thing, that's how it is. The government
kicked them out of Richmond, Virginia. We kicked them out because we knew that there was a privatized company. No, here's my thing. We knew there was a privatized company promoting that bullshit in your community. As soon as we saw murder McGraw, we eliminated them.
What Sanchez was saying for us, how this operation go. The government don't actually own it. You know what I mean? It's just
it's privatized. You're right, and that's what I was saying. You're right. Hey, I'm not arguing with. You're right. There's a privatization of like when you hear terms Antifa and BLM, those are privatized companies to make us fight against the people that we think are our enemy, but they're not. So when we argue against that, it's to keep us distracted from the real thing. Make money off everything that's organic to your organic being, like every herb-bearing seed. We're supposed to be able to use that. But hey, y'all already know I'm going.
Hey, look, I'm gonna tell somebody right now. Hey, the Virgo, your mic still ain't working, but maybe you wanna unplug it and plug it back in or something, or I don't know. You know.
I saw that too.
Hey, check
Sanchez,
this
I got
out.
a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a question for you, real quick, brother. To the Davis guy that was tripping you on the chat, let me ask him a question. Tell me one business that is not regulated or you're not supposed to.
That's what I'm talking about. They
register
tripping.
it in the city for you to operate legally.
Thank you.
You know.
Listen, there's even the ice cream man is regulated. Like ain't
Fishing
nothing
is regulated.
Thank you.
Fishing is regulated. Sports is regulated. Nightclubs are regulated. Go-go bars are regulated.
Why you acting like niggas ain't gonna get it off through regulations anyway? Just like Sanchez said, there's plenty of black owned dispensaries. I'm in Cali too. Niggas be doing their thing, man. That shit be hit.
Hey, listen, and JT, don't tell the truth, JT. The black dispensarists, the ones create the most trendy names of the strands. that make
All the
like
time, boy. They pull up. I'm from Jersey, bro. I thought it was lit over there, man. They pull up to you, don't matter where you at in front of the cops, everybody with the gas, and you think it's and they talking about tax. The tax, like he said, it's chump change, a couple dollars, and it's way less than what they give you on the street. Niggas ain't trying to tax you, take your head off, none of that. It's
yeah.
good.
Hey, but look, but nigga on the street taxing you anyway.
That's
Shit,
what
he
I'm
break
saying.
his
No,
pound
it's
down
what I'm
just
saying.
like
You don't get
everybody
taxed
else.
on the
Yeah, we
dispensary.
call
You
that
know what it is coming in. Like it's
And if a
good. Fuck
nigga
around
give
and
you a
cut the
different
bill.
name, if
Like,
a nigga says some Zaza, he gonna tax you.
But
You already know you
listen
getting
what I'm
taxed.
telling you though, why I like I'm telling y'all some real shit. I'm not saying that the government don't got a sinister agenda behind everything they do. I'm saying everything they do ain't a direct attack on your ass. And I'm going to show you how hypocritical we are, right? When weed was illegal, niggas was smoking it the most and promoting it the most in music. Now that it's legal and niggas can buy dispensaries, they saying, man, look at all these niggas getting high online and just smoking weed. And I'm like, y'all niggas backwards and dumb. What the fuck are y'all doing?
Okay, let me just say this. Let me just say this, bro. I'm from Florida. I've been to Cali. That Cali shit different. So all that shit that we used to, that we don't understand on the East Coast, y'all ain't got no motherfucking idea. Them niggas way past us with the
Cali,
weed.
yo, they hit me with something from
So
Florida
getting
called
weed from
cricket.
a dispensary in Cali ain't what you think. You would want the weed from the dispensary.
Yo, let me say
And there's
something really
plenty
quick.
black ass dispensary. They air motherfucker well. And I ain't even from Cali, and I've been though. Yeah, it's that
Yo,
way.
so this weed shit, I've been doing this shit for a long time. I've been growing weed for 12 years out in Cali, and you feel me? I've seen the industry change a lot over those years. It's motherfucking backpack boys in the house, Chronic Roots backpack boys. But let's do this. So basically, bro, we got Chinese investors out here buying up these facilities, tens of millions of dollars dropping on these facilities. So it's not even, and Sanchez is right. The government legally, they can't even own a dispensary. That's 100% correct out here in Cali. But China out here getting invested in it. There's a lot of shit, a lot of politics with the legal game. And I will say though, the small batch craft cannabis is always going to be around. When you start scaling operations to huge sizes, the quality is going to go down. And you could find those dispensaries that got the fire, but most of them do kind of got some mid-grade shit for real.
Yo,
So look, that's not to say the government can't have their play in it.
Look how chunky the trichomes is, and then that's how you know, because it goes thinner and thinner and smaller based off the synthetic dirt, minerals, and nutrients. But when you have raw nutrient earth, like we was growing earth around here as straight up natives, right, in so-called America, right? So what we was growing was different. Now they finding out we ain't had to ship that plant. No, that herb was already here.
And
well, I want to say this.
Here's another
Let me say
thing.
There
this.
you go,
Hold on,
Virgo.
really,
Now
really,
you're loud
really
and
quick,
clear.
really quick.
Okay.
Just one more thing. This the other thing. Now that it's legal, ever since it's been legal out here in Cali, they doing this shit on purpose. They're allowing these facilities that are harvesting hundreds of pounds a week. They're allowing them to dump it on the black market, fucking up the black
Because they
market
know
and the
it's
street
terrible for your
market.
psyche. Yep.
Yep, and they're allowing them to do it, and it's like people, even legal companies taking this is some real game. Even legal companies taking black market small batch weed and putting it in the dispensary because that shit smoke better than the fucking mass produced shit.
Now, whoever I was just
All
talking
right.
to,
Now,
thank you.
now
But
all I gotta
no, go ahead.
say
Y'all
is,
go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
all I gotta say is, if you look at the big picture, first of all, the American government is a corporation. That's the first thing. And they getting a cut off of any and every dispensary, just like they getting a cut off of when you go buy some toilet tissue. They gonna get their cut.
Hey,
So
facts, man. That was the funniest
yeah,
thing ever. Because you're right.
yeah. Ain't no use to. Why would I
Hey,
own a
but my nigga,
dispensary? Why would I own a dispensary when I'm gonna get a cut off of all of them?
When they own the monopoly, right?
the Virgo. Hey, the Virgo. Let me say one thing. The Virgo. Do you know that they can put poisons? Allegedly, you know, this all entertainment purposes, like a Marvel movie. What if they could hit you with a kryptonite shirt that altered your actual frequency or electromagnetic magnetism amongst your world and other people that are around your world around, because we're all electromagnetic. So if they had a clothing like a polyester or something, a polymer, which is a multiple thing, yeah, and they could put it on you, could that counteract your actual aura or physical actual energy, so you can't really communicate like you're supposed to with your realm? So this is actual technology, right? But we think it's imagination. It's not. That's why I want to disagree with you real quick, and then branch it off to a Marvel movie, and then branch it off to imagination that we all can agree with. If you disagree with it, I'm gonna prove it against you scientifically speaking. I sound crazy, but y'all know I'm not. But yeah, I got it. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm lost. I'm lost like a
Look,
Look, I'm saying that the clothes. Look, I'm saying that the clothes. Listen, I'm saying that the clothes you put. Listen, I'm saying that the
I
clothes you put on
understand, bro.
yourself.
I understand.
Yeah,
Cotton
yeah,
was
yeah,
supposed to be
yeah.
Go ahead.
frequency,
Go ahead.
bro. We
Piggyback on
supposed
that.
to be wearing silk. If we
Look,
supposed to be
let's
wearing
keep
linen,
in
I
Yeah,
mind.
I
understand.
want some
Whoa.
silk. I want some
Say,
silk,
let me
Ryan,
say
but
this.
no, polymer is the counter.
People, let's keep in mind that they're creating, and if not already, there's supposed to be clothes that designed to electrically charge your phone when you just put it in your pocket. Remember?
I know that.
So,
Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you.
Well,
so, like, yeah,
cotton is
you're
the
not far
material
fetched
that
from what
cleats
he
all that
said.
in.
So some niggas think I'm insane, but it's like I'm not. This
No,
is
just a
actual
matter of
technology
you
that can work.
saying that, you already put something in existence already now. So if you don't even take that, you know what I mean, run with it, I'm done too.
Big facts. But yeah, keep going, OG. Thank you, Virgo.
Hey, but bro, is it okay if we go back to Kensington
Yeah, we
and
can. We can go back to
their
Philadelphia.
opiate
For sure.
epidemic?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wouldn't mind that because I
Because I
went to
wanted to
see.
add
Fentanyl is in the
something.
actual drugs that's in
Because I
everything that they give
wanted
you in
to
the
add this
hospital. Though.
about the Kensington
But go ahead.
situation.
And I want
What you gotta
Sanchez to
understand.
be for this.
Listen, what you gotta understand is when they had the war on Iraq and all that type of shit, they went over there and seized their poppy fields. Now with that, what they did was cultivated all of the best poppy in the world because that's really what it was about. But they utilized poppy for different shit, not just for heroin, which is what we get into. Now, with it, that was about 20, let's say just give it 25 years, because next year will be 2005. So boom, since then, we've had nothing but spikes in the opiate industry. Now, all opiates stem from what's the name? The shit,
The
poppy
poppy
seed.
plant. Yeah, it's that beautiful,
Now, with
pretty
the
red
poppy,
plant.
you
Yeah.
get shit like Percocets. Now, this is a pandemic, an epidemic in itself.
Yeah, we pay
You
rent
had
with that
the
every month. For sure.
lean, which is also heroin, and it comes from poppy. And yeah, it's all this shit. Now, all of these epidemics have come since they seized these fields. Now, this is why they allow them. This is why they feel more comfortable making the weed game legal. They don't give a fuck about no weed. They got their hands in
We
the
on the
real
same
shit.
page then, my nigga. Hey, yeah,
They
but
got
go
their
ahead, man.
hands in the real shit. You gotta understand this shit is industry. Like they own some bigger shit. Y'all fucking around with just your little weed. Cool. Y'all can't even figure out if you want to get a dispensary or not. Fine, whatever. What
Now,
we
when you say
doing
y'all,
is
you gotta
making sure
say
that
me
you stay
myself.
high in the
I
shit.
believe
This
that
is where
you feel this
like
way. You gotta tell
yeah,
me
all
that.
that
That's how
shit.
you
Like
feel
yeah,
about the nigga. No, you gotta tell me myself. I feel this way about you, or you just talking in general to the niggas that's listening.
Yeah, that's all. They just talk.
That's
it's
all I
just
want to
pillow
know.
talk, nigga. What you
Nah,
want me to talk to you
that's what I'm
personally?
saying. That's what I'm saying.
But
I felt like you was
Anybody
saying
can answer.
y'all, because you was saying y'all feel like this way about dispensaries, and we
I'm
was talking
speaking to
about
everybody,
dispensaries. So
not just you, bro.
okay, I'll just make sure. Okay, cool.
I don't give a
but
fuck about dispensaries personally, but I'm just saying I
But
understand
I
where
love
bruh at.
dispensaries, my G. I love
Dispensaries
them.
is the shit, nigga.
They small
If I
businesses.
was
I
in
love all
Cali,
small businesses though. Every small
if I
business
was
that's
anywhere
owned by us,
over
I love.
there, I would prefer to get the dope from them. Yeah, it's that. They got it like
You
hey,
know, we can't even
I'm
really
a
advertise.
Why not let your aunties and uncles and my aunties and uncles grow the weed for us then?
that.
Or
Nigga,
me
we can
that
go.
know about it,
You ain't
let
hear,
us do for
but you
us.
missing the whole big picture because I was just telling you, I ain't never tell you that poppy was illegal in America.
I mean, it is
Why
like
not?
I
We can't
mean,
get in that game. See, it's how you play the game. It ain't what you do,
you're
it's
right
how you
because
do it.
sesame seed bagels have poppy seeds on them. Those are literal. Those black
Nigga, I'm
seeds are
talking
poppy.
about the
But it
plants, nigga.
depends. I know that's what I'm saying. Those that comes from the actual heroin plant. That's the
It's
poppy
the
plant. That's the
game.
pretty.
Do you want to be
Hey,
in
my
that
bad,
game or
nigga.
this
That's my
game?
fault. My
Because
bad.
there's
My
more
bad.
money in the heroin game, my
I
boy.
was interrupting your spiel, and that was my bad. Yeah, I'm fucking
Yeah,
up.
you don't mind interrupting nobody, but you know you my dog.
Hey, but I'm gonna say it like this.
No, I fucked up.
It's a
No,
big,
no.
it's a
That's what,
bigger agenda than the whole thing because all of them drugs that we talk about is oppressants. They
Right.
oppress.
They
I
down
don't
us.
think small
They down
businesses
us.
like he was talking about
Let
oppressors.
me
No, I don't
finish,
think
bro. Let me
marijuana
finish.
business
Come on,
You see how he jumping everything, man?
yeah.
Damn,
My
man.
My
Slow down. I
bad. You
know
I
you a
did it
little
again,
high.
huh?
Me myself,
I
I
ain't,
know
oh
you a
my
little
fault.
high,
I did it
baby.
again. My
Just
bad.
let me get it in.
Well,
I
my
know you. I know you
Salasky.
high.
let him
But
talk. Let him talk. Go ahead.
but the biggest picture is which person you can control, a person that under a substance or a person that's clean. Which one you can control. That's the thing we got to look at. If you look at them videos earlier, what they showed, them people was messed up there in Philly, man.
Right.
And they can push them around and do what they want to do to them because they know they under influence. It's just like if we go to the biblical text, that man that had the legion, brother Sanchez speak on the legion, the one mind. They oppressing people to put them in that state of mind. Now, don't get me wrong.
It's easier
Marijuana do
it's
heal.
easier to lock them up too.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Marijuana
Man,
do
let him cook.
heal. Don't get
No,
me
he
wrong.
cooking.
And I
He cook.
think that's one of the most beautiful things that you can intake because it do help you, but it also got a downside. It kill brain cells. So we got to remember these folks ain't doing this for our greater good. They doing this to crush us.
And make a
Correct.
profit while at it.
Correct. And that's why you got the same ooze who run the whole music industry. They put such a big spin on the opiates. And then they sit back and have everybody wondering why is an opiate epidemic. It was pushed. It was all part of the game. It was all part of the game. When they went over there and hit them poppy fields, they did that for a reason. And ever since then, it been Percocet. That when I was coming up, it wasn't no damn Percocet. We ain't never know nothing about none of that shit. Like who the fuck was taking codeine? Like that wasn't no shit. Now I ain't saying who didn't do it, but we ain't know nothing about it. Wasn't a thing here.
Hey, can I
You
bring
about
something to
heroin.
light?
But
Look,
see, the synthetic,
like
once they
so.
got a hold to it, they went to creating all kinds of shit. You got Roxas,
Hey,
all that type of shit. Roxas,
say that
Percocet,
shit and let me bring.
Lortabs, all of that is opiates.
Xanax.
All that shit
Xanax.
Hey,
opiates.
can I
All of it
bring
is
something to light?
opiates.
All right. Look.
And these are the things they'll give you as
So
a
look.
hospital. Well, these drugs are new. Motherfucker don't understand how new some of these drugs actually are. Like
What's the other one
niggas ain't
that
taking
that's help
LSD and
for
shit.
people sleep?
They ain't want you. They ain't like a motherfucker taking LSD and PC and all that crazy shit. They ain't want you taking that because some of that shit put you in that zone. You fuck around being an astral projector. You take the right amount. But this is the new dope. The shit that
What do
they're
you feel
giving
about
you is
mushrooms?
killing you.
What do you feel about taking mushrooms?
That shit from the earth.
I love them.
That's from the earth.
So look.
Anything from the earth. It's the same thing with cocaine. You don't know cocaine might actually taste good in your food if you fuck around and
Well,
cook
check
the
it out.
plant instead of
But the
mushing
Asians
it up
actually
into
eat
the
on it.
powder. You see
But
what I'm
the Asians,
saying?
they actually chew on the plant while they working. That's
This
a
is
known fact.
this is what I'm trying to tell you. It's like everything has a purpose, just like they was speaking on earlier. Like all of this shit is it's the oneness, nigga. This is what we were
So look,
supposed to be utilizing.
who was that? So what the one brother said, like it be the condition of the environment that really has somebody on the I need something to douse my reality with. So this is what is offered to the person that's who is in that sick psychosis state of existence. But if you're the type of person where you deep within yourself and you realize that you don't need nothing to stand on, not even the marijuana, then always going to be happy and well, you know? So that's told to me, everything is poison out here, you know, even if you're
Listen,
breathing.
man, you gotta
So
think, man.
poison.
Imagine, I don't want to cut you off, bro. I'm sorry. But
No,
imagine
you
how
good.
much of the information like just the amount of information lost since our grandma. Like they knew shit
Fact.
about all herbs.
Like everybody grandmama knew some shit. I don't know
Now,
your grandma,
I
but
was
I
about
know
to
she
go
knew
into that.
so
I'm
much
glad
shit.
somebody talked about their
She knew so
relative.
much shit that we don't even speak about, we don't know about, we ain't been taught about. They don't sell it no more.
The
You can't
remedies
have it.
that we think are crazy to tell other people or people we know our age about their remedies is like just drink a little bit of this, mix some tap water in it, and mix some more of this oregano and blah blah blah, turmeric, a little bit of lemon, lime, and then watch your system flush and a little bit of ginger. Oh, you got to make sure you chop the ginger up real thin though and dice it up. He's like, oh, we got a blender now. So the remedies. I watched
I
somebody
ain't
make
talking
an
about that type
antiseptic.
of
Well,
shit. All that
listen,
shit
what
you
I'm
talking
talking
about
about.
is the new shit. What
I'm
I'm
talking
telling you
about
is
no. I'm
our
talking about
grandmamas
old.
had
Listen,
information
I'm
that
not.
they don't speak about no more.
Oh, you go ahead. I
And
won't. I
you
won't
ain't
talk
gonna
about.
hear
I
it
was
from a
talking
nigga
about
like you
ancient.
because you
I
talk
was
too
talking
much.
about ancient remedies. But you go
You
ahead.
talk too damn much. You just cut people off, nigga. Damn.
All
We
right,
gonna let you
question.
talk.
But
Run it.
remember, you was done talking for a minute, and then you want to cut me off and tell me that
All
I'm
right, so
talking too much.
question.
But you ain't saying nothing for like a few minutes.
Talking every minute, bro.
All right, so look, here's a
That
question.
goddamn weed
Back
got
to
him
the
talking, ain't it?
Kensington,
The weed
right?
talking.
But what y'all talking about is all remedying herbs and spices. But what takes it down to the point where we get in a situation like Kensington, you know?
Okay.
And
The
keep in mind,
opiates, dog.
Okay.
Back to the
now look,
opiates.
I'm gonna go
Okay.
back at least three. Let me just say this, and I'm gonna shut up. And you got the mic next. I'm gonna go back three what I call episodes of detrimental drug traffic to at least Philadelphia. Right? My father was in the war. Their job, he told me, was to come out of the service and implement that dope. Now, yep, you probably heard of this. So now remember, we talking about from the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and now. How is it where, you know, each no matter what race of people, it could be whoever, because it's not just a racial thing. It's a situation where we see drug over crisis and epidemic. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. Well, I'm gonna show you two things where I see from my research. The first thing, you can take the same marijuana plant and heal somebody with it, or you can get them addicted to it. We in a duality, bro. They taking natural things that is good for us and turning them around and making them evil for us. Okay? That's what I see. And the next thing is
Is it important?
every tree bear fruit, bro. They started way back in the day with prohibition on how to mess up this mind, bro.
That's what I was going to say. So isn't
Yeah,
that important?
they started way back then.
Because
And
somebody can.
this tree is study bearing fruit. It's got to bear fruit. They're gonna push it. They don't need money. They got money that they can go print money anytime they get ready, bro. You
They
get
got the
me?
press. They can print
Yeah.
exactly.
So this thing is to keep people in check, bro. Keep the masses in check. We're gonna put some in prison. We're gonna make
And the more sleep they have, and the better for them. That's right.
And that's what the mayor said in Philadelphia, the new mayor. That's one of the things he said. He did. He said that
And
we're
she
cleaning
black,
up.
right?
Yeah. In fact, let me quote what she said, because I know it verbatim because it was crazy. She said, some people going to disappear, some going to be in prison, and some going to die.
Yeah, exactly.
Did y'all hear? Hey, that's what.
Yeah, y'all see what I'm doing? It ain't about that. It's about the slaughter first. Y'all stop pretending like it ain't about
think the
that
mayor
first.
from Boston
I
quoted
can
the
say
same thing.
everything going on.
I think the mayor from Boston, the new mayor from Boston, I'm gonna say the same quote too.
How about that?
And
Like
she
the
Puerto
Catholic,
Rican.
yeah, like the Catholic religion, huh? They all in sync with.
Don't do that. Don't do that. But hey, let's stick. Don't do that.
It's
Hey,
all
y'all
about
like getting
population
beat up.
control, bro.
I think certain niggas like getting
course.
punched. No, but yeah, go ahead.
So that's what we have to realize, man. This is a spiritual warfare.
Warfare.
Yeah.
Damn, we got the
Whoever
same
said
word.
that, thank you. Thank y'all for
You
getting
got to
to the
think
point.
about it.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
And Earth always gonna be Earth. This gonna be always earthly shit.
Yeah.
Real talk. And until we can internalize that and then manifest what it is that I want out of it and like have a good
Oh,
life.
you saying something you know you weren't supposed to do because it ain't
that
just
is
about
the only way you're
no.
gonna survive, bro.
Hey,
That is the
DeVerco.
only way you're gonna survive is going into yourself and realigning your mind with the cosmic divine mind. Because you can't protect yourself no other way, bro, unless you go back and
You got
restructure your mind.
That's right.
That's why
you gotta create your own commands to protect yourself from the evil that is outside around you. Because it's more against you than in favor of you. So if you don't have your own commands aligned to yourself to protect yourself every day that you go outside, you ain't gonna make it.
One of the things also, like, and I think it was brought up earlier in the conversation, was these frequencies. So, like, with this type of information now, remember, Hollywood, they already depicted the science in which we're making mention of right here in 2024. We don't watch everything we talked about. We don't watch the movie about it. You know what I mean? Me, myself.
Thank you. Yo,
Yeah.
man.
So, like, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, so like, I'm just on some more tip, like, okay, I know me, I know what I want in existence. I'm staying in tune with my divine self, but keeping in mind and remind me about like when y'all say the tinfoil hat, I'm gonna be protected from this type of rays and frequencies. And if I'm not, then how am I going to know the difference? Am I being affected? Because we know it's very well
If
true.
not, who cares? Like when you become a real fighter, it's like, all right, you finna knock me to smooth. When you been in a fight and it's like, oh shit, I'm about to go blank. I'm about to black the fuck out. He done hit me so many times, I almost can't see. I hope he go out before I go out. I'm gonna keep punching the way I'm here because it's like, hey. But when it comes to that, it's like when you get to that realization, it's like it is what it is or it's not. Who gonna know until you get there? But there's some things that people talk about, like astral projection, going outside of your body, doing certain hallucinogens. And this is all, like I said, this is me myself. Everything I say is entertainment purposes only. This is not true fact or anything. But
so one of the ways, let me
now
just
listen.
say one of the ways that
go ahead.
let me say this. When your life that you're carrying out starts resonating with you and you're feeling comfortable with it, that's how you know, okay, I'm safe for the day. I ain't been hit with no beam. I ain't been hit with that, ultraviolet.
When yourself don't argue against
your
yourself that
spirit.
day, you right. Hey, yo, that's true
Yes,
that you
sir.
said it that way. When you
Other than
ain't
that,
got no
when it's
argument
trouble
in
in your
your
head,
psyche, yeah, you right.
and
You right
somebody
that whole
fucking with
day.
me. Ain't no spirit, ain't no invisible ghosts, and
Thank you
it
for
could be
bringing
people
that up,
around
my
you at
G.
times.
You know that the actual people that they got patents on how they can give you another voice that sound like your voice. Like my voice sound like this, right? And I'm always a little like blah 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 blah. That's how I sound, right? I know that's how. I know my voice inside my psyche before I even speak to y'all, right? You know they got the technology to put another voice that sound like me right now, which y'all hearing before I even speak it. They own
Yeah,
that level of science.
they have a
Hey,
patent on that shit.
Joel, and I told y'all about the dude, the fireman in Antarctica, right? Joel Bori, and he Eric man, I fucking told y'all about them. But they got drones and they got these things called DOMs, which sense neutrons, which is a certain color that these things called UFOs give off when they
Yo,
fly by.
who
And
was
it's
talking
like, yeah,
about that? Wasn't Eric
that was
Heckler
me.
with
No, that
this
was
other guy?
Eric. Yeah, thank you. It was Eric. Yep, that was him.
Eric Heckler.
Yep,
He
thank
was in
you.
a SRS show,
Yeah,
and he's the one that actually blew the.
we can say it's Sean Ryan because we want
Sean
because Bro
Ryan,
Sanchez won't mind about
people
him.
knows, yeah.
Because I never mentioned,
But
Bro Sanchez won't care about, he a cool military cat. Sean Ryan for sure. They both military.
And that was when Dr. Greer
Yep.
was
Dr.
doing this other convention, this new convention, pushing this new law for disclosure
He was
project, I think it's
conjuring the
called.
things that we call
And
little
then
grays. Yep.
and then when they started that season last year, I think it was, they brought Martinez. They brought Martinez to give his story, Dr. Greer went for 2.5 hours in the show. But the one that really hit the ball out of the park was fucking Eric Heckler, man. When he started saying people gotta put on his vocabulary neutrinos and all that kind of shit, bro. I've watched that interview like
Yo,
7
I'm glad
times,
somebody else know
bro.
about this shit, yo. I felt like I was in an insane asylum because it's like, yo, they say they
Mhm.
got a sensory dome that they lay out every so many meters,
They
right?
say
And
that's
they got these little
communication. They say
spheres.
that's communicate. That's high speed communications. Like if you need a airport control tower for normal Airbus and Boeings, and then you need the neutrinos to
Yes,
talk at that maximum
right.
level up there.
And they
Oh
was,
my
hey,
gosh, it was
now the
crazy.
key is like what we've been talking about how there's layers above this layer. And
Mm-hmm.
when I saw somebody talk about submarines. Submarines have to get real heavy to go down real low, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
buoyancy. So imagine that on the spiritual realm, or spiritual realm, a spiritual realm. Imagine aliens and otherworldly, other dimensional beings having to come down to us. They would have to make themselves heavier and more so-called negative, like what we call negative chakras and energies.
Why do you think
Yeah,
their
right.
eyes are all black when
Yeah.
they show up at our dreams?
You see what I'm saying, right? And we got
Oh,
7
look,
layers
it
of
said
this
that they
level.
can't vibrate to this degree. That's what it
But
said.
No, they can
that's what they
vibrate to
say,
this
but I think
degree,
they
but
can't.
the problem is that the vibration is gonna be like, for example, our vibration will be like on a positive level. They will match us at a negative level.
Exactly.
So
That's
if
what I'm
you so if
saying.
so,
They
so
gotta
if you
come
so
meet
if
us.
you
Yep.
so if you vibrate, let's say a 400 hertz positive, they will go 800 below you, so they can show up on your dreams, and that's why you see their eyes all black
So you can actually
out.
see them. Yep.
So you can
Because they
actually
don't look
see
like
them
us.
and talk to them if you know how to manipulate your dreams. Because
Okay,
that's
so
another thing. That's another thing. People talks about out of body experiences and all that kind of stuff. But there's one thing that you gotta learn in your dreaming is to manipulate your dreams and the stuff that you can do in your dreams to move around in your dreams and to
so
actually open portals from one dream with one person to be able to talk to this person. You have to uh cross a portal so you can talk, not only see that person but actually talk to them and listen to them. It's
so
it's,
when you
it's,
say in
it's
dreams, you're actually meaning actual events and affairs that we having, not with
mm-hmm.
just type of dream. We're having
Yeah, now it would not. It would
ultraviolet
not be. It would
experience.
not. I don't think. At least on my personal experience, has not been when I'm awake. But this kind of experiences happen when I'm asleep. So
Right, right,
you
right.
go into
So
your deepest dreams, and then you start traveling out of body
well, the
experiences.
way, yeah, that's the way I see it.
Yeah.
Me leaving this avatar, okay, but not laying down to rest and knowing that, okay, it has something like a symbiotic, not symbiotic, but
See, but listen,
similar,
let me tell you something. Let me tell you
umbilical
something.
cord,
Listen.
right?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
I
You
mean,
might
that's just
find this.
something you,
You might find this thing funny or whatever. You can laugh at me if you want. I don't care I don't see how many people is in the chat
yeah,
room
you're
or
right, bro.
watching this
That's
shit.
right. Yeah,
But
yeah.
in your dreams, listen up. In your dreams, you can fly. If you know how to control and wake up on time, you can fly. You can jump into cars, on top of cars, and move. Like if the car's passing by, you just can hop on the roof and keep moving. If somebody that love you so much dies and it's recent and you are awake like now and you feel like you want to take a nap and you want to take a nap but you don't know that that person just passed away, you better take that nap because that person want to come to talk to you or have a
So that's
last
my
chat.
question to you. Are you actually having that experience of what you just now explained to me? Okay,
Listen,
yeah,
I've been having premonitions. Yeah,
right. Because see,
I talk about that like three or four shows ago, and me myself knows it's true. The question was in the air. Nobody
You
answered
already
to
I
know
me
I
just
either.
do.
want to thank,
Respect.
thank you for clearing that up because with this, indoctrination that we get, They tell us, row your boat gently down the stream. That life ain't nothing but a dream. They teach this from a young age in kindergarten, where it's telling you one thing but depicting another. So the beings in America, we have a habit of growing up with this childlike mentality, never reaching to a godlike state of consciousness. You see?
Yeah, but that's why, because you gotta use you gotta it's within you, not outside of you. So the only way this interdimensional beings can actually communicate with you at first are those first interactions happen when you are dreaming, when you're asleep. For them to
Yeah.
really show up in a body, for them to embody something and really come against you,
Well,
that's
I'm
because you're
fighting
some you
spiritual warfare.
that's because you are on some other bullshit, on some other deep
Right.
against
Yeah, because
the
you don't want
stuff
to hear
that
about my
don't
dreams.
that you might want to see a demon in your dreams than in front of you with with an embodied personification, because in your dream you can beat him up.
True.
Hey,
But
that's what.
when they show up in a person life and body in a body, in a personification, you can't fight that.
Well, I'm gonna say this, and I ain't trying to start no argument or nothing, but I'm just gonna say this: if you ain't did the spiritual work while you conscious, when you unconscious, you gonna see yourself dreaming, and you gonna do things, but you ain't gonna have the power and the capability to determine
You you can
what the dream
you cannot
outcome gonna be.
you cannot determine where the dream is gonna start. That's for sure. But you gotta train yourself to have the power to speak. Another brother, I think it was me, myself, or another guy who said that we better start asking the time, like the dates when is this happening and stuff like that.
Well, I got to do some more
And
work.
the level of
Hey, let
attitude
me,
that you put into and the level of attitude that you put. Like if you know that you are dreaming, but you still want to keep dreaming because you want to know what's going on or what's gonna happen next, then you gotta hype up your attitude. Your real character. You cannot be afraid
But let
in
me
that
ask you this:
right there. So
when you dream, when you dream, do you see yourself in the dream, or do you see the
no,
dream?
not necessarily.
Yeah,
Not necessarily.
yeah, I don't see
Unless
the.
you have, unless you're having a real body experiences like some people have that they really wanna experience
I
to
have.
wake up and turn around and I see my body laying in the bed right there.
Yeah.
I never really care about that part
Why?
because it's more interesting of what is going to happen next. And think about, I told you about premonitions,
Uh-huh.
right? So premonitions are things that are going on in the future that you are seeing in your dreams. So you have already a head start.
I don't know.
Okay, I gotta be mindful about this because I dream about this, and I gotta be uh uh conscious about it, that this might happen or I might see this happen.
Well,
I don't care.
this is
I don't care about seeing myself sleeping over there. I already know I'm sleeping, and I'm not dead.
tell me something. Tell me one thing in a dream. Something that happened. Just something small, out of clear.
all right. Well, let me tell you my dream.
Wait.
Let
Yeah.
me tell you
Just yeah.
mine,
Go
then
ahead.
I'll
Go ahead.
let you tell him here.
Yeah.
Because I think it was fascinating when I turned around and I was stuck on the wall and my body was on that bed.
Okay.
For
I
you
thought
was a
that was
nice.
fat.
For
Wait,
you
let me
was a
finish.
nice.
Let
For
me
you was
finish.
a
Let me
nice
finish.
experience.
Let me
Let me
finish,
finish.
Jay.
Let
Let
me
me
finish.
finish. Let me
Let
finish.
me
Go ahead.
finish. I thought it was very fascinating to look back and I see my body on the bed and I'm on the wall. And then all of a sudden, I didn't enter my body, but I went back over there to my body and I seen this lady go up the wall, just vanish. You know what I mean? And I thought that was very amazing. I mean, I think that was an out of body experience. I don't know, but
That's
my
what
thing
I want.
is,
It could be now. Do you even ask that lady what message had for you?
she just when I looked at my body and got back over there,
That's
she
why
just
you have to train your mind. That's why you have to train your mind
bro, that just
to
don't
know.
happen every night, bro. That don't
I
happen.
know they don't. I know they don't. I know they
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah.
Most of the time happen when you are most tired, like when your body's so drained out of energy that when you go to sleep, you just put your head on the pillow and you go up. That's it.
Yeah,
Me
I
myself,
don't know the
That's
state
what
I was
that's
in
that.
before I laid down, but I thought that was amazing.
me personally, I think I'm actually having affairs and events, and let's say, like, I'm gonna tell you one of mine. I got shot in this one dream with a shotgun. The boy was coming around the corner, and I knew
You
he
can
was coming,
you
but I
can
couldn't
feel the
move. I
blood. You can taste the blood in your
look.
mouth and
Well,
everything.
here's the thing. I jumped out the body before he pulled the trigger. You know what I mean? And so I seen the body drop, and I came back here to this body, and bang, I jumped up. And all I'm saying is, every individual got to understand their own journey and
Yeah.
their own
Yeah.
experience. I can't tell you what you said about the lady. Although it's a deep joint for me, because I like what it was for me that I see. You was playing in that world, and when you with the body against the wall, that was the body, the avatar that you got. That's you was making way in that field or in that realm or in that arena or in that afterlife, wherever you want to call it. Much like if we was to take like a game, and you see how your kids do today, they just create a avatar, maybe a quarterback or a basketball player, got the name of the person on the back and look just like them. But when they cut that game off, that avatar is dead for a minute, or what we know as sleep, until what? That kid come back to it again and starts to, yeah, and up it go. Same thing on a multiple synchro. As that's why I love what Sanchez do with that sacred geometry and syncretism, because he
Yeah.
shows us how this shit is string theory all the way through, bro. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's deep.
And
So
that is what amazed me with the unconscious state or the sleep state,
yeah,
because a lot of awesome things, man. I be kicking ass in my dreams too now, but
yeah.
I get my ass kicked sometimes too. But
No, listen.
here's the thing about
When
it.
you get your ass kicked, if you want to avoid that, I see you're a big man, right? So listen, you have to bring that energy with you in your dreams. Like you gotta start training your subconscious brain while you're awake. That when you go to sleep, you're still you, and you got more powers.
But you ain't let
The
me
powers
finish.
that
You ain't let me finish. Because even though I be getting my ass kicked, when it get down to the nitty gritty, I wake up. I survive. You get what I'm saying? I don't never lose
no,
if
I know. But listen to me. You never lose because you wake up, but you was getting beat up, so you force yourself to wake up. Now, how about they don't even dare to touch you in your dreams because they know the kind of power that you're bringing into that realm right there. I'm a skinny motherfucker. Look at me. I'm only 120 pounds. Ain't no demon fucking with me in my dreams, bro.
bro,
I bring such an energy into my dreams that when I know I'm facing a demon in my dreams, in that realm right there, I approach them. The fuck you want around me?
well,
And
I'm gonna
stuff
tell
like
you,
that.
if you ain't fighting in your dreams, you got to do some conscious work. Why? Because the entities that's in your dreams,
You don't need to
let me finish, bro. Let me finish. The entities that's in your dreams, they're stopping you from going to the next level. And that's why you got to always fight them, because they don't want you to go to your higher Christ consciousness. They don't want you to go there. They're gonna try to keep you down. Now
Do
that's
you
what.
do you understand what I told you at the beginning that if you know how to manipulate and put power into your dreams, you can fly. So you don't have to fight no fucking demons. You can just
Shit, I
you
want to
show
fight
up
him,
in a,
nigga. I'm a fighter,
listen,
boy.
but listen to me, But why spend a minute or two fighting a demon in your dream when you can just take off if it's in the middle of the day that you're dreaming, right? You go to bed at night, but you're suddenly dreaming it's daytime. The fuck I'm gonna fight a demon down here. I'm gonna go up in the sky. I'm gonna watch the skyline, the flat earth, to call it like that, from
Okay, but
above.
let me ask you this:
You
Have
know,
you ever got anything that it was worth fighting for?
freedom.
Okay, and that's worth fighting for, bro. And when I go
I
to
know.
sleep, I'm telling you, when you go to sleep, it's things try to attack you, man. This realm is not just with angels or what you call demons. It's duality.
Let me tell you something. I have never dreamed with an angel next to me. I have dreamed walking with people that I know, like for years, for many years since I'm a child, and they are walking right next to me and telling me and asking me questions. And the minute it comes to me answer his question, what I would do in such and such situation, I just say, I just close my eyes and praise to my Lord, and that's it. Game over. And just like that, I wake up. Not even wanting to wake up, but I just wake up. Why? Because that was probably a demon that was disguised as someone that I love and was trying to fucking fool me into some bullshit. And I answered with the right question, with the right energy, and I got rid of him without even fucking putting a hand on him.
Well,
See, that's the guy. See, if you spend a lot of spiritual energy fighting in your dreams, you're gonna wake up even more tired because your spirit got no rest.
Your
You
body ain't
didn't
got no
charge
rest. Your
the
spirit don't
body.
need no rest.
You exhaust. No, listen. You exhausted your body while working,
Yeah.
but your spirit also gets drained too, out of stress, out of depression, all that kind of shit. You wanna just lay your mind laid back and rest too. Give your brain and your consciousness a break. So why are you gonna fight a fucking demon in your dream, bro?
Well, I'm gonna say it like this: It ain't like I lay down, or no one laid down at night saying tonight I'm gonna go kick a demon ass, or
No, I know
not
that
nobody
for
gonna do
sure.
that.
I know that for sure. I know that for
Okay,
sure. But
so what I'm trying to
that's why I said. But listen, OG, listen, Vigo. That's why I said you gotta start training yourself while you are awake. Like
That's
right
what I
now,
was
like
saying earlier.
start training your brain when you're awake to program your subconscious brain, your subconscious mind. So when you are sleeping and if something happens, this is how you are going to act, and that's
Jarrell.
gonna get programmed on yourself. So when you get into those kind of dreams like that, you already know what you're gonna do because it's in your subconsciousness,
Hey, can I
not in your consciousness, in your subconsciousness.
Hey,
Just like
Jarrell, all right. Can I bring this to light then? All right, we got let's go. There's a idea, a concept, or even a scripture that says or states that bringing heaven here on earth. What do you think about that? Do you think that such places like what we see going on in Kensington and Philadelphia and the places going on in Chicago, Baltimore, and other various parts of America, and it's being a corporation as we know it to be?
at this
You
point,
know,
we're gonna need a worldwide reset. And those resets happen all the time,
Nah,
more often than what. No, bro, listen,
nah.
listen.
I'm gonna let
If
you
you if
speak,
we
but
if look,
I don't agree.
David, go listen. Let me see how I put this out. We do need a reset. We don't need a reset because there's a lot of souls suffering in this war, and they don't know. They would never find the exit to their problems. We need a reset. I know there's a lot. I know there's a lot of grandfathers, fathers, but there's
Let me
a
explain
reset.
to
There's
you.
a reset
Let me
needed
explain to you. Let me explain to you.
because of the amount of bad shit that's going on, and it
Let
will
me
happen.
explain to you. Let me explain to you. A reset will not solve our problem. That's the first thing.
It will
Because
clear the
after
earth.
that, listen what I'm saying. After that, you're gonna leave the body, bro. So if you ain't solved your part while you in the body, you still got a problem. Now here's what I'm telling you. Bringing heaven on earth is possible if you listen to people like Sanchez and people that is teaching you how to have critical thinking and use your oneness instead of working out a duality and calling it what you think it is and use oneness and speak it into existence. We can do it. They wouldn't have sent us here if they didn't think we can do it, bro. We can do it. We don't need nobody. We came down here with every power we need, but they changed our thinking and put us in duality and told us all these lies and piled all that negativity on us. And now we looking at duality instead of being single.
Let me
The
tell you.
Bible
Let me
said this quote. The Bible said this quote. It said, when your eye, you got 3 eyes, but it said when your eye is single, your body shall be full of light. That is what they're afraid of, bro. They don't want us to get back to the original origin of the power of our true nature and our true self so we can bring heaven on earth. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So if your mind is full of, they got more power, we need a reset, you going to hell, you a sinner, that's hell, bro. You bringing hell instead of heaven. When you tell a man,
you know why I said we're gonna get a reset. It's because the same people that don't want that kind of heaven here on earth, they don't want to lose that kind of power, bro.
So you saying,
why you think what
you saying you
they listen? They
powerless?
will create the reset.
Well, you
They
give
will
them too
create
much
the
power.
reset.
Well,
They
only
will
thing I'm
create the
saying is,
reset.
yeah, hearing this,
You
and
give him
I got to get ready to close down. I would say he giving them a little bit too much power because listen, the reset is something that's inevitable. Manny Rock put that in the chat room, but the whole thing, their success over the minds of humanity ain't inevitable. That's something that can be stopped. It can be changed. But resets, that's something that's a happen whether they ruling or whether we ruling. That's just the nature of time and cycles of time. But so I see what both of y'all saying. You know, both is true. But I think what Jabari is saying is like the reset somehow go against what the Virgo is saying. I'm like, no, both of y'all is right. And it's still an opportunity for us to take shit back. Because remember, the people in power ain't been in power that long. When you think about how long the world been here, like the globe earth heliocentrism is young, is new. It ain't that old flat earth. What we represent is the
Fucking
ancient
less than
shit.
400 years.
Right, we got the ancient shit that's been here for hundreds of millions of years. This like a little this like a second when you reference it in time or how long they really been ruling and shit. So I mean, I think it's like the earth got a small sickness it's gonna recover from that was just a little glitch. Because look, we already waking up asking questions that they didn't predict we would be asking. You know?
Yeah, it is.
So shout out to both of y'all brothers, man. I'm going to end right here. We will be back because this is what we do, man. Tomorrow, Thursday, that's Friday for us. So, you know, tomorrow I'm going to be going deep in shit on the sacred geometry on my main channel. But, you know, salutes to y'all. We will be back with more shit like this. This was a powerful show today, and I just appreciate all of y'all, man. We'll talk.
Yo, salutes to my OGs, Davigo.
All right, bro.
I trust.
Y'all, peace out. Hey, bro, Sanchez, go over there to the Virgo TV and check that. I did one today, bro. It's fire, bro. Check it out.
I'm going over there now, man. You ain't said nothing but a word. Matter of fact, let me share your joint, man, before we get out of here. I want the people to do me a favor real quick, man. Y'all go over there with me so we can check the Virgo TV out, because I ain't gonna lie. I didn't know the brother was over here doing his thing. Go sub up, hit the all button. He got 53 subs, man. Let's make sure we get him at least 300 to 500 tonight with just all of y'all going to sub up, because he was just on there 2 hours ago. So when I'm not live, you might catch this brother live. This the OG, man. Check him out. Good vibes and shit. So
yes, sir.
I got him.
Y'all go on over there.
I'm gonna subscribe tonight on that.
For real,
All
so
right.
we can network and
Thank
grow
y'all,
this
bro.
community. For sure.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate y'all,
Yes, sir.
man.
All right.
All right. Appreciate
Flat
you, bro.
motherfucking
Sanchez.
power.
All right, bro.
For sure.
Flat power, baby.
Flat
All
power.
right.
See y'all. Much love to all of y'all. We will see y'all on the next one. Peace and love. Thank y'all for all of your support, as always, to my super chat donations, PayPal donations, to my people that bought my documentary, my Patreons. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all make this whole thing possible. Never forget that. Peace and much love.